Welcome to CFS 2025 Regional Finals with the region of Eumena. This is Bench. Joined here with me today is Simon, of course.
It's going well, man. It's a good day to see some CrossFire action, and we get to see all the teams today play at least one match. That's going to be for the next 3 days, right? We're going to see everyone play at least once to see how these teams stack up against each other. So it should be a very interesting tournament, and there is a lot to play for this week.
Oh yeah, there is definitely a lot on the stake in every single team, and this region as a whole is definitely not to be underestimated for. We should be seeing the tournament schedule any moment soon, but yeah, we are here to guide you through the whole of 5 days of just compact and firepower-packed CrossFire for the next 5 days.
Yeah, it should be an absolutely insane tournament. Every time we see the Eumena region go against Eumena teams, it's always these super close matches, but how do they perform when they go abroad into other places?
Yeah, this regional finals will definitely decide who will be able to perform on the global stages, but this is our match schedule. 3 days of group stages, and then that's going to be the playoffs to decide who are going to be the winners to go into the actual grand finals at the end of this year. I believe the first place seed will be directly put into the grand finals playoffs, and the following second and third seed will have to play in the group stages once again when the grand final happens. So we'll have to wait and see who really does so.
Yeah, and today we're going to have Anubis versus PingPongPals. Then it's going to be REH Gaming against, is that
TBI?
TBI,
eSports.
Yep. And then after that, it's Entropy versus Rock, and then it's Gaming Gladiators versus Inner Circle.
Yeah, definitely these teams. I just can't wait to see what they have planned for us, but we can only wait and see. But it looks like we are just about ready to see what these players have to say to come into this tournament.
Hi everyone, I'm Dipsy from Egypt. I play for Anubis Gaming. I prepare for regional finals by working on our plans and skills, practicing more, and focusing on improving my individual mechanics. The hardest part was to keep balance. I had to work hard, but also take care of my health. Yes, there were a few surprises. The game rules changed fast, and we had to change our plans quickly. Actually, the Chinese teams, because they are very strong, and I want to see if they can compete with me. Dip or rise, I will always rise.
I mean, what a bold statement, but I guess their roster and their experience in the global stage really do speak for themselves, don't they, Simon?
Yeah, this team have always been up and around the top spots. They are always strong. They always come out all guns blazing. I mean, some of them are relatively new to the scene. I mean, we have, I think it's Comics who only joined last year. We need to see how he performs on the stage this time round, but the rest of this team have been around for a very long time, and they have been very successful.
They have been definitely around for longer than enough, you say. For the roster, Jaguar, Dipsy, Doom, Sad, and Comics. Can't wait to see what they have brought us up on the board for, especially with the new addition to New Compound and Mexico 2.0 as well. So, not entirely sure if those maps are going to be played out here today, since during the finals at EWC, I believe Mexico wasn't picked once. So, yeah.
I mean, it is best of 3, so you can kind of always get rid of the maps that you're not planning on playing, much easier than when you have a best of 5, when you do have to play most of the maps. And even then, Mexico usually gets knocked out.
Definitely true. Well, it looks like we're ready to see what their opponent has to say. Let's go with PingPongPals.
Hello, my name is Pietro. I'm currently doing game leader from PingPongPals. Basically, came here from the regional qualifier, and yeah, that's it. We basically did the same preparation than all the time, so we just prepare ourselves and analyze the enemy, of course, but nothing special. I think the biggest challenge in our preparation was like practicing against open teams. They are good in prac. It's like so hard to win a match, but it's fine. At the end, we just focus on ourselves, so all good. I'm gonna say Alucard because since I left the team, I got kicked. We are still talking a bit, and he's always telling me that they're gonna win everything. But right now, I see nothing, and for me, they're a bit disappointing, the whole team. So yeah, Alucard. For me, would be Team GK, eSports, because I don't know if they're gonna make it, but for me, this is like a great team to practice against. Good guys, also good tactics from them, and I really enjoyed their captain. So yeah. I'm ready to take my revenge, boys. I'm coming for you.
Ready to take revenge, says Pietro. The vendetta is coming around for Pietro, MKZ, LSY, Gainer, and HDZ. Some of these names quite too familiar, Simon.
Yeah, and some of these players have bounced around teams. I know MKZ was on Lazarus as well last year, as well as HDZ. He was also there. So now they're back together, and this is a team that absolutely thrives when playing against Anubis.
Definitely a squad who has the caliber to just single-handedly take down Anubis, but gotta really wait and see how the whole story unfolds, I guess. Of course, HDZ been in the scene long enough as well, keeping his composure, keeping his calm, but their roster looking pretty darn good as well. And the stats as well do also speak for the team.
Yeah, HDZ, his kill-death ratio is 1.34, and that was from Season 2 and the regional qualifiers. I mean, in Season 2, PingPongPals, they 2-1'd Anubis. That's who I was looking for there. So they've already beaten Anubis. They already know their game plan. So will they be able to do it one more time when it matters most? This tournament is the one that matters the most to these teams.
Yeah, $100,000 on the line for the regional finals, as well as a spot to the grand finals at the end of this year. So a lot of things on stake. Like a good thing you said about definitely having had the history to beat them 2-0, 2-1 rather, is definitely a one-up. But then again, you also put Anubis and has given them the time to go back to the drawing board, you know, fix up their mistakes and come back fresh and all rejuvenated. And a different story could just be told here.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen once you're in the match, right? Every map counts, every shot counts. And this is where it all matters. But if you look at this spread, Ankara, a 92.3% win ratio for Anubis. Eagle Eye as well. Those are the maps, if you're PingPongPals, that you're looking to get rid of immediately.
So are we finally going to be able to see some Mexico come into play here? Are we even going to get the chance to see the map?
I mean,
if you do ban Ankara out, if you do ban Eagle Eye out from the side of 3PL, then yeah, I think the chances are pretty high, but, you know, we can only wait and see. Yeah. And here is the actual map ban pick. That's going to be, well, that's the caster curse we just had there. New Mexico is banned out.
Yeah, New Mexico and Ankara banned out. Smart picks for both teams there. Subbase, then Eagle Eye, Compound is out, Port is out, and that leaves us, if we get there, a decider on Black Widow.
Justifiable bans, I would say. Eagle Eye 2.0, not entirely sure if that was the right choice, but yeah, Subbase hasn't been one of the most favorite maps last year in the pro eSports CrossFire scene, but seems to be the case that where teams do have picked up the pace to pick up more Subbase in their map ban picks more often than not.
Yeah, and Subbase is one of those maps that always produces some absolutely insane moments when they drop through the vents, when they're like looking to defend that missile section. I mean, it is always a great match. But
it's a bonker.
It is. And will we get to see Mexico today in one of the future matches, hopefully? Like, it would be nice to see it. We very rarely get to see Mexico.
We do very rarely see them, so I feel like on the very last BO3s that's going to happen today, which is going to be Gaimin Gladiators versus Inner Circle, that's one of the matches that I do think Mexico is in the talks. Oh, at least for the first set here. Well, it's going to be Sub-Base Eagle Eye and then Black Widow. So here for Anubis to take their vengeance back on 3P, PingPongPals rather. In theory, close out Sub-Base in their favor. Eagle Eye is their map, so they have a good chance of closing out 2-0. But if you do drop Sub-Base and then you have to go into Eagle Eye with a map down, then they really have to take the map back, because Black Widow is going to be a tough one for Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, Black Widow is one of those maps that these teams have been around a long time. They've played probably thousands, if not tens of thousands of games on Black Widow, on Ankara, on Sub-Base. These are the maps they know the best. They have their movements down. They have the grenade points down. Everything they know is in these maps. So when you start, you know, you might throw in an Eagle Eye here and there and see how you can change things up. But these players have run the routes hundreds of times, and they've watched everyone else run the same routes.
Maybe that's why the New Mexico ban is justifiable, because you want to play in the playground that you're more familiar with than not. So, yeah, solid picks here by the teams, but it looks like the players are just about to be ready to bounce right into the game here, which is going to be Sub-Base to kick us off. Looks like all 10 players seemingly all energized and ready to just shoot at each other.
Absolutely, they are. They're getting hyped. They're getting ready. This is their first game of this qualifier. Will they be able to take a victory and kickstart their campaign? Or will they take a loss and have all that pressure back on them? We will see very, very shortly.
And there you have it. This is going to be map number 1 of the day to kick us off in the regional finals. Anubis versus PingPongPals. And PingPongPals versus Anubis. It's going to be Sub-Base, as we do have an opening frag from HDZ with the AWM. The kill taken down on towards Dipsy, which is out towards A-Long. So already from the beginning of the very first round, Anubis is going to have to suffer from a loss.
Yeah, we see Sad covering this doorway, but it is a very risky position, especially as 3P are looking maybe to run down that A road and get that bomb planted on A. But right now they're still sitting very deep, waiting to see, waiting to listen, hopefully finding a nice path through the Anubis line. Comics actually took a bit of damage there as well.
Yeah, and that also does hint to us that Anubis will have to go for a weakened defense. Gonna have to put 2 players each on the bomb, so which does weaken the defense down towards middle. And in all that, PHO took a bunch to himself as well. About minute 11 left on the clock here, and 3P not showing a definite interest of which bomb site they want to aggress down towards just yet.
Yeah, but
they have the C4 walking in down towards double doors, it looks like.
Yeah, this is a risky push. The grenades are out, the smoke, the flashes are down. Will they be able to come out? Comics has flashed up. He's going to start seeing things now. Grenades, more going into A, but they're pushing towards B. And here we go. Down goes Doom. And Jaguar trying to get something done here. He's going up against Gator, but we're going to switch out. Jaguar gets one more. And it's going all for Anubis here. Gainer has nothing left in the tank. And Anubis just have to wait a little bit longer.
That was a quick round. We do still have Gainer with about 4 HP. The bomb held down. Gainer has nowhere else to go, and that's going to be a clean round. Being picked up by Anubis. That's going to be 1-0. Despite having to drop the player early on in a 4v5, they were able to set up a nice crossfire, the name of the game, and was able to capitalize on top of that. So, solid round by Anubis. And now, 3P, not entirely sure what they want to do here.
Yeah, they've taken a very, very aggressive position in front of control room. And there we go. Doom gets HCC, but Dipsy, he also takes out Pietro. 3P are just crumbling right now.
Done here. It does going to be MKZ taking a frag down onto Dipsy, and Gainer on top of the fence trying to find some ground for his team. Anubis may just have left the 7 area completely empty, and this might just pay off dividends. It's going to be Comics going down with the control down towards A, completely given away. The C4 rotating in from the Nook as well. Should be a sure plant. granted towards the side, for the side of 3P.
There it is, the C4 is down as Gainer gets Jaguar as well. Doom is very low, and it's 3 against 2. And now it is a very hard push here for Anubis. They get one. That's LSY down. MKZ lurking behind the box. Doom picks up the kill through the box. Sad takes a ton of damage. Gainer trying to do what he can. He's flashed up. He gets one. Can he make it 2? Yes, he can. And 3P, they fight back.
Fighting tooth and nails are going to be these two teams tied at 1-1. Even that last round, down towards middle, 2 players going down, but 3P still puts up the fight. And this time, Anubis wants to take the fight in the front yard of 3P. They were trying to push out towards Machine Room, but it looks like they are just going to fall back once after gaining control of Machine.
Yeah, Jaguar is in a very, very advanced position for the Global Risk side, trying to see if he can see anyone coming through. He might actually get a peek on MKZ. He might get the drop here. They don't... Do they know he's here? Everyone's sneaking up together. Here we go. MKZ does look as though he's going to start pushing, as Gainer actually takes a couple of bullets, and LSY pops around the corner. He takes Jaguar. Comics tries to do what he can. He gets MKZ down, but LSY on a triple kill here.
Anubis about to be down and dusted. Just the 2-player hold in towards Machine did not work out at all. Down to the ends of Sad in a 1v4. Not going to happen HDZ. Quick with the TRG. Quick scopes him out from the lobby. It's going to be 2-1 with 3P leading out. Subbase, of course, more leaning towards the Blacklist side. But some of these rounds we see here, Simon, is just not the best A game being put out by Anubis.
They did really well. They come out all guns firing on that first map, yeah, but yeah, it just doesn't seem to be going well for them. They seem to be playing quite aggressive here, and they are getting punished by 3P. Are they going to have this tactical readjustment that they almost need here to try and come back into it?
Going to require some sort of strategic, scrapping, I would say. Just some things not working out here for the side of Anubis, so gotta fix up those mistakes and see how it rolls. Gainer having found some success in the past couple rounds. Well, it's gonna be Pietro this time, sniffing down towards vents with LSY down towards middle.
Yeah, they tried the grenades come out. That's going to give cover here, maybe for a big 3P push, and they're all go. They jump in. Jaguar picks up a double kill, but does go down. Doom gets one, but Pietro takes him down. Doom and Dipsy, their powers combined do take out Pietro, and it is a 3 against 1. HDZ has it all to do, and he's sneaking around the bomb. Oh, just about misses that shot and gets absolutely collapsed on. Dipsy makes it happen with Sad, and that is that. It is 2-2.
Right on top of heaven, just by the pipes, and was able to quickly spray down 2 players before going down, buying enough time, buying enough room for his teammates to make the crucial rotation and wipe the round up, and quickly ties it back to 2-on-2. And Sad, I think he has spotted the tip of the head by Pietro. He definitely did. And the shot is there. Not quite there for Sad, but it is definitely there for Pietro. Quickly down goes. It's going to be Sad. Down to 5v4, and PingPongPals. Where do they want to take this one into this time? Mid to B didn't work. Double smoke out, but it doesn't cover the pillars. So this time, they might just think about just bum rushing it down towards Machine and see where that takes them from.
Yeah, it felt kind of unfortunate for Sad because every time he scoped out, the top of the head was there, right? And every time he scoped in, there was nothing. So does get taken down. It is a 4 against 5 as it looks as though we're going towards B. Still, though, only 1 down. Little bit of a skirmish here. B is pretty well defended, to be fair. We do have Jaguar on site.
And there's definitely enough time on the clock for a rotation to be made, which exactly is what PingPongPals might be doing. Not just yet, as Gainer does step in down towards B as well. If Ford is fixed to be sold, MKZ will have to make some noise any moment soon. But until then, still showing signs of interest down towards B is going to be 3P.
Yeah, they're all sitting in that machine room. They do have MKZ just covering A-long on that A road as well, just chilling by the door, seeing if he can maybe cause the rest of Anubis to maybe push out or catch them unaware. And he pops out through the door, gives away his location. That has opened up B, actually, so we see the rush in, come in through 3P. Grenades getting from, but I think that was a misthrow. Ended up flashing himself there as we go down. Doom gets LSY, Pietro takes out one, Dipsy gets HDZ. It's 2 against 3. Jaguar has almost nothing left in the tank. Will he be able to do it? They get the bomb down. Do 3P, so Pietro and Gainer, they have a lot of work to do as Dipsy gets caught unawares there. It's 2 against 2. Advantage slightly in 3P's favor here.
Down to 2v2, clock ticking down. Huge flank from Jaguar coming in, but he's definitely now been spotted out. Pietro in a middle of a crossfire, can't do much. Gainer does take down Comics. Jaguar about 4 HP, nothing much could be done. And a rather clean round by 3P. It's going to be 3-2.
Yeah, this is tooth and nail stuff. It seems as though Anubis, they looked as though their adjustments had worked, but now they're starting to slip again. 3-2. Will 3P continue? Because each round they win is so clean. Will they continue to do what they're doing? And it does look as though it's actually going to be an A push this time, but the C4 is still in the middle, but it looks as though it might be a quick rotation over. We see them going through the double doors, pushing down those stairs. Is Pietro. He's having a bit of a scouting mission here. He's going on an adventure. Will he be able to get back out? Dipsy has eyes on the long corridor, but actually moves out of the way. He's expecting something through the vents. Grenades go out. Comics is down at the bottom of the stairs. He's going to be the first to know if anything happens here as Dipsy is completely smoked out.
And here we are brewing and cooking up a huge push down towards A any moment soon. Sure held down by Comics, but on a 1v4, 1v5, things could just turn out pretty rough for the guy down the stairs. And here comes the pop flash. Any moment soon, here it is. Comics versus the world. He just fails to take a single kill. Comics goes down. Eventually, Dipsy comes in for the rotation and does provide support. Pietro will be taken out in a 4v4. And Gainer with a lucky shot on towards Dipsy will make things a little bit worse for the side of Anubis. C4 to be planted any moment soon here. The rest of Anubis trying to scrap up what they can. And they're going to be going on the counter push.
Gainer is quietly having an amazing match as Jaguar takes HDZ down. But Gainer, he's 10-2 right now. He's doing absolutely amazing. As we see MKZ hitting this corner of the steps. But, oh, Jaguar sneaks on by. Can Sat do the same thing? No, he cannot. He gets taken out. But just like that, it's a 1v1. 20 seconds left on the C4, and we're on board with Doom, who gets taken out by Gainer. 12 kills. The guy is unstoppable right now.
Smart play by Gainer. He was able to just move in closer towards the Nook and, juggle with his positions. Doom had too many places to watch for, and it's not going to work out. But Doom this time around will be able to find the opening frag coming into the round. MKZ will go down, and look at that. Dipsy going to be able to take down Pietro through the smoke as well. And that's going to be 4-on-3 thus far, as these teams definitely fighting tooth and nails. Like you said, Simon, seems to be the case where these teams are going to be exchanging rounds after rounds, and Gainer completely whipped there.
Got the drop, but drop the drop. Here he goes. He gets one, though. He gets Doom. LSY, he did take out Jaguar as well. It is a 3v2, and it is all going PingPongPals way right now.
PingPongPals are going to be able to take this round as well. Definitely no more ping-ponging of the rounds here. No. 5-on-2.
Yeah, it feels like Anubis came ready to play ping pong, and PingPongPals, they came ready just to play whatever game one player can play on his own. They're playing solitaire right now. They're just dominating this match. Was that a interesting grenade throw there, I think? Hit the top of the door and it bounced back, but here we go. Jaguar holding his corners well. And if we look on the side of 3P, they are looking maybe to have a little bit of a push towards control room. Maybe try to get the bomb down. Pietro luckily dodged that shot by Dipsy there. He's going to pop back out. Jaguar and Doom, they have eyes on each other. And it looks as though Gainer might actually make his way up and get caught in that crossfire there.
Didn't necessarily have to stretch the mid grenade there, but Dipsy gonna be able to fall back from the shots being thrown at him after losing a whole bunch of HP in the progress. About minute 30 onto the clock and 13 shots. Gonna be able to open this round up with Gainer coming in hot with a just clean, crisp double kill. That's going to just make things worse for Anubis. Make that a third player down. And looks like this round should also go towards the side of 3P unless Comics has something in his book.
Yeah, Gainer there, the wrap around. He knew they were there. He wrapped all the way around and caught them completely unaware as Comics goes down and Gainer gets another kill here.
19 kills.
It's looking like he's going to get 20 kills before the first half.
Yeah, could possibly happen, and more than definitely will happen at this pace. Wouldn't be surprised to see him drop 40 kills. In a CrossFire match, that's a record.
If it's not, then you know, that match is one for the history books.
One for the history books, you say. But Gainer absolutely cracked out of his mind. Farming the lobby by himself, essentially.
Yeah, he's one with the Matrix right now, as we do have a push over towards A, and they're just going to hold still, get the grenades down, and see what can happen. We do have Comics sitting in the little nook by the stairs. He's going to rotate around. Just a couple of testing shots going on now. Pietro is actually very low. I don't know quite what caught him there, but he has next to nothing left. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb down the stairs first. It looks as though it's going to be a fake push onto A. See if they can force out the rotation. Pietro coming down the stairs. Comics a bit spooked. As MKZ is going to get the drop on Doom here through the smoke. Oh, turns around and just about gets him down. MKZ is now low. Jaguar does take him out though. LSY does get sad. It's 4 against 3. Jaguar is very low. He's trying to do what he can with the pistol. Can't do a lot. As Gainer does pick up that 20th kill, but does go down to Comics shortly after. Comics trying to do what he can. He gets another. Can he get HDZ? Can he get Pietro? He switches back to the pistol. He's going to hold this corner. The C4 is planted. There's 20 seconds. He gets the reload off. HDZ and Pietro, they're going to look to try and get this little kill zone going. Pietro kind of caught Comics unaware, but he's still up and gunning. He's going to come around. Get HDZ, he sees him there. A couple of shots. Oh, and does go down as 3P. They take a commanding lead as we switch sides.
7-2 was the scoreline that we least expected coming up in this matchup, but seems to be a case where PingPongPals is absolutely dominating against Anubis, trying to replicate history, we say. Gonna have to wait and see how Anubis can respond as we do finally see a side switch. Well, that's gonna be Anubis on the attacking angle of all things. And thus far, I mean, just the gunplay from the individual players of PingPongPals seems to be up on the board, whilst for the players on the side of Anubis, they are just not in there quite yet, we say.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of needing to warm up a little bit, but the problem is they only get one match today. How are they going to get back into this? Because 6-3 is a very different scoreline to a 7-2. 7-2, you are reeling right now. If it's a 6-3, you think, oh, it's just because we're on, you know, we're on the global risk side. It's much harder. When it's 7-2, it's a sign that you are being manhandled by the opposition team.
Here comes the push, and MKZ is going to be able to stop one player, but no more. It's going to be a 4-on-3. As it's going to be tied back down 3-on-3 with Sat just gunning down LSY in the progress. Down to 2v3. C4 rotates in. Pietro tries to stop it down, but not quite there to finalize the shots. LSY still finds heads after heads.
What a shot there by Dipsy. It's 1-on-1 Pietro against Dipsy now. The C4 isn't down, so there's a lot to do on the side of Dipsy. And they're just kind of rotating around each other now. We see Pietro just looking through the vents, making sure that no one will get the drop there. Can Dipsy recover the C4?
The problem here is Pietro has all the time in the world, all the room in the world to rotate around, whilst Dipsy, his position is somewhat anticipated as the C4 is dropped. There's only so many angles that you can come through to pick the bomb up, so let's see if Pietro is ready and aware that Dipsy has made it to the backside. The C4 has been picked up.
Oh, Pietro actually let Dipsy basically take that for free. Maybe he didn't know where it was. Maybe this is the mind games at work here. As Pietro lets himself get no. Dipsy knows he's there, and Dipsy gets the drop. And Dipsy brings it back for Anubis. It is 7-3.
Maybe Pietro has just allowed too big of a room for Dipsy to play around. Gave the bomb site, gave the C4, but eventually that just came back to bite him back in the end.
Ooh, LSY through the smoke gets Comics there. Nice shot to give instant advantage there to PingPongPals.
And here comes another push, throwing down towards the A bomb site. HDZ on the response. Whips the first couple shots, but he does eventually find the kill. And Pietro with a quick double is going to completely halt the push. Down to the ends of Sad. And a 1v4. What a slow day. And to make things worse, Nate stag on towards him, takes away 70 HP. And eventually MKZ is there to finish the job, you know.
Yeah, that was 3P's match to win once the push kind of just fizzled out. It is 8-3 in the favor of 3P. And we mentioned before that, you know, Anubis, the bogey team for them seems to be 3P. In the regular season, seems to be playing itself out again. 3P with a dominant lead right now as we go into the 12th round.
And this could be a crucial round for 3PL to be able to maintain their lead against Anubis. They're going to be able to pick the map point in that case of scenario. Until then, 8-3. Still, Anubis has a bit of room to bounce back if they're able to do so.
And C4 has been left in the middle, all on its own, as we do see Dipsy go down to Gainer. Gainer having an absolute wonderful time farming Anubis right now.
Let's see, where is he sitting at 21 kills. About need 9 more kills to comfortably sit at 30 kills, we say. Ooh, Gainer, what a push. And Doom was not expecting that.
No, as Comics goes down as well, HTZ gets that. Jaguar's doing what he can to try and bring Anubis back into this. He does take down that lone gun of Gainer, who is at 22 kills. MKZ finishes it off, though. He gets a double kill, and it is set point here for 3P.
9-3 was the round, and first map pretty solid for the side of 3P.
Oh.
And
I can't count.
Yeah, it's 9-3. But you know, until then, gonna have to wait and see how everything else unfolds. Cause sub base, sure, if you do get lopsided and if you're just completely slide it down, then gonna be one of the tougher maps to bounce back. If Anubis is able to pick up some pace back in Eagle Eye, then you never know what's gonna happen. And even still, we do have one more round to be played on on sub base as well.
Yeah, looking at the teams on the cameras, it is a two-sided story. You have Anubis here who are looking a bit kind of shell-shocked, and then when we looked at 3P, you just have Gainer who has a smile from ear to ear. Like, the guy is loving life right now, but you can see Anubis, they've got to be feeling a bit of pressure now. They've got to be feeling like, what can we do? I mean, look at that smile on Gainer.
Oh,
he's rocking it.
They're couch surfing with nachos and salsa. What are you talking about?
They know they only got to do it one more time as well. Like, they are just, yeah, timeout is called.
I don't want to, you know, stretch anything, but in a 9-3, you will successfully close the map out 90% of the time, 100% of the time.
90% of the time, 100% of the time it works. 90% of the time it works every time. Yeah. Oh, all right. We're getting ready to go back into this, but you can see the pressure on Anubis. They need to get this done. They need to lock in and basically perform one of the biggest comebacks I think I have ever seen in CrossFire. Coming down from a 9-3 would be something unreal, especially when 3P are firing on all cylinders.
It's not impossible. It's just very unlikely.
Yeah. But I mean, it's basically trying to turn the sea around and make it go the other way, right? This is absolutely insane start for 3P. They know that they can get sub base done here and now as Anubis they're going to try to do what they can to stem this tide, to bring themselves back into contention on this first map of sub-bases. Dipsy kind of just having a little bit of a wonder, as Gainer actually went a little bit hunting, got quite forward, but does decide to rotate back towards relative safety.
Speaking of guns, definitely more players are willing to pick up the new additions of M14 and TRG. Of course, the Snipers has, I think, except a single player from the Philippines region has opted out to pick up the TRG, maybe the Chinese region as well, but I feel like 90% of the player base has for the TRG, and here comes the push throwing it. KZ with a quick spray down, finds one, looking to connect to a second player coming in, but the push has been halted. Jagger comes in, wrong time to swing, baby, and the headshot was there and delivered quick enough for NKZ.
Yeah, the grenade at the toes definitely didn't help his confidence as he was swinging around the corner. Got tucked down as we have both teams trying to find something to do here. Anubis, though, they have everything to work on. They have to try and get this done, otherwise they lose the set. The C4 is still at base. They haven't really committed anything all there, but it looks as though they might be going for a bit of a team deathmatch as we get shots through the door. Pietro tries to wrap around the back, but does get taken down by Doom, but it is a 4 against 3 as HDZ is just holding this line right next to the stairs to see if he can get anyone coming down. As Gainer, he goes down, Dipsy takes him out, and now it's a 3v3, and it's looking a lot more even.
But the time is definitely running against for the side of Anubis. And Anubis running against the clock is trying to make any movements here, and the progress, that's going to be MKZ going down. And just about 18 seconds, they will have to run to the bomb site now, otherwise it's a done deal. Down to the ends of HTZ, down and towards A, cannot stop the plant. So here we go with the post plant.
It's going to be interesting to see if he can do anything here. He is fully up, he is fully ready to try and push against 3. Remember, Sat and Doom, they're very, very low. He gets a couple of shots on there with the pistol, doesn't hit, but Doom is going to have to watch himself here. HDZ is flashed. He's going to hide behind the box. He's going to look for this window. He's trying to get angles, but he's not going to get it. So he climbs up the stairs. He's going to creep over the top. Sad does have a peek and sees him there. Takes him down. And there is life in Anubis Gaming yet.
9-4. The hope's still there. Just need to do it 5 rounds more to go into overtime. But until then, still going to be in the lead is going to be 3P. PingPongPals ready to just close out map number 1 of Subbase in their favor. And until now, until just about the first 30 seconds around, nothing much happening here. The C4 as well just not being delivered to any bomb site any moment soon here.
Yeah, they're just going to have a peek, feel each other out. The pressure is on Anubis. They know they have... This is their last life, basically. Every map from here on out is their last life. As Jaguar does go on a bit of an adventure. He's sitting very, very high up, and we might get a push up into B as Comics coming through Machine Room. Dipsy's getting the grenade ready. He's going to lob it through that little window here. Smoke is out and Gainer is smoked up. He won't be able to see much as LSY is trying to get what he can through the smoke. The comms must be good because the bullets are flying. Gainer goes down, but Jaguar goes down as well. That's 2 powerhouses for these teams as HTZ goes down. LSY is still up. MKZ is down. It is a 4 against 1. Pietro is the last man standing for 3P, and he is in the middle of no man's land right now. Sad might get the drop on him, as Pietro does have to make a long journey now. He's going to have to push through Machine Room, up into lockers, and all the way around. And at every corner of the way, there is someone from Anubis chilling out, just waiting for him to make a mistake.
Yeah, going to be a tough push for Pietro, so looks like what they're doing is just burning the clock down, use the time as attack pause, and, you know, go back to the drawing board and figure out how Anubis was able to break through the defense, how Anubis was able to get onto the bomb site. So, timer is going to be burnt down, C4 is going to explode, as Anubis is going to find one more round for themselves.
Yeah, the timeout definitely doing wonders for Anubis here. The realignment of their current plans are working out, but again, they are on their last life. They have it all to play for, but the score is slowly creeping back. It is 9-5 Anubis. They're just going to have to do it 4 more times now instead of 5 more times. We do have the preliminary shots. Jaguar goes down, but Pietro is down as well, and LSY, he picks up a very important double kill here. And now it is advantage, not anymore. Both teams balanced at 3 each. Sad takes a ton of damage there, getting clipped through the door, I think. He's going to try to do what they can. The C4 is still being carried by Comics, I think. And they're just going to make a readjustment here to push towards B. But again, MKZ is waiting for them there. And the repositioning from Anubis, from 3P is amazing. They are already set up to defend this position as Comics might just get peeked out here. LSY trying to do what he can with the sniper, misses the shot. And now they're coming up through the top. Does LSY get the drop? He misses Sad on that one. He knows Comics is up there as well. Couple of pistol shots, the reload on the sniper. Comics is still dancing with death and comes out on top. LSY goes down. It is 3v2. Anubis might just be able to do this. Grenades come out from Comics. And he just has a little bit left in the tank. He's continuing to play with death by peeking over the top there. And there's 45 seconds remaining for this C4 to go down.
Plenty of time for a rotation to be made. Well, the man advantage as well could leave a hanging player, but doesn't necessarily need to do so. As Comics is going to take down MKZ. LSY quick responds, but has to go find 2 more players to close this one out. Going to be a tough one to be done. 25 seconds onto the clock as well, as the rest of Anubis now is going to be on the bomb set as well. The C4 will be planted to make things worse for HDZ. Sure, he is one of the veterans in the scene, but with the C4 down and also holding on to Sniper,
yeah, HDZ.
It's going to be a tough one to deliver out.
Yeah, I was going to say HDZ, I don't think he quite expected them to push onto that B bomb site. And now he's got a lot of work. He's got a huge rotation to do here. He's got to make it all the way around, but that might just catch the remaining members of Anubis off guard. But will he have enough time when all is said and done? There's 10 seconds left. He's got 2 to kill. He's going to pop up here. And no, Dipsy shuts it down. And that's another round in the side of Anubis. And the tide might just be turning in their favor.
Gotta do it 3 more times instead of 4 more times for Anubis. And this pause will also help Anubis to be able to make the plan come truth.
Yeah, I mean, the timeout being called by 3P here is smart. It looks as though they had it all going their way until the timeout was called by Anubis. So they're going to call one for themselves just to try and throw them off rhythm and to try and get back into the zone. I'm guessing during that last timeout, they were all just kind of chilling, having fun. Anubis went serious, and then 3P, they know they have to realign their mentality. They know they have to get this done. And yeah, it's not looking good right now, but remember, they only got to do it 1 more time. 3P, they just need 1 more win. And you can see there's a bit more relief on the side of Anubis this time. They know that they're making this comeback. They're getting more confident. They're getting their footing in this match.
I mean, definitely not going down without a fight, we say, right? So putting up a good fight, it's going to be Anubis, even though on the first half of this map, it just didn't seem to be the case, but Anubis was able to bounce right back in this one, looking very close to making it back to a tie. But you got to remember, 3P just needs 1 more round, a single round to be done, and like you mentioned many a times, last life for Anubis, at least on this map.
All it will take is 1 mistake from Anubis and it is all over for sub base. But here we go. We're just about to get into it. As Anubis, they don't push too hard. They do push quite forward. Jaguar is actually going on a big adventure. He is going to run into Gainer relatively soon. I think they're going to try to peek each other out. as everyone else is just holding position. We see Sad and Doom chilling in the yard, just deciding where to go next.
Where to go next is going to be the question, as Anubis finding multiple succession of rounds to be able to claw right back at the face of 3P. But the real question is, will the tendency continue? And Gainer is going to be adding another kill point to his name under his belt. Jagger will go down.
Is that overextension one of the mistakes that Anubis really couldn't afford to make? The rest of the team now, they're going to have to play with their backs against the wall. It's LSY looking to get in position, covering probably the B door there. As we see more coming through A, and it looks as though this might just be scouted out here. MKZ, does he have the information for the rest of his team to know the grenade's coming out? Do they know the push is coming?
Even the push is actually going to happen down towards middle. MKZ under response gets completely clapped. Pietro will have to pull this one down. Good for one, not good for two. HTZ down in bomb site will have to cover every angle by himself. The rotation routes also has been cut off, as Doom about to sell a flank as well. Said will quickly clap him out. Down to 2v3 C4 to be planted, and Anubis keeping the hopes alive.
Yeah, 3P, they had a bit of an advantage going into it, but they just didn't have the information available that this was going to be a big A push for Anubis. So now Gainer is going on the hunt. He's going to try to push down the stairs on his own as LSY looks to take control of the control room. But he has a sniper and a dream. There's 15 seconds remaining. The grenades go out and LSY doesn't know there's someone behind him. He might just get clapped here, and he does. Doom takes him out as Gainer tries to do what he can. He gets one. Can he make it two? Set goes down, but Doom cleans it up. Anubis take another. And now it is looking like we have a match on our hands.
2's easier than 3. 2's easier than 4. 2's easier than 5. So Anubis now in a more comfortable spot, still staying on the last life. And 3P just mightily struggling to close out a map which began in their favor, in their huge favor actually, and just now being put into the spot of, will we have to go into overtime?
Yeah, 7-2, 7-2 if it does reach that point for the map, and we know it's Blacklist favored, but we didn't think it was quite that Blacklist favored between these two teams. And here we go, they're gonna have a little bit of a peek down the A road here. Is that going to be where they're pushing? Comics is looking at the machine room, just trying to get some information for the rest of his team, see if he can scout any movements. We do see Anubis fanning back out, just getting the spread. They're looking for information to see where the weakness in 3P's defense is.
Throughout the history of tournaments in CrossFire, we've seen knife kills happen here and there once in a while. Now, my question is, will we be able to see a shovel kill any moment soon?
I don't. There's a shovel in the match, but I don't think that's going to be anyone's preferred weapon of choice. As HCC is flashed out, but Gainer, he takes Jaguars. Comics gets MKZ. Sad, he takes out Gainer. HCC, he gets Comics, but Dipsy and Doom, they pick up 2 kills. And once again, Pietro is the last man standing. It's 1 against 3, and he might just get wrapped up, but he picks up a very important kill. 1v2 is definitely manageable, especially as they're trying to get that bomb down on the B site. Does Pietro know quite where Dipsy is? The angle of that grenade kind of did suggest a very closed angle down through those grates. As Pietro does take relative safety, he's going to wait to see if any of them try to hunt him down to see if they push, but he has all the work to do. As Sad is actually quite far away from his teammate, he's going to allow Dipsy to see what he can do. Dipsy behind the box, behind the crate, behind the girder. Can he get it done? Pietro trying to do everything he can and just could not get the connection, but Dipsy stands strong. And that's another going in the way of Anubis. And it is 1 round away from being a absolutely stunning comeback for Anubis.
Comeback could only exist as a comeback if the overtime is possible. Until then, Still sitting on last life is going to be Anubis. Sure, they were able to pick up 7 more rounds to match up to Anubis, but just gonna need to wait and see one more round, don't we?
Yeah, it'll be 6 in a row, I think, if Anubis win this. Both teams now have it all to play for. We have Anubis playing for that tiebreaker for the extra rounds. We have 3P looking to just close this one out and move us to the next map. That is going to be Eagle Eye, as Gainer getting those grenades onto the doors, just trying to cover any repositioning on the side of 3P. And we have a push coming now towards A as they sit on top of the steps.
Another big push brewing in the pot down towards A by Anubis, and just how smartly as Anubis was able to juggle around their angle of attacks here and there. So being least expected is going to be A, only HTZ is going to be holding it down in the deep part of the bomb site. Sure, Pietro could look down from the heaven, but Anubis is just too quick and too fast. HTZ whiffed the first shot. Could have been a crucial one. Here comes the actual push to the shove. The pistol work is good for Comics to take down HTZ, and look at Dipsy. What a quick double kill, looking for a third. Willing to swing out from heaven area as well. Down to 2v4. And Army looking at overtime here. Simon.
It definitely looks as though we are, as LSY is going to try to get it. He does get Dipsy, but does get taken down by Comics and MKZ now. He's got to do it all. He has an AK and a dream, and unfortunately, that dream meets its doom as we go to overtime.
We're tied 9-9 as we are just about getting ready to move into overtime as well. Definitely some frustration in the faces of 3P, whilst on the Anubis, as we were just able to see on the cams, feeling more relieved, I guess.
Yeah, and we have Dipsy like pumping everyone up, but Gainer still has that smile on his face. And yes, 7-2, 7-2 on that map for the Blacklist side. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
As all things should be, says Simon with bad posture. Or even then, is that also balanced?
My posture is perfect, sir. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, only we can see, because we are not on camera just yet, but looks like we are just about ready to move into the first half of the overtime. It's going to be 6 rounds in total. 3 rounds in the first half, 3 rounds in the second half. So just gotta wait and see how it turns out to be, but thus far, both teams seems to be on the same level. Nobody's necessarily falling behind or anything, so.
Yeah, we know HDZ has it in his pocket, right? We know that he can turn it on. How can 3P activate him in this? Because he's had a very, very quiet sub-base so far. How are they going to be able to get him into it, get him fragging like we know he should?
Put him at B. Why are you putting a sniper down in A by himself with no support?
Well,
is my response, but well, it's going to be 3P on Blacklist again to kick us off in the overtime. Now, I'd say in terms of speed, 3P was able to play faster than Anubis in most of the rounds, but that also comes to show that Anubis is better in terms of defense. Wasn't quite there in the first half, but let's see if being able to pick back up some pace on the Blacklist side will help them in any form or in any way coming into the overtime.
Yeah, Comics taking a very aggressive position as Dipsy walks right past the door and gets shot for his troubles. Pietro telling the rest of his team, maybe we should explore what's going on at B if we can see them coming up through these doors here, as Comics does take more damage through the wall. Bombs coming out. Flashes. Dipsy trying to do what he can, does get in position. Waits it out as we see. I think that's Gainer having a bit of a journey through the AC here. Dipsy is on guard duty for that vent. And I think he did catch sight. Comics just chilling on the stairs. He's going to get punished for that positioning. He does decide to back it out, and both teams now just feeling each other out, trying to get what information they can. And 3P looks like they have decided it is a B push. Now Anubis, they have 3 on defense. Will they be able to hold this long enough for the other 2 to wrap around? Grenades come in as we do have MKZ making a push, and everyone is go, go, go on B. Doom gets 1, Gainer gets 1, Jaguar, it's back and forth. We have playing ping pong right now, but Anubis, they managed to get things done as Gainer does pick up a triple kill as well, and it is 2 against 1. Gainer has to get these kills. The C4 is left all alone in no man's land. Will he be able to pick it up and get the plants off? No, he cannot, as Dipsy and Comics, their powers combined, do get another win for the side of Anubis.
I mean, for Gainer to win the round there, had to ace it out. Nothing else could have saved the round, and here comes yet another pretty fast push down towards middle. Comics being able to find some damage. Eventually, it's going to be HCZ with the opening frag. Like you said, Simon, gotta activate this guy. He's been pretty quiet, and he's been the power engine of the team, so to speak, to bring the whole team forward. Just wasn't quite there in the past couple of rounds, but here we go.
Doom goes down. Pietro does nail him through the wall, and it's a 5 against 3. Doom and Sad are already disabled for the rest of this round, and it looks as though that might be the go sign for the rest of 3P to make that push onto A. They're creeping through the corridor. Comics is the only man trying to hold the stairs, and he's going to get a face full of blacklist anytime soon, but he runs forward, he gets double, he makes it a triple, he makes it a quadruple, he makes it a clean sweep throughout the whole of 3P there.
Take them to Motown. It's completely mowed down 4 players with the rifle and the pistol. Good enough for the final kill for the ace as well. And eventually, that may just have driven out the final wind out from 3P. As this will make things even worse. What a shot. You saw that, just 4K spray down and the final kill with the pistol. Just cleaner and crispier than ever.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking bad for him. It was 1 against 4 or 5 on the stairs. He runs up and just absolutely eviscerates 3P. Absolutely insane. And here we go again. HTZ is already taken off the board as the rest of 3P, they're looking to hold a couple of positions, see what they can do, but the blacklist advantage that we know exists is non-existent right now, as Anubis have found that 3rd gear they've been looking for throughout the whole of the first and half of the second half.
Yeah, down a member is going to be 3P having to play a 4v5. Time has been burnt down to about a minute mark here, and I don't know, that last round just was too big of a round for 3P to handle. Another reckless push just completely halted down. All down to the hands of Gainer, finding a double kill, but once again has to ace this one out. And Dipsy eventually says no to that. Gonna be very lopsided first half for the overtime.
Yeah, very, very lopsided. Anubis there making that map look GR favored. Like, that was domination from the side of Anubis. 3P, they really need to try and get themselves back into that gear they had in the first half, because they've looked all at sorts. Their pushes don't seem to have the cohesion that Anubis have. Like, Anubis are going in this together. They're covering each other. Whereas 3P, they kind of look a little bit lost right now.
And now we took a bit of a turn here, and now that's going to be 3P against the wall. Between a rock and a hard place, just being dead stuck.
Yeah,
last life.
They couldn't make it work with the global risk before. Can they do it this time round?
Last life once again. Well, not again, as it's going to be
first
3P,
time.
yeah.
Yeah, for the first time, 3P are on death's door on sub base.
PingPongPals will now really have to pick up any rounds in the door, in the pockets. Otherwise, they will drop a map. They were winning 7-2 and was also a map point 9-3. And they just have to watch the map fade away in their fingers.
Yeah, I mean, they had advantage for so long, but Anubis had that spine to hold themselves in contention, and they are now at set point themselves, as it looks as though Anubis sniffing around that A door. Are they going to make a push, or are they just going to fan out, just trying to get that information that they so desperately need to break the defense of 3P?
Let's wait and see how Anubis wants to take this one into. The C4 is going to be down towards middle with some pop flashes and nades out towards B. It buys a bit of attention for the side of 3P, and there's the rotation coming in from LSY. Will that be a fake, or will that be a real push coming to shove?
I think it might just be a fake here. They are holding this very, very tightly. Will they rotate? Will the rest of Anubis join together? As we do see grenades, and there is that rotation back. It was a bit of a fake as they continue now to move over towards A. The C4 is picked up, and they are gunning for the A road and waits. Pietro actually just instantly gets eviscerated by Dipsy, and now it is all go for Anubis. They're trying to rush this down as they do have comics trying to get the wrap around. Doom gets HDZ, but LSY, he did get... Oh, Doom picks up a double kill. Gainer, he gets his own double kill, but he does go down to Jaguar and Sad. It is 1 against 2. MKZ has it all to do. He's got the knife. He's going to try to get the drop on Doom as the C4 is planted. 40 seconds remaining. Can MKZ do it? Doom walks out and just instantly pops MKZ. And just like that, Anubis, they take sub-base.
They steal sub-base, what do you mean? I mean, that was a solid first half by PingPongPals, and all of a sudden we switch sides. Anubis just wakes up and logs into the lobby and just completely dominates on the board. On screen, Anubis Gaming taking sub-base. I don't want to say it's back to their hands, it was never in there, but they were able to take it away in the hands of 3P and take it for themselves.
I mean, they won basically 10 rounds in a row to bring this back in their favor. And honestly, Anubis, once that ball got rolling, it just never seemed to stop. It just kept going and going and going. But Gainer had an absolutely fantastic first half and was really good in the second half, but unfortunately the team around him just couldn't quite seem to perform as well as we know they can. They seem to be a little bit lost at times, going down to like easy pickups. Jaguar there getting the drop, but yeah, they just couldn't seem to come together as a cohesive unit. 3P was doing what he could, but the rest of the team just didn't perform at the same level.
And now the frustration really kicks in for the side of 3P. Like, a map that was supposedly theirs, gone, taken, snatched away in their hands in a blink of an eye. So Anubis is definitely one of the teams that shouldn't be underestimated. Maybe that was the case here for 3P. Nonetheless, first map does go towards the hands of Anubis as we are just about watching these highlight reels as we wait for the second map of Eagle Eye to be kicked in any moment soon.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. PingPongPals, they started strong, but the wind kind of just left their sails and they were left stranded in the middle of the ocean. And Anubis just, I mean, what can we say that hasn't already been said about Anubis? That was absolutely insane.
Absolutely insane indeed. And the gunplays from some of these players just working wonders for their team. Just can't wait to see the 4K, 5K.
This one here, Comics, just runs it up. 1, 2, 3, make it 4. And then he turns around, I missed one. Gets the 5th. And you can see what it meant. My God, he just ran up, chainsawed everyone, and someone got past him and he was just like, wait,
that took away the soul.
What are you doing there?
That took away the spirit.
Yeah, I think that might be the straw that broke.
I think that was the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
But as a pro, let's just hope that this map doesn't necessarily come back to bite in the mentality. 13-9.
Dude, look at Gainer's.
Surprising. It's going to be Anubis taking it away. And like I said, yeah, look at that KD.
Gainer's KD 2.45, and he was on the losing side.
Yeah.
That's absolutely nuts.
And that just comes to show that it was a map deserved by 3P until the final 13 rounds there.
Yeah, absolutely.
We all thought, you and I, and the viewers out there, we all thought that this was going to be a map being picked up by PingPongPals more than likely. And we switched sides and Anubis completely just wakes up from the sleep and logs right back into the lobby and just plows in 10 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that CrossFire is a team game. It's not just one man performing miracles, which is what Gaimin was doing, because 2.45 is absolutely cracked at this level.
No, definitely not.
But the rest, like, Anubis just had solid game plans in that second half and just executed flawlessly. Once they started to get back into it, they never let it go. They continued to push. And now we get to wait to see if that push is going to go through on sub-base, and maybe we could get a 10-0.
Yeah, pretty not so clean first map as we are getting ready to go into the second map, which is Eagle Eye. And when we saw the map comparison, Simon, what do you say? Which side do you think is more favorite coming to Eagle Eye?
I couldn't tell you. I think this is one where I don't want to say it's a favorite side. I think this might just be Anubis' favorite. But it was...
The whole series.
The whole series. Was this Anubis' pick? I think it was, right?
I think it should be. But nonetheless, here we go. Eagle Eye, already a bunch of damage being put out, taking away some health from most of these players. And speaking of taking health away, Dipsy and HCZ exchanging bullets. Down to 4v4.
Instantly here, and Doom just gets the drop on Gainer. Gainer just was not looking, and we have a bit of a shindig going on down at the hotel as both teams now looking to see what they can do. Grenades flying everywhere. They're looking to try and get Sad on top of the little cable car thing there, peeking out, just seeing what they can do.
3P off to a rough start. Once again, dropping Gainer, dropping LSY. Down two players, and realistically on Eagle Eye, all you can do is push one bomb site as a 3-man. Doesn't have the room to invest in another player to flank down through middle, flank down towards A. So C4 picked up now. Bum rushing in is going to be the B bomb site being held down by Comics and Jaguar, seems to be. And Jaguar eventually takes one player out from the lobby, looking for a second. There we go. For the third, not going to happen as MPZ quickly swings in. Finds the drop from Jaguar, looking for the second. There it is, Pietro quick with the kill. And make that a 3K. All right, Pietro. Bouncing right back. First round being picked up by 3P.
Yeah, that was very well executed by 3P. The cable car push working wonders for them as Jaguar eats a grenade there right on the catwalk on that bridge. And yeah, it looks as though it might just be repeating itself as Gainer takes down Doom. Where is Gainer? He's in the middle, holding what they can. Comics is going to get a... might just push out here into his own Doom. But here we go. Comics holding the door, playing it dangerous. We can see that Gainer and Comics both just taunting each other around that spot as Sad does make his way over there as well to Pietro. As both teams just holding position right now, just footsying around. Seeing where we can get Pietro. Peaks just a little bit too long and does get taken out.
Down to 4v4. Oh, could have seen a huge flank coming in from Jaguar, but the positions of 3P will eventually stop him from doing so. The C4 still lingering in towards middle. 3P not entirely sure where they want to take this fight in towards. As a quick drop by HDZ, more active coming in this lobby than the last one by the good old reliable sniper of the squad.
Yeah, they're going to have a little bit of a push maybe towards Hotel, seeing if anyone's there, but there is absolutely no defense in that area. We just have Jaguar for Anubis sitting up by the cable cars, holding tight, holding position, but 3P, they have to start making a move relatively soon. They're going to have to make that decision. And LSY goes to pick up the C4. Is this the go sign? Comics does get flashed out here. I think it was... Did he flash himself?
Not too sure. But there's only 20 seconds on the clock, and 3P finally making a decision down towards B. Held down by Jaguar. Let's see if he is able to deliver once again. Not quite there this time. Gainer may have spotted Sat there. C4 will be planted.
There we go. So now Sat gets one. Can he make it two? No. Comics goes down. Gainer, he gets his kill. And now it's Gainer and Sat dancing around here. And Sat is the winner of that. And it's 1 against 1. Sat against HTZ, but HTZ just quick scope Sad. And that is another round going towards 3P.
2-0 as 3P is going to lead out. But even that last round has to come down to the wire, down to the hands of HTZ once again. So going to be a little bit of a tough rounds being played out here.
Yeah, Anubis instantly taking a lot of space, and 3P are pinned down in their own spawn here. Look how aggressive that is for Anubis. They just took 90% of the map almost instantly and just kind of forced 3P to sit in this position. They've got nowhere to expand into, and they're going to have to try to push against a very interesting Anubis defense here. Doom dancing around the tower, seeing what he can find. He's going to eventually run into Gainer. Who will get the best of that? We will soon see.
C4 being held by LSY. Pretty quiet coming into the second map. Looking to make a rotation, it seems to be. 3P still not giving away any hints of where they want to take this fight in towards. And Anubis as well has not just yet given up their pinpoints, and it's gonna work wonders. Sad and Comics quickly for 3 kills together. And HTZ and MKZ has it all to do in a 2v4. With the position being pinned down quickly, HTZ snipes down Doom. Does open up a bit more space, but not entirely sure where they want to take this one in towards. Jaguar knows where MKZ is, down very low. One bullet will do the work.
Yeah, the Anubis chokehold almost knocked themselves out there, as 3P did manage to make a bit of a comeback, but instantly they retake the momentum, and the bomb is now planted, but that just gives Jaguar the go sign. He's like, I know you're here, buddy. I know you're around. I'm going to come hunt you down. It's caught unaware, and that is that. And Anubis get their teeth into this one. As long as nobody messes up the defuse. There we go. It is 2-1.
Scary Anubis is when they start to put out some numbers on the board. And wasn't a clutch round. It was more of a classic 1v2. Can't do much after the bomb plant. So now Anubis is showing their strength in Eagle Eye. And if they are able to just continue with the progression, then we might be able to see Anubis dominating out in the whole series.
Yeah, they don't have a strong chokehold on that center like they did last time round, so they've allowed 3P to gain some footing as Doom does get one, but my goodness, HDZ and MKZ combine there, and it's now 4 against 2. Jaguar and Dipsy, they have it all to do. The bomb has already been planted. That is over on the A side of things. So now Dipsy getting those grades. Gator just walks around the corner and says, nope, I see your grenades and you see my bullets. But Jaguar might have something to say, but HTZ, another quick scope there, takes it down. And 3P, they take another one. It's 3-1.
And now I'm starting to believe this, Simon, that if Anubis is able to pick up 2 rounds here on the first half, nothing more than just one more round, then an easy comeback. The dream is there, and speaking of dream, Comics dreamt of MKZ walking right past his crosshair, and it eventually happened. Down goes MKZ, and 3P is going to have to start the round off with a man down. And in this Zenter's position.
Ooh, and 3P
Comics with a quick triple kill. And Dipsy is there to wrap it up. So there you go. Anubis putting up one more on the board.
Yeah, 3P just collapsed then. It was almost instant. And you know there was a second there where they were like, he's walked past me. Is this a possible knife kill? Do I get this on my highlight reel? But decided to shoot the Dipsy.
Only if Doom did it, that's going to count for me.
Well, here we go. 3P making an aggressive push here through the hotel. Jaguar is waiting in the wings. He gets a nice grenade there, does a decent amount of damage, and decides to try and do it all on his own. He's ducking down. No one from the side of 3P saw him until too late. But Jaguar goes down. But Dipsy does take Pietro, but Dipsy goes down as well. And it is a 1 for 2. So 3P do have a little bit of an advantage, but Doom still holds this bridge. Woo.
Speaking of holding the bridge, it's going to be Sad as well on top of Heaven as well. Quickly clapping Gainer out from the lobby. And now on a 3-on-3, Comics on the retake mission. The C4 is down by LSY, holding on to a decent angle. MKZ's going down, and LSY, he reveals his position. And smartly enough, Anubis is going to be able to fall back out after taking the life of MKZ. Down to 3v2, as now HDZ on the rotation, but at the cost of his teammate.
Yeah, this is not looking good for 3P. It's all kind of collapsing. They don't seem to be gelling as well as they did in the opening couple of exchanges in this one. As we have Comics here making a push. Comics gets one, but he gets taken down by HDZ. So HDZ, he's got 2 to kill. Does he have the C4? He does have the C4, and he's got plenty of time here. He could potentially make a push to A, but he's going to have to book it real soon if he's going to make it.
Not a lot of time there. 30 seconds, not quite going to work out as Doom quickly guns him down as we are now tied 3-on-3. With Anubis making a quick catch-up later, well, earlier than the last set on subbase. Didn't have to come down to the wire for them to tie it back up.
We do have Jaguar going very aggressive. I think he's underneath the bridge by Hotel. That's definitely a position here as MKZ is going to find out real soon what's going to happen. It's actually hiding behind the boxes, but he's under the bridge now, and he's gonna just make his way backwards over towards B. We do have 3P there taking the center, but Gainer does take down Comics. Comics unfortunately lost his life for the information that the center was being held, and is it worth it? Because everyone always tries to hold the center on this map.
Yeah, it was a bit of an aggressive misstep from Comics. Had a decent spray down, but couldn't quite connect to a kill, and even if you were able to find a kill there, losing your life as you're holding one of the choke points, it weakens the defense of the whole team. So wasn't quite necessary, but it was a good try.
LSY and Pietro there combining just to cover each other. LSY might just run into Sad. Sad misses the shot. Comics and Doom, they do take down LSY as Doom gets Pietro as well, as Sad is taken out with yet again by the sniper of HDZ, and it's 3 against 3. Make it 3 against 2 as Dipsy does get the better of Gainer here as HDZ. He gets 1. Can he make it 2 and 3? We're going to find out as we're on board. No, we switch over to Dipsy now. And it's 2 against 2. They're going to dance around this section. The C4 is picked up. And it looks as though they might just have a little bit of a think about A, at least. As B is being defended very heavily by Anubis. A is completely open if that is where 3P want to go. And it doesn't look like it is, as MKZ gets the drop there, but he gets taken out himself. He was caught unaware, he wasn't looking, as Dipsy, he gets the final kill on HDZ. And Anubis, they take the lead for the first time on Eagle Eye.
Well, it's going to be 4-3 on the scoreline here, and all of a sudden Anubis just being able to pick up the pace here, and now speaking of picking up the pace as well, 3P's going to take the very quick aggression down towards the A bomb site. Sad, caught off guard, PH quickly guns him down, and another straight out from LSI will take the life away from Doom. Down 3-on-3 as Gaimin is going to go down. And down tied back at 2-on-2. Make that 2v1 as HDZ finally starts shining his TRG. Repeat quickly ties it back to 4-4.
It really feels like the slow and methodical games really do benefit Anubis, whereas these maps where they just run out all guns blazing are seemingly helping 3P. When they're super aggressive, they seem to just dominate a map. And it looks as though we're getting super aggression now as Jagger is in no man's land. He does go down, as does Dipsy, but Comics is going to get revenge for his teammates as he picks up a double kill and instantly ties it back up to 3 against 3.
And finally, the roadblock has been set for 3P. Very fast-paced last round and was looking to bring yet another fast-paced round coming into this one. But looks like everything's going to quiet down for a bit now. It's going to be 3-on-3 now.
Yeah, it is. And we see them just holding that middle, trying to decide whether they're going to go A or B, not giving much information away to Anubis, who are desperately scouting to see if they can find any inclinations of a push. As Gainer is actually going to be the first one. You know, Pietro is the first through the door. He is the leader of this team, and he makes a push. He's going to run into Comics sooner or later, and he does get taken down by Comics as Comics picks up a double. Gainer does eventually get that kill, but it's a 1 versus 2 situation. He's got Doom and Sad to clear through. He's going to pick up the C4. He's going to make it over to B, but he has 1 minute remaining. He can take all the time in the world to plant this. Does get it down. Sad probably hurt the beeps. Sad, hides around the corner and gets the kill. And that should be an easy defuse as Anubis take the lead again.
5-4 as we see the switch of sides of these two teams. Anubis is going to be on the blacklist side of all things, and let's see if they're able to deliver some pain to the side of 3P with a round advantage here as well too.
See Anubis taking the center. Oh, Dipsy instantly deleted their control alt delete on Dipsy. LSY gets a nice kill here. As the rest of 3P, they're just looking to make things work as HDZ, he gets another. Can he make it a third? He's trying his hardest. Holding 1 man is that corner. As Comics looking to do what he can. He does get a bit of a tag on HDZ, but it wasn't enough. It is now a 2 versus 4 situation. Doom and Comics have a lot to do. Pietro looking to get a bit of a wrap as HDZ is the one from 3P who is out. Doom trying to do what he can. He does have a peek as LSY does take him down. And now Comics all alone, 1 against 4. Can he do it? He is being pressured. They know where he is and he is being hunted. But the hunter becomes the hunter. No, not quite, as it is finished by Gainer. But that was a valiant effort by Comics to try and keep Anubis in that one.
3 kills almost there for the player, but Gainer was too strong of a player and too high of a wall to climb. Eventually, we're tied back once again, 5-on-5. Look at that replay too. Clean, crisp clicks for 3 players to be delivered. Not quite there for the final 4th kill. As though coming into round number 10, hot shots being thrown out. The C4 not being picked up yet as well, I believe.
Yeah, just leaving it in the back while they're deciding where to go. But Comics is having a great map so far, 16 and 8. As Dipsy's just holding this corner, does walk into MKZ and gets the better of him. So now it is 5 against 4. HDZ is very low too, as Dipsy looks to do it with the pistol. He's just going to push up and find absolutely no one in that hotel.
And here, what the thing about Anubis is that they are a strong team that can play with the clock very smartly, and is going to be burning the clock down to about the minute mark here. Has 2 players on the flank, has 3 players walking down towards the B long area, and the rest of 3P, they're just thinking about poking prodding out towards A long, but that may just open up enough room, enough gate for Anubis to pry it open, as it's only being held down by LSY. Kaner crossing paths with Doom, but Doom finds the better of him. Make that a double kill. What? 10 HP?
Yeah, Doom is unreal right now, but LSY completely missed the bomb plan. As he went to check a window, that is when the push came in from Anubis. As LSY does get down sad, he's going to try to do what he can. HDZ is wrapping around to help his brother out. The bomb is down, 20 seconds remaining. LSY and HDZ, they're going to combine, but no, Comics takes down HDZ and LSY goes bye-bye. And it is another round for the side of Anubis.
6-5. Anubis just willing to close the series up before going into Black Widow. Definitely one of the maps that they don't want to play against 3P. So better for them to close it out here. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough fight to be fought with tooth and nails.
Yep. We're going to see if LSY can maybe get a pick here. He is in a relative position to see either Dipsy, Jaguar, or Sad. The line of sight is there. And Doom just having a bit of a peek around the corner. Comics as well, just holding the center. We see a very slow, methodical push here coming from Anubis. As LSY might actually just peek himself into trouble here. Whoa, caught in the leg. LSY is down very low. The grenade comes in, but Dipsy follows that up with a pistol kill. And LSY is off the board. It is 5 against 4. And we see Anubis taking more and more of this map. They're just pushing into space.
Yeah, I mean, even the last round, by burning the clock down, while having a man advantage, they were able to bait out a rotation from B on the side of 3P, and they were able to get a free bomb site, although it was doomed to be finding that double kill in towards middle to help things out. But even then, even this round, without Doom doing the same thing that happened last round, they are finding the ground. They're gaining the ground. They're finding the room to walk in towards B, and here it is. Their smokes are being put out. Does find a room for Jagger to walk in, go for the pot shots, and Doom once again provides for his team.
Does, but Pietro does get Dipsy out. Pietro is low, but he did make it a double kill before getting that way. As MKZ, he picks up Doom, and MKZ goes down. It is 2 against 2. HDZ is out. Pietro, last man standing for 3P. The bomb is down over on B. Pietro has to make it a long way around with nothing but 8 HP to try and clear this A bomb site. He pushes around, but Comics was looking straight at him, and Anubis take another one here. It is 7-5.
Like Drake once said, keep it 8 more than 92. Here comes the tech pause, though. As
timeout.
We do see a very strong frustration in the faces of 3P.
Yeah, it's just not going their way, it feels like.
Not at all.
And yeah, Anubis, they're playing their game right now. Anubis are playing this slow, methodical style that just seems to
it's like
dominate.
You're being dragged into a swamp, right? If you're playing against Anubis, it only feels that way because Anubis, they do have their own style, but what they're best at is adapting their playstyle to their opponents in 3P. Sure, the first map, first game of the day, Anubis doesn't necessarily know how you play, but once you're dialed in, once Anubis is dialed in, then the real show starts. Is the sense I'm getting here, Simon?
Yeah, Anubis is just controlling the tempo, I think would be the best way to describe it. Like when 3P come all guns blazing and they're playing that high tempo play, they do quite often overwhelm Anubis, and we saw that very early on in this. We saw it kind of early on in Subbase. But when Anubis get their feet dug into the ground, and you're right, like they force basically 3P to play in that swamp. They force them to move slower. They force the game to be played at a much lower tempo than probably they want. That is where Anubis is just dominating 3P. So 3P, they have to find a way to make Anubis play at their tempo, not the other way around.
But then again, it almost feels in a way that Anubis has completely put 3P under, you know, and everything's been, it is being anticipated by Anubis, whatever 3P is doing. So hopefully this tac pause will help 3P to climb out from the swamp, not being washed every single time once again.
And just a reminder, like in the regular season, 3P, they destroyed Anubis. It was like they played each other twice and it was 2-1, 2-1, 2-3P. So Anubis, they've learned from that. They decided that today is the day that they're gonna get the victory against 3P. As MKZ, he takes out Dipsy, but Doom gets Gainer. It's 1-for-1, tit for tat. And Doom, now it looks as though they might be going A. That's a very heavy commitment on A side right now. And is this being scouted? We do see a bit of a rotation around the back for 3P as Pietro goes down to Comics. But HDZ under, over. He gets another. Can he make it a third set? Does get LSY, but no, he doesn't get HDZ. 4-0 after the tac pause, 4 kills. What a map for him.
What a map indeed, and getting close back to a tie once again. 6 is going to be scoreline. Anubis, after a failed push out towards Hotel, looking to give it a go one more time. But MKZ is on the watch. Position reveal, but here comes yet another swing. Jaguar with the spray down, not quite there to connect it out. The pistol out in his hands. Does a bit of damage, but allows MKZ enough room to fall back.
Yeah, I think Jaguar thought he got more tags than he did, because he was quite aggressive with the pistol coming around that corner, and that could have gone horribly wrong for him. MKZ now just chilling behind the reception desk. He's still at about 50% hit points. Like, he's perfectly fine.
Perfectly fine indeed, and Anubis opting out for a more slower tempo coming at this round. Not entirely sure where they want to aggress in towards. Could be B, but look at the stack coming out from 3B. 4 players strong, make that 3 now as Jaguar and Stat finding a piece each, and Dipsy as well, so they're just gonna brute force it down on the bomb site. As Dipsy quick scopes LSY as well, all down to the hands of HDZ, which I think his position also has been spotted, as he took a bit of damage. Process of rotating in.
Yep, got sniped in the ankle, and Dipsy was there to clean it up. Anubis playing the style where they just suffocate their opponents and just cause, like, they seem to attack at the perfect timing every time. It's like they know 3P, oh, they're rotating this time around. It's time for us to go. They're not looking. They've unscoped for half a second. It's time for us to push. And it is insane game awareness on the side of Anubis that they can keep doing those things. It's all gone quiet. Grenades starting to come out. Both teams now just positioning, playing a bit of footsie. Letting each other know where they are, trying to get through the smoke. There is Gainer. Doesn't connect with anyone, but Jaguar, he takes HDZ. Comics makes it a double against Gainer. Pietro gets one, but then does get taken down as well. And it is a 4v2, and it looks as though this is also going Anubis' way as they take command of that A bomb site.
8-7, soon to be 8-8. As right now, the retake is going to be, it seems a little bit tough for 3P, 2v4, although a couple players on Anubis is barely breathing. It's going to be MKZ on the front charge. Gets completely clapped in LSY, trying to scrap up what he can. Finds one. Looking for a second. Not quite going to happen as Doom smartly hides himself behind the pillars. That's going to be down to the hands of Jaguar to wrap it up. And down goes LSY. Yet another round to the side of Anubis.
Yeah, they set up an amazing kill zone there. I don't know if you saw the triangle of death that they created to protect that bomb, and it was just too much. There's no way you're going to break through that. 90% of the time,
100% of the time.
100% of the time. I mean, there is a chance that a miracle can happen, like a meteor falls from the sky, as we have a bit of an engagement here around the hotel, and we have a very, very quick push on the side of Anubis, and they're kind of getting punished for it. DeZelusY and Pietro, they're good on the defense. Pietro makes it a double. Doom goes down. Pietro makes it a triple. Super aggressive push on the side of Anubis, playing into 3P's hands. That's the tempo they like to see. And they do get another victory here.
9-7 seems to be the score here for Eagle Eye. Anubis about to close this one out, but 3P, they are dreaming to make a comeback and go into the overtime of their own. But I don't know, mate. It just feels to me that Anubis, like you said many a times, they are deciding the tempo of the game. They are deciding the content of the game even. So for 3P, they're just mightily struggling to hold onto the bomb sites at all, if not then ever.
We'll see here. First engagement goes Comics' way as he takes Gainer out of play. And a bit of a weird situation going on here for 3P. They just look a bit all at sorts as Jaguar trying to do what he can with his pistol, but that's why he's got that angle covered on the stairs. But he's going to back out slowly towards that B site and let MKZ push underneath. Are they going to combine their powers? MKZ is actually on top of that bridge. And here we go. They are going to relocate themselves onto the B site and just allow Anubis to take as much space as they need in that hotel area.
And whilst all that, the timer is being ticked down to the minute mark here as Anubis, they're brewing a B push 100%. 90% of the time, 100% of the time. Once again, coming in towards B, it seems to be being held down by MKZ at the end of the smoke here, which soon will dissipate. Here comes the pop flash, up and over. MKZ good for one, but not quite there to find the second kill. It's going to be almost my Rider to find a quick double kill. Look for a pistol kill, and he does find 4 quick shots. And Dipsy in a 1v2 now. HDZ will go down. And a 1v1 with Pietro, 20 seconds on the clock. The C4 has to be picked up, has to be planted. Doesn't know where Pietro is coming in from. And Pietro is spotted out, but eventually he's going to be able to find the shots accurately. Dipsy will go down.
Yeah, and we do get another timeout called by Anubis as things started to slip from their fingers there. And they're going to call that right before it matters. Wow. That was... We were saying that 3P, they looked kind of out of sorts, and then all of a sudden they just pull it out of the bag and bring the game to Anubis, and here we go. We're almost tied up again here on Eagle Eye. This has been insane between these two teams.
What do you think is going to happen on the very last round? Like, what do you think Anubis is opting out to play for?
If I was Anubis, I would be looking to do that slow strangle of the map that they've done to good success for most of this. And whenever they try to go toe-to-toe on tempo with 3P generally seem to get out on top. So I think a slow, maybe even a B push, because like A seems to be the one place they want to go, right? A is always the location. It's one of the better ways to push. You push through hotel, you can push under the bridge. It has a lot of different open avenues to attack and wrap around. But if you swing everything on B, how would that play out for you if you're Anubis?
I mean, this time around, I mean, sure, Anubis for them, well, not every, but most of their fast-paced plays has been completely put to a halt. But maybe 3P would least expect on one of the very last rounds another fast push coming to the work. Is that gonna happen?
We will see 3P on the screen now. They're locking in. They're getting ready. They have to do it one more time to take us to those extra rounds. Or will Anubis, who are on your screen now, manage to close this out and bring the victory home for themselves? We will be finding out very, very shortly As here we go. We have Anubis on the blacklist side. We have 3P on the global risk side. And it seems to be a very standard state of affairs as Anubis just spread out, looking down those alleyways, getting those lines of sight set up to try and punish any misstep by 3P, who were set up in a very normal defensive position, one in hotel, one at B, a couple hanging around the back, and one at A.
And looks like Anubis is going to go for the slow-paced play, like you said, Simon, as they are going to be creeping out down towards middle connector. Mostly, it was Doom holding it down in global risk, but this time on 3P, nobody is necessarily putting a pretty strong guard on that specific angle. Some overnays to distract the players on 3P as well. The pop flash is going to hold catered in no man's land, and what a swing by Comics. And Doom comes up on the board pretty hot as well. Comics make that a triple kill for the Sky, and all of a sudden 3P mightily struggling to go into map 3.
Yeah, bomb is planted. LSY catches the, let's just say the hit there with that shot on Doom. As LSY is flashed out, slowly coming to Jaguar and Comics. They've set up that nice little kill zone. Again here, they have that triangle of death. MKC swings out and does get taken out here. And it looks like it's going to be Anubis who will take this one after seemingly looking out of it on sub-base. Anubis make their statement. And you can see what it means to them as 3P, they do go down.
Definitely a tough fight, but at the end of the day, that's going to be Anubis to climb out in the bloodbath. And a rather clean 2-0. Subbase and Eagle Eye both taken into their hands, and look, you can tell that these players are very relieved.
Yeah, and you can see on the side of 3P that they feel like they had this in their hands and then just let it slip away, especially after that dominating first half performance on sub-base. I mean, Anubis, they took that time out, and since that first time out, they just looked absolutely unstoppable.
Unstoppable is probably the right word to be said there, but look at these highlights. Clean clicks after clicks. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Anubis to survive in the series.
Yeah, they're going to take a nice little lead for themselves at the top of Group A until we get to match 2, and obviously someone will join them up there. But our next match will be in Group B. It's going to be REH against TBI, so will we see something similar here? Will we see the same maps? We'll find out once that starts. I'm just going to say, like, it was just clean from Anubis time after time. Even when 3P, they looked as though they were coming back into it. Anubis just dug down a little bit deeper, got themselves planted. I mean, Comics here, 1, 2, 3. That was 3 clicks. Almost got it done. That was 3 bullets, 3 headshots, 3 kills, and almost made it a 4th.
Almost made it to the 4th, indeed. And I don't know, like, HDZ finally came alive. Eagle Eye, of course, will be more sniper-heavy maps, so he definitely has to come out alive. But it may have happened a map too late.
Yeah, or maybe just, yeah. I don't know, because they were going toe-to-toe for a while, right? They were back and forth, back and forth. I mean, the first half finished 5-4. Couldn't have been closer if it tried, right? They were very, very close to each other throughout the whole thing, but Anubis just got things going in their way, and they ended up winning it.
They ended up winning it. Like you said, indeed, sub-base closed out in the favor of Anubis, even though 3P was able to come out pretty hot in the first half. Quick catch-up by Anubis, going into overtime, and then just closing out 10 rounds in a row. So one of the clean maps well, not so clean early on, but very clean towards the late game, indeed. And the second map of Eagle Eye as well. It was more of tit for tat, you know, going back and forth rounds after rounds, but eventually Anubis just came to show that they are a better team, at least in the group stages thus far.
Yeah, I mean, this year that makes it 2-1 for 3P. I mean, they've got to be happy about it.
definitely. And here is the summary for Eagle Eye. Look at the KD.
Yeah, I mean, Gainer dropping from a 2.47 to a 0.47, basically a 2-kill loss per round. That's insane. But the rest of his team, they just couldn't get it done. But you see, Anubis, consistency matters, and Comics at 2.23 definitely was Mr. Consistent on Eagle Eye.
On Eagle Eye, indeed. Just can't wait to see who is going to be the MVP for Anubis, though. As 13-9 on Subbase, 10-8 on Eagle Eye will be the results for you guys for Anubis versus PingPongPals.
Yeah, we don't get to see Black Widow between the two teams, which I think would have been electric. I was kind of rooting for 3P there to take that one, but nope. Anubis had better ideas. And yeah, again, they just played to their tempo and just caused PingPongPals problems left, right, and center. Okay, and hopefully we'll be getting the MVP sooner rather than later. I do wonder who it's going to be. It's probably going to be Comics, right? Comics was
most likely
absolutely nuts there. There we go. Overall 1.59 KD. The guy was just, I mean, his headshots to kills was 0.632. I mean, that is pretty impressive for, I think he's the youngest player on the team, right? Just double checking my stats.
Well.
Yeah, he's 10 years younger than Jaguar.
But yeah, Comics was reliable on the sniper, reliable on the rifle, reliable on the pistol as well. So this guy has been lifting the heavyweight for the early rounds of Anubis just not being able to put out the numbers this guy did it.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of cemented it, right? That massive ace where he just runs up the stairs on Subbase and completely obliterated them, but then just continued to do it time and time again. And he's 18 years old. That's insane performance at this level.
I mean, for a scene like CrossFire, definitely good to see one of the younger players come out in hot and, you know, start fragging out against one of the top players. But looks like we're just about ready to interview Comics, I believe, the MVP of this matchup.
Hey, what a performance. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling happy for the comeback and for the win and everything.
Yeah, on the first map, Subbase, you guys had a little bit of a, you know, slow start, but eventually you guys made a huge comeback and was able to close out Eagle Eye as well after, you know, 18 rounds. So how do you feel about taking down one of the top teams in your region, 3P, in a situation where you are stuck 7 rounds deficit on the first map?
As you said, we started bad in first map, but we managed to come back and win. And in the second map, we just played simple and we won.
Yeah. And I've got to ask you, what was going through your head when you got that ace on Subbase? Because you just run up the stairs, clicked down, and just cleared out 4 instantly. Like, what was going through your mind? Were you expecting something like that?
I was surprised. I thought that I will kill 1 or 2. I didn't think that I will kill all 5.
But 5 was the number at the end of the day. But yeah, now that you guys have finished the first matchup today, I think tomorrow you guys will be facing off against Entropy Gaming. Any expectations for that matchup as well?
I think it will be 2-0 for us.
All right, fair enough. But yeah, he's the man, indeed. But yeah, Comics, thanks for the interview and definitely congratulations on your win here against 3P.
Thanks.
Best of luck tomorrow. Yeah, what amazing performance, Comics. Thank you for joining us on the interview, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. I'm sure you don't need it because, honestly, today you've definitely shined brightest.
Thank you.
That should be it, yeah. Bold statement by the young gun of the squad, expecting a 2-0 tomorrow against Entropy as well, so...
Yeah, I mean, nobody expects the clean ace, especially in that way, but I mean...
Not at all.
What a player. He absolutely deserves it in that. Like, MVP material for sure. Can he do it again tomorrow?
That's
Certainly
only going to
hope
come
so.
tomorrow.
Yeah, you've got to
But-
make sure.
Yeah, looks like we are just about ready to go into a quick break. It's going to be a 10-minute break. We do have 3 more games coming up, so don't go anywhere and stay right here for us. Welcome back to CFS 2025 Regional Finals, Eumena Division. We are back from a short break. We just had a flyby against Anubis versus 3P. In the process, it was a 2-0, 13-9, and eventually 10-8 on the second map of Eagle Eye. And we are just waiting to get into the second match of the day. That's going to be REH Gaming versus TBI eSports.
Yeah, we had a quick 2-0 basically last time round. Sure, sub-base went 21 rounds, 22 rounds, but it was really, really quick. And now it's time to see what REH and TBI have for us.
And looks like we do have a short clip from the players from REH, and let's see what they have planned to say to us.
So, we are REH Gaming. I'm the team captain of REH Gaming, Rolly. And our journey is that we became open second place after having a decent season. We did watch some VODs of the enemies, and we did prepare with some new strategies and some prep against other good teams. Hardest challenge we had was to have motivation after losing the open playoffs, and we did overcome it with just looking forward and seeing what, like, realizing what kind of chance we have with the CFS qualifiers. Myself. Evolution power. I wanna show them how to win without random flashes. We are a well-prepared team. We are mechanically the strongest team in this region.
Mechanically the strongest team in this region is going to be a statement being put out by REH Gaming, but let's see if they're able to prove their point going against TBI, one of the top teams as well. Really, there, Muffin, Bone, Laz, Berserk is going to be their roster.
Yeah, I mean, saying you're the most mechanically sound team of the MENA region is big game being talked.
Against teams like Anubis,
I know, right?
Especially.
He also said, like, hey, I took big smack and then disappear in the match. So, I mean, let's see how that plays out for them. But they're looking confident. They're looking happy. This is their time to shine and take a look at the stats here. Everyone doing relatively all right. They're a pretty strong team.
Definitely a strong team. Muffin as well will be the player to put out the most number out on the board. It's going to be 1.25 on the KD. As REH Gaming, they seem pretty ready. But let's go take a look at what TBI has to say for this matchup.
My name is Yusuf, I'm 19 years old, also known as Han. I'm playing for TBI eSports. I guess our journey through regional qualifiers wasn't challenging at all. For me, I prepare mentally and then individual, playing free-for-all, warming up my aim, and then with the coach watching replays and fixing mistakes. We didn't face any kind of challenges. The preparation between regional qualifiers and regional finals are a bit different because the regional finals, the teams are much better, so we have to focus. There is no one specific in my mind, but the one I remember is Rolly from REH Gaming. In the qualifiers, after winning a match in qualifiers in the interview, he said he's gonna win us 2-0 because we are the underdog and he's the favorite team, but I guess this didn't happen and we won 2-0. The team I would like to face in CFS 2025 would be Falcons from Vietnam, because I wanna take revenge because I always lose to these guys. I guess the word of determination would be stamina, because we weren't doing well in the last 2 seasons in the league, but I guess we can do it and fly to CFS.
And there you have it, TBI eSports, and Yeah, yet another set of bold statements being put out by this team as well, but, you know, they were able to at least prove some points against Rolly.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the call-out for Rolly saying, like, I talk big smack and, you know, usually I'm the first to disappear, and then being called out immediately in the next interview is just pure cinema. But I think we're about to see, we see TBI, 4 members all chilling together, and then a veteran of the MENA scene, FaZe, chilling out with every single basically CFS badge ever, I think, hanging in the background. This guy has been around the scene, and he provides basically the stability for this team because he is the most veteran player. He's been around the block. He knows what it's like. And you can see that this team are just consistent. Their KDs are all hovering around that magic 1.0 number, and that just shows that everyone basically covers each other.
Also, one of the very strong rosters in the region. Hunt, Booker, Oven, Noxon, and FaZe, of course. Nobody else but him. I just love that camera angle. I
know, right? We get to see, like, what the mouse sees when it looks up at you at night. But FaZe, again, FaZe has been around for a very, very long time. We have a list here of past achievements, and his basically goes off the page and has caused everything else to be a tiny, tiny text.
Tiny, tiny text. Muffin and FaZe, the 2 key players of the squads here. Of course, Muffin seems to be putting out the better number here, but FaZe, he's been around the scene a very long time, and we've seen what he's capable of, so... And he nods, he's agreeing to my point.
Yeah, I mean, he spent a very long time on GV eSports and now finds himself on TBI. And you can look at how these maps play for each team. Ankara, actually, to be fair, TBI's results on each of these maps is relatively average, let's say. Whereas REH, they do have a couple of strong maps, as we see Subbase and Black Widow banned out first. And we go to Mexico first.
There we go.
New Mexico, Eagle Eye 2.0. Then it's Port and Compound banned. And to finish us off, it will be Ankara. So Mexico, Eagle Eye, and then Ankara.
So for the first time, at least for me and you, we get to see New Mexico come into play finally, and really expecting to see some very interesting maneuvers being delivered by these 2 teams, because in the old Mexico, like, the only attacking angle you can take is you know, go up towards catwalk, down towards A, and just try bum rushing it down towards middle, or you just take it down towards water and pray that nobody sees you. But with the new addition of New Mexico, we do have another attacking angle down towards B. There's another wraparound route on towards the bomb site. So it does spice things up a little bit more. So can't wait to see how that unfolds. And looks like we are just about ready to hop into the first map for this matchup. It's going to be REH Gaming versus TBI eSports. We are in the midst of the first day. This is going to be second best out of 3 out of 4. Coming up.
Absolutely. And one of the other things about Mexico is there's so much more cover now. Like, they've improved a lot of the cover. Grenading angles slightly better since they've removed, you know, the lattice that was on the top. And they've opened things up ever so slightly. So we're going to get to see how these 2 teams fare on a map that traditionally was always banned or left until the end, as we are all go, go, go. And we see a massive rush here from REH Gaming, as it's 1-for-1 to start with tit for tat. Still tit for tat. Both teams losing 2 players. It's 3 against 3. Make it 3 against 2 as Noxon does go down to bone. As Rolly, he gets a good kill on Hunt. And now FaZe has it all to do. The veteran of the team is all alone. And he has all the work cut out for him. He was ready for a slow affair, but he gets one. That's Bone, just showing himself a little bit too long. Rolly is going on the hunt. FaZe taking every angle. He's going to get a drop on Muffin. He gets another one. It's 1 against 1. It's Rolly against FaZe. And both of them are very, very healthy. They're dancing around. As FaZe, is he going to look the right way? He comes down the stairs and he's not looking. Rolly gets the kill. And that was an incredibly quick game.
And the BM at the end. Rolly trying to prove his point, but we are just about done with the very first round. Still have to see a couple more rounds to see if he actually can prove his point. So 1-0, Ray's gonna start leading out, but this map is definitely global risk-sided than any other maps out there in the esports scene for CrossFire.
Yeah, as we see Bone taking quite a bit of damage there unnecessarily. He kind of poked out just a little bit too much, and we see a very tight hold by TBI. They're covering most of the tracks, and there's Bone instantly headshot there, and that is bad news for REH.
Here comes the Nate lineup up and over, coming in the push. Ray's actually going to decide to fall back out from that one after Nate stacking up and over. Wasn't able to finalize any value as well. Rolly, though, quick with the headshot, will find the refrag on towards Noxon, so water is somewhat opened up. FaZe is going to keep his eye onto it, but until then, TBI will have to leave B open for now.
Yeah, REH kind of faking the push over onto A, moving over to B, getting a kill, and then looking to do a counter fake to push back on A, and it hasn't worked because you see TBI, they're holding A tightly. They didn't take the bait. They didn't move over to B, and Booker, that's the first kill he needs. Will he be able to get a second? Berserk is looking to push up into him. Booker almost got caught there. Up the boxes we go, over the bridge as Hunt getting shot at through the boxes, but nothing doing, no connections there as Muffin takes a sniper position. And Avin trying to do what he can from down low. Missed his shots, I think, or just didn't quite finish it off as Berserk pushes around the corner and he gets Avin down. Booker, not the last man standing, it's 3v3 as Booker gets a double kill, one with a grenade, then follows it up with the shot. And just like that, it looks as though it's going TBI's way. It is 2 against 1. Rolly has it all to do. He's going to turn around on FaZe, and FaZe gets revenge for the last time. An instant revenge on the BM there for FaZe.
Oh, the karma strikes right back at it, doesn't it, Simon?
It really does.
Rolly's tried to prove his point, but not anymore. Bone with a quick collateral. It seems to be Noxon and Avin both kicking off the lobby here. And all of a sudden, TBI in stuck between a rock and a hard place, down 3 players. That's going to be Booker with 1 frag and 1 only before going down to the hands of Laz. FaZe versus the world once again. Last time was a little bit better. It was a 1v3. He wasn't able to find 2 kills, but this time he's going to find 3 more to make it down to a 1v1. So let's see how this one rolls out to be. Rolly waiting. And the BM strikes once again. So these guys are... Oh, the knife is... Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Rolly. You should... I'm calling this right now, Simon. You shouldn't have taken the knife out.
I mean, these are the 2 veterans of the team, right? These are the 2 oldest players, and you can see the fun they're having. The oldies. They're still younger than us, but, you know, they're still veterans of the scene.
Let's see who gets mad first. Going tit for tat, right?
Oh,
it was all just a joke, you know. Nonetheless,
everyone's having fun until you go down 3 or 4 rounds, and then it's serious time.
Absolutely, but yeah, shots being exchanged, and TBI utilizing their smokes, holding REH Gaming at bay for now.
Yeah, I mean, they knew a push over onto A was probably likely, and you see every time they're just holding this as tightly as possible. They don't want to go down as Bone does get FaZe off the board. So now it's a 4 versus 5, and we're going to have a big push come through. Noxon does catch Rolly unaware. Booker waiting through the smoke. He gets 1. Can't get 2, but Muffin gets it with the sniper. But Noxon gets 1 in return. And it's 2 against 2. Noxon is very low. Berserk and Bone, they have a lot to play with. They still have basically all their utility as well. They have smokes, flashes, and Bone does have his frag.
Noxon booking it in towards the bomb site. Couple seconds too late, he might have went down, but wasn't the case this time. And that may have just bought enough room for TBI to make a rotation if it is needed. Bone and Berserk trying to deliver the C4 in towards middle, deep down in towards B it seems to be. But Avin is also waiting on the watch, I believe. Have to wait and see how this one goes, as Berserk is still checking his corners, checking all the angles before posting out for the plant. And here we go with the post plant.
Yeah, and B-side is a very hard nut to crack because there just is a lot of boxes down there as Noxin is going to get spotted out here by Berserk, and that is where the utility is coming into play here. Noxin walks around the corner and is instantly taken out. And Avin now has a lot to do. He's all on his own. Got to break this site. Gets one. Can he get second? Bone is right there.
Bone has to play time. There's only 10 seconds on the clock. Avin, he has to tap the C4, bait a peek. The peek is good. There's enough time for him to go for the defuse. And TBI is going to be able to tie. Oh, no.
It was
the caster curse.
Just
the
out of
caster
range.
curse. Once again, I kind of feel bad now.
Just out of time. It was close. As soon as you said it, I was like, I don't know. I'm not sure.
It was a little bit iffy, right?
Yeah, it was right on the edge. We do get a drop here. I think Rolly gets the drop on Hunt, but I think the smoke and everything else just obscured vision. As you see underneath, Rolly does get taken out by Avin. Bone did get Hunt though with that snipe. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, 4 against 4. And again, it looks as though we're going to get a strong push into A. We have Noxin underneath in the water. He's going to make his way out and just try to hold any central location as Booker is going to get dropped upon here. Muffin almost had the site, but there he is. Booker just comes back. He knew something was there. He can feel it in the water. Phase through the smoke. Excellent shot there. Getting another kill as we do see Booker cleaning up Bone. And it's Laz against everyone else. And Laz gets taken down with the jump shot. And that is TBI taking a second round here. It is 3-2.
Let's see where Ray wants to take this round in towards. As TBI, after a solid defense, of course, a lot of credit should be given towards Booker. As this time TBI trying to clear out water once again with the pop flash. They think they most likely have gained control of that specific area. As rest of Ray, they're playing a little bit laid back in a sense. They're playing in the more passive positions. As the C4 as well is dropped just outside the catwalk area, the entrance. So let's see where Ray really wants to head in towards.
There was a part of me that was thinking that TBI were going to basically bum rush underwater way and try to get the wrap around the back, but they decided to think better of it. I think it would be a bit too risky at this point to try something like that, but we do see once again, we do have Ray sitting in that little alleyway towards B, basically where they're living for most of this match. And Booker does get the drop. He gets one, but doesn't get two. Noxin takes one, and it's tit for tat, team for team, as it's 3 against 2, as Hunt makes it a double kill. He breaks the trade, and now it is 3 against 1. Rolly, last man standing, has it all to do. His pistol's out, switches to the sniper as he climbs up the stairs. Is he going to get Noxin? Noxin peeks, and nope, Rolly gets taken out, and that is another win here for TBI, and it is 3 apiece.
Tied back at 3-on-3. And coming into round number 7, another fast push from TBI to gain control of middle, but the smoke is going to hold it down. The counter push is not quite there just yet. Bone, though, is just being able to find better of FaZe time after time, round after round, and FaZe goes down once again. And look at the angle Noxin is taking. Quick headshot and smartly repositions. Eventually goes down as he re-peaks. Maybe was a little too stretched for his side of all things. And now Booker tries to go out aggressive as well, and this might catch Ray off guard unless they are waiting with open arms on the other side of the corner.
Booker just peeking out. Berserk's wise to it, and it looks as though we're going to get the rotation over to the completely undefended B side here. It looks as though TBI bought the bait, and they have stacked everyone over on A. forcing REH into B, but Avin might just catch wind of this. He's in the area. Is he going to be able to hear the footsteps? Hunt as well is right on top of them, and I think they felt it coming. They knew B was undefended just a little bit too long, but look at this. I think REH is just going to go right up the middle and go towards A. A complete fake here. TBI bought it hook, line, and sinker, and so did we as the bomb goes down in A, and now Booker and Avin make it. Booker alone has it all to do. He gets one. Can he make it two? He does make it two. That's bone down. Booker has a lot to play with. Grenade comes in. Misses.
Window is definitely one of the tougher angles to go on a retake, but looks like Booker is going to continue on walking in towards the steps here. Goes peeking. Rolly goes down in a 1v1. Berserk is going to be able to finalize the kill, and Ray secures yet another round. 4 on 3 on the scoreline here.
Yeah,
and to me, it just, yeah, go on.
I was going to say, just didn't quite catch that angle right as he looked through the boxes and nothing was there, thinking he was safe, and just got caught with his pants down.
And this time, FaZe is going to be taking on a more passive angle, you know, just accepting the fact that Bone is just finding the better of him time after time. And maybe the passive angle eventually pay off dividends as Bone goes down. Muffin as well with a quick spray down, taking down Laz and Muffin. So down to the hands of Rolly and Berserk in a 2v5. We might be able to see yet another tie come through unless Rolly here is cooking something up in his pockets for a quick triple quadra kill and see where that takes them in towards.
Yeah, they're just waiting now, Rolly. Trying to get back up to Berserk just to provide a bit of team support, but Noxin takes him out, gets a double kill, takes out Rolly as well as TBI pull another one back, and it is 4-4.
Tit for tat once again.
And that's basically the story so far, right? It's tit for tat. It's one kill for one side, one kill for another. It's one round for one round for another. There is nothing between these two teams so far on this map as Booker gets a big kill there. He sees this coming, but his team are just a bit too slow to respond. REH managed to break through that defensive positioning and are trying to quickly wrap around to B. They're going to run into Noxin, who's going to turn around. He gets one, but does get taken out. And tap for tat. Once more, it's 3 for 2 as Berserk starts to take quite a bit of damage. And Hunt does get Rolly, but Bone gets Hunt. It's Avin. Has to do it all now and gets caught from around the corner by Berserk. And that is 5-4.
5-4, and we are going to be switching sides, and the real question is, can Ray continue on with the trend of a round up, or will TBI be able to capitalize on top of the side switch and bring more rounds up on the board? That will be the question, as right now, FaZe just waiting as Rolly this time is going to be sitting on the sniper, takes down Hunt.
Yeah, on that B long as Noxin is thinking about pushing the same area. Rolly, is he going to get caught out here? I think he senses Noxin there. But the Sixth Sense is good, and the Sixth Sense works as Rolly gets Noxin. Will he get FaZe? FaZe gets taken out as well. Rolly picks up another here. He's putting up big numbers right now as Last does get taken down by Avin. It's Avin and Booker left for TBI. REH, they're looking just to lock things down, make sure no one moves as Muffin gets a big kill now. It's 4 against 1. Booker basically has to perform a miracle here with the HK to be able to bring his team a win.
Oh, he leaped the footstep. Muffin was waiting, but the whiff to Kershaw. There is the first of the 4 to work wonders. Booker eventually walks into the crosshair of Bone, goes down, and TBI, for the first time, is going to be down 2 rounds in a row, and now there is the tactical pause coming in.
Tactical pause or a timeout? Because a tac pause to me is like when you say, oh, sorry, I'm getting a bit of an issue here, and you pause the game.
Oh,
and
that's
then
technical.
No, but you basically do it when you need it.
Or rather, the timeout will be used on the next round as we are live back on this round once again. Seems to be the case. So yeah, 6-4 on the scoreline as Ray is now leading out 2 rounds on top of TBI. As look at the position of Rolly. He is so deep on the wraparound towards B, and this might just catch TBI off guard. Rolly definitely one of the players who is capable of going even deeper from this position.
Yeah, and it looks as though that's what he's planning. He's moving and creeping himself slowly forward. As TBI, they are making their way over to that A bomb site. They're going to move across the bridges, trying to get the grenade angles down as they make their way across the map. And this is a lot more aggressive than we're used to seeing Mexico. The old Mexico would have been a Mexican standoff for a long time as FaZe gets Rolly off the board. Rolly just did go a little bit too deep as Berserk looks to get the wrap around. He's in the smoke, he gets 1, he gets 2. Nice spray control there by Berserk, but does get taken down. It's a 3 for 3. And Muffin takes Hunt off the board. He tried to get another one there, but missed the shot. So FaZe and Booker trying to bring TBI a victory before the pause. As they're going to slowly now make their way towards the A bomb site. As Laz gets a big kill there. FaZe is down. Booker, last man standing, is carrying the C4, but he's going to run right into Muffin, who had sights all over him. And that is a rare win. There it is now.
7-4?
7-4. You're much quicker at counting than I am.
Because I'm Asian.
I didn't want to say it.
Only I can make this joke, you know? Like,
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we are back in the tactical pause, the tactical timeout being called out. Rolly trying to prove his point, and thus far he is doing so. Because he, of course, one of the oldies, but he is one almost top fragging, so.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely reaching the level that I think in his mind he is at, if that makes sense. Like, he thinks of himself as a big player, and right now he's definitely stepping up and fulfilling that role for the rest of his team. Will they be able to continue this? TBI, they're looking at this and they're thinking, how do we come back from this? We're just a few down. So yeah, we're just waiting to see how this will work. There's about 20 seconds left of this timeout.
Gonna take a little bit before we get back in the lobby, even after the 14 seconds, because you guys can't see, but we can see on our PGM the actual chat inside the lobby, and one of the players has some toilet issues. Gonna take a little bit to connect, but nonetheless, we should be able to get back in the game any moment soon here.
I'm just gonna say, FaZe is definitely playing into the older gentleman stereotype, as he has a very well lit room. He's playing in a brightly lit environment.
And look at the camera angle as well. That's a professor-esque angle, you know.
I'm just gonna say, the rest of the team are sitting in pure darkness with only RGB to light the way.
True gamer.
We don't need no sunlight. We're a gamer, you know? But
true gamer.
I like my room well lit too. I don't like playing in the dark. It scares me. And all it takes is one flashbang and suddenly your retinas are damaged for life, you know? Like,
you know, that's actually quite true.
I mean, especially as you get older, man, like, our eyes just aren't as strong as the youth. And you see, like, all these 18 to 24-year-olds sitting in the dark.
Yep.
Us old men.
The same logic applies to Anubis. Comics was playing in pitch black darkness, and you see some of the older guys, they're playing in a bit more light, you know? But nonetheless, you're back in the game. Quick reminder, the rounds were 8-4, 7-4,
7-4. Oh. FaZe goes down very early here as Laz took him out with the pistol, and now we're going to have Noxing go down, and TBI, they're just collapsing here. Another one goes down, but it is 2 against 2. Once again, we're going to say it, it's tit for tat. There's both teams just taking each other out, and the bomb's planted. 40 seconds left on the clock on this one. Rolly and Bone, they're going to have to break through the defense. They're going to have to defuse the bomb, and they now have 30 seconds to do it. Great positions by the members of TBI. They've just got everything covered. How much utility? Rolly has quite a bit.
But the timer is not in their favor. Bone goes down in the 1v2 with just about 34 HP. Is going to be Rolly out with the pistol. 10 seconds and ticking. Cannot find the kills. And eventually TBI is going to be able to put out a number on the board as well.
Yeah, it was looking a bit rough there, but again, it's one of these Mexico things where nothing happens and then everything happens all at once and then suddenly you have a winner. That's basically how Mexico goes.
You know those, when you watch one of the older cartoons, you know, like you see like a couple characters go bam, 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 there's a smoke effect and then one guy comes out alive. So that seems to be the case. And speaking of being the case, it's going to be Booker and Hunt versus 3. And there was a pretty big skirmish, and the spray down from Berserk and Muffin is going to be quite accurate as Ray puts out yet another round up on the board.
Yep, they're getting their noses in front. It is 8-5 as we're going into round number 14.
Let's see where TBI wants to take the fight this time, because that A hit last time, it did not work out.
Definitely didn't, but it does look as though they're going to position themselves that way. They're playing Mexico the way that I think Mexico has always been played, which is sit in a corridor and then go, go, go. As last, he poked out just a little bit too much. Does get faced, but look at that. 4 members on the side of TBI are flashed out of existence. Avin goes down as Noxin goes down too. Muffin, Berserk doing what they can. Face does get one, and another one goes down, and now it's Booker against 3, and it's just not going to be enough as Rare. They are now on map point.
9-5 as Rolly very close from now actually making his point. Just one round away.
Absolutely. Booker holding water. Maybe he's going to have a little bit of a push. As oh, is that Laz coming down? Is Laz going to... Wait. Everyone is just kind of standing right next to each other by the look of it.
Yeah. The moment one player starts swinging out, everything could break. All hell is going to break loose. And speaking of which, Booker swings out and takes a quick tap onto Rolly to start the round off.
Yeah, everyone was basically in the same cubic meter there, and it was only a matter of time before someone just swung out a little bit too wide and gets caught. We do now have TBI man advantage as they're looking to get the bomb down, and that's a nice kill there by Booker, instantly taking advantage of that swing from Berserk as it's another... Booker goes down, but then Hunt instantly retaliates against Laz as Bone is hurt and he gets chased down with pistols out. But Muffin picks up the kill. It is 3 against 1. Muffin needs to do everything with this sniper. He is 6-1 so far since the restart. Can he bring this back? Hunt, FaZe, and Avin, they've got the bomb down, so they're just going to find that defensive positioning. Try to get those kill zones sorted. Muffin, he sees the bomb at least. And instantly gets popped.
Just too many angles to watch out for, and eventually TBI was able to just gun him down quickly. But the map point is still in favor
of Ray.
Of Ray.
They're 9-6. So we're on board with FaZe, just keeping an eye on those angles, opening the doors. Is Booker as he's making his way up and gets the drop on Rolly.
It works out.
Booker pushing further. Berserk is there and he manages to take out Booker, gets revenge for his captain as Noxin now. Gonna start throwing the utility, trying just to cover. Oh, no, decides better than that. There we go. Utility is being spent. And it looks as though TBI are going to make another push over onto that A site. They're going to take the high ground here. They're going to push through. Berserk, I don't think has eyes, but Bone does as he takes FaZe off the board. More grenades coming in, and they're going to move. Oh, they're going to take the long way around here, and I think Bone is waiting for this. He's going to try and make a quick getaway as everything goes berserk spray. Bone gets one as well. Hunt takes down Bone, but Muffin cleans it up. And REH, they take it on Mexico.
Nothing much could be done there, and Rolly finally starts to making a point here for his team and for the statement he has made. One of the not so clean Mexicos that we've seen thus far, and especially Ray was able to put out the rounds when they're on the blacklist side. They were able to be in the advantageous side in terms of round numbers. So I guess the balance on Mexico has finally been more adjusted to be equal.
Yeah, the balance of the force has been restored. You know, like it was a very, very close match between two teams who seem very evenly matched, I think. These two teams are definitely, I'm going to make a statement. I think they're going to take us to map 3. I think we're going to go to Black Widow.
I'm expecting a map 3 as well myself, but really it will only come down to how Eagle Eye gets played out. So
another funky map that we get to see.
Funky and wonky as well too.
Yeah. It's one of those maps where like we didn't see it for the longest time. Like it's always been in the map pool, but I think like 2022
now it gets played out more often on every region. So excited to see that change of trend. One of the more fun maps to watch as well.
It's definitely been a more recent last couple of years thing, but before that it always felt like it was in the map pool and no one would ever
touch it. No, yeah. Only the Chinese teams will do so.
Yeah, and then it was only in best of 7s as well in other regions because there's only 7 maps. Like it has to be played at some point.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Ray looked good. TBI also looked really good. This could literally go anywhere.
TBI looked good. Ray was just, it looked better for them.
On Mexico.
On Mexico.
Which we know is a map that a lot of teams don't have as much experience as your Sub-Base, your Ankara, your Black Widow. Like everyone knows those maps.
So I saw you've been you know, digging through the data sets. What do you say? What's your expectations on Eagle Eye?
Honestly, Eagle Eye is just one of those maps where it's got more balance because people have learned new routes and new ways to walk around it. I think it's a very balanced map between the two. In terms of team performances, I think this might just play into Ray's favor.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the case. 10-6, Ray closes out New Mexico in their favor and takes the map point back into their hands as we are just waiting to get into map number 2 of Eagle Eye. And yeah, continue on with whatever you were saying on Eagle Eye as well.
So yeah, Eagle Eye is one of those maps where it can go absolutely wild aggression. Like you can see a massive push through Hotel trying to push up to the A bomb site. I think it's AB. I can never remember off the top of my head. It's just cable car in the other place. Like that's the way I remember it. But like it'll either be a massive push there or it will be that big central holding. And then you just kind of see this war of attrition where people are just trying to eke out a little bit more detail, to learn a little bit more about what's going on, to get that map information, because information is king on this map.
Absolutely true. That's why you do see more often than not the players climbing on top of the cable car on the very far side and middle and try to gain as much information as possible. And to counter that, players are looking right in that angle in the top of the A-bomb site. So yeah, can't wait to see how this one turns out because Eagle Eye played out in the first series here. Today it was Anubis versus PingPongPals. Wasn't one of the most cleanest Eagle Eye we've seen. So let's see what is prepped in the backpack for us for the second series of the day. It's going to be Ray versus TBI eSports.
It absolutely is. And I think we're ready to go. And it looks as though we have a very aggressive start once more here. Nobody's down yet, but everyone is fighting over by the hotel phase, looking to see what he can do. Does he see Bone? Does he see Laz? They're right next door. Berserk's actually sneaking around up there as well, as Noxin is going to try to break through the hotel. He's having a peek. He probably knows someone's hiding behind reception. Hunt spends the utility. Is he going to push? Is he going to follow it up? He decides to sit around the corner. Hunt is probably going to be the sacrificial lamb if a push comes through here, because he is already low.
Timer is ticking down. It's going to be minute 30 onto the clock with Hunt about to cross paths with the player from REH any moment soon. It's going to be last to take down Hunt to find the better of him. So down a player already, and FaZe taking a bit of damage in the process as well. Let's see where TBI wants to guide the angle of attack towards.
Yeah, Booker goes down as well. Rolly takes him out as FaZe goes down as well. And I think Noxon was supposed to follow up really quickly on Hunt, but just didn't. But does take out Laz. He's got the angle on Bone here, but Bone is just quick to it. He takes out Noxon, and now it's a 4 against 1. Avin has everything to do. The C4 is lost. Avin spraying down towards where Rolly is, but not managing to get what he needs done, and cannot do it as Rolly takes it, and REH, they start as they mean to go on.
And the BMs continue on coming to map number 2 as well. The pistol bullets flying across the board. Nonetheless, 1-0 on the scoreline. And coming into round number 2, TBI thinking about a quick push down towards middle, and this might just catch REH off guard. And there you have it, TBI coming right in hot, but REH was more than ready to fend this off. 3 kills already, leaving FaZe all alone. In desperation, was able to find 1, make that 2, make that 3. As FaZe, quick with the shots, was able to find 3 kills, but still has to go through Laz, go through Bones. The C4 is down in no man's land as well. And look at the rotations from REH. This is a smart maneuver. They know the bone. They know the C4 is down, and they know they can double stack. As long as they don't get call out, they can make the trade kills happen, and just easy as that, win the round. And FaZe, least expecting what is happening right behind his back. So he's gonna peek in and find the kill on the bone. All right, Laz, he fired his bullets. Now FaZe knows what's up, but Laz, quick at the feet, runs right in the bomb site, takes the frag, and wins the round.
He almost made it work, you can see. And he had so much time to play with as well, did FaZe. Because everyone was dead, and there was still 1 minute 50 on the clock. Like, it was 1 against 3 or 4, and there was a minute 50 left. Like, he was all alone. That push just didn't work. And that's generally what you see if someone tries that big push. But this time, it might work out. But Hunt gets taken out instantly. But TBI, they retaliate. It's a 3 against 3. And they have the site secure. A is theirs. As we see Bone climbing up the watchtower here. He's trying to get a bit of an angle up on top. On top of the communication tower. Can they get... Are they gonna put the bomb on A? They're sitting there. Laz gets Avin. And that just might be the time for TBI to get this bomb planted. They're on the site. They're just holding it for now. And they're going to get wrapped on real soon. You can see REH thinking about wrapping all the way around the bottom.
And this is an issue with TBI. Like, whatever they're doing is justifiable. Like, they're making the right movements, but REH is somehow able to rake up on the kills, and that eventually wins the round for them at the end of the day. So
you can have all the tactics and all the strategies in the world, but if your clicks are off by half a second in this game, you're done.
Just half an inch away.
Yeah, Berserk gets FaZe with a great shot as Noxon does get taken out eventually. Berserk and Bone are going to find the bomb pretty handily. Plenty of time in the world. And there we go. It is a quick 3-0 here for REH Gaming.
And Rolly is smiling on the cams there. He knows what is coming on the post-game interview. And we know what's coming in the post-game interview. And here comes the quick aggression from REH as well. Berserk running out, taps Booker out. Rest of the players were too blind. And make that a double kill for this guy. Actually being a Berserker in the lobby. Hunt puts the end to the massacre, but at the cost of losing 2 of his teammates.
Yeah, REH playing very aggressive for the defender side as Bone tries to make his way out and is pretty much going to make it. Nope, Noxon does get that kill. As Laz holding a defensive position now. So that was a lot of aggression for a 3v3. Now that's where we're at. We're going to see maybe a return to normal play here. So we do have a little bit of a footsie going on between Hunt, I think.
Oh, what a flake.
As he takes out Rolly. Nice kill there. So it's 3 against 2. TBI just need to get their feet planted. They need to get themselves back in this one because right now it is one-way traffic.
Finally, this is one of those rounds where TBI can finally go into post-point with a man advantage. And even then, Muffin is still waiting with open arms, so they have to cross into the bomb site. And there's no utils, essentially no utils to cover the angles. I think that's a single flash left onto Avin, so TBI contemplating where they want to go in towards. Looks like it is depicted to be A. They're going to make the cross. Muffin goes down quickly. Hunt doing some dirty work on the sniper there, and Laz made a huge flank. I think Hunt has seen Laz, and indeed he did. And here comes the aggression, counter-aggression rather, but Laz quickly finds one, looking for the second, goes for the tap shots, not going to connect. Has about 10 bullets in his gun. Couldn't quite do more damage. And there is finally TBI putting up 1 round up on the board. It's going to be 3-1.
Yeah, the pre-firing there was insane. He was just like a quarter of a second off. If he'd have, you know, been a little bit slower, he probably would have got 1 kill very early in those exchanges. But here we go. It is round 5. It is 3-1 to REH. As Booker is holding the angle here, holding the middle, just making sure that any scout for information is getting captured as last. He swung out just a little bit recklessly there, and I'm not sure he got punished. He does back out, and actually he got Noxin down, so the swing was a good one, but Rolly did get taken out by Hunt. So it's 1 for 1, 4 against 4, and the utility is definitely in the favor of TBI now.
Definitely in the favor of TBI as Hunt continues to put the hurt into the side of Ray. Berserk will go down. Gonna be on a 4v3. Muffin trying to equalize things back down to 3-on-3. Whiffs the shot as we are looking, the clock being burnt down to about the minute 15-second mark here. The C4 yet to be picked up as well. And Hunt just continues to farm the lobby. Eagle Eye. Like I've said, it's one of the sniper maps, and Hunt finally putting the good work of his gun at good use.
I will say, Muffin there, I think, just peaked a little bit too long, and TBI, they got their foot in round 4, and they are sticking it in even more on round 5. It is 2-3, REH with the lead, but it is looking a lot shakier than it did 2 rounds ago, 2 maps ago. As Booker going to be holding, and we see another very aggressive REH push into the middle, leaving Rolly out in the middle of no man's land. And I think he might just be trying to wrap around the back as...
It might just work out. That's the scary thing.
Yeah, TBI, they're going towards Hotel. They're going to push up. And Rolly might just be rewarded for his aggression. He has decided to chill back as the rest of his team, they're going to try to hold this Hotel. And it is a big push incoming phase. First round the corner, he gets taken out.
And here's the pop flash up and over, but Berserk was waiting on bridge, finds one. Avin and Hunt finds a piece each. The Muffin comes around the corner with the pistol and wraps the round up. And there is going to be the double score. It's going to be 4-2.
That was nasty. That was absolutely nasty.
Completely nasty round. And speaking of nasty, Noxin puts out some nasty shots and takes down 2 players in a row. And the 2v4 now as Bone trying his best effort to equalize things back down, but he gets completely caught with his pants down. And FaZe is going to be able to pistol him out from the lobby. In a 1v4, Muffin is going to give up the bomb site for now.
Oh.
The timing.
It's always the same. The enemy always walks past your shots. Oh, nice shot there by Booker. Catching with the gun, and that is, as they say, that is a nice win for TBI. That was a very quick, very clean operation there. And we see again a very quick push into middle, just making sure that they have their locations set up. Bone being pressured there by the util. He's not going to rotate much around. He's just going to try to find a different angle in the same spot. And Now he's going to rotate over to A. I think he feels something's coming, but he's just not sure where it's going to be. Maybe the rest of his team can point out some of the information they're picking up because they know they're coming up here. Oh, through the smoke. Basically saw nothing there. Gets the kill on FaZe.
What was that crouch peek? Hunt's just got deleted from the lobby. That's all I can say.
Oh, Booker swinging out, doesn't get punished. And again, Muffin. He knows every angle, every sweet spot. He knows. He's read the script. As Avin does get the kill on Rolly here. Muffin got another one down here. He got Avin down. Muffin is on a tear. As Bone goes down to Noxin, that basically gives the rest of the team the, hey, he's over there. Like, we know where he's going to be going. The C4 is still down. Noxin gets instantly defeated by Muffin. And as I said, I think Muffin had his script ready because he knew where everyone would be at exactly the right time.
Too much of a doubt to be casted, but nonetheless, Muffin played pretty well. And look at Laz and Rolly going in aggressive. Booker at rest goes down. And all of a sudden, trying to close out the first half in their favor. Ray going out in an aggression, giving up the bomb site, but the retake with a man advantage may just pay off dividends as Berserk is going to take down Avin as well. In the meantime, the C4 is going to rotate on top of the bomb site to be planted any moment soon. But even then, the plant itself is not being posted just yet. Expecting a sniper on top, which of course is there as Muffin is, as you can see through the X-ray. He is crouch peeking left and right. Hunt tries to gain some ground in towards the spawn area. Noxin eventually goes down. He peeked into the crosshair. So yeah, first half will be 6-3 unless FaZe can pull out wonders with his gun. Misses the first shot, looking for the second. Not going to happen as Muffin continues to put the hurt on side of TBI. 6-3 for the first half.
6-3 is a very standard score. It's not insurmountable. You can definitely come back from this. It doesn't look as bad as a 7-2, even though there's only a one-map difference. 7-2 just feels different.
It just feels different.
So we have Ray now on the blacklist. We have TBI on the global risk. And positions are being set. Ray, they're kind of looking to see like, all right, let's see where we can find an angle, find a peak, see if any information is being given up by TBI. As Muffin, I think, is going to have a look at Hotel. Is going to find two. Oh, nice grenade. Catches the feet of Rolly there.
Realizes some value, but not a whole bunch. And now here comes the aggression from Noxin through the smoke, takes down Rolly. And he himself will eventually go down with the counterfires by Laz. Muffin with the sniper whiffs the first one as FaZe gets to walk away without taking the damage as well.
So here we go. It is just going to be a nice defensive spread on the side of TBI. And Red holding that middle, and they're going to try to push through the doors. I think Hunt is in and around that area. We can see Muffin basically trying to draw attention towards the B site. He's not going slowly there. FaZe does turn around to see Muffin, and I think they're just going to drop on him, but Avin has other ideas. He protects his teammate, but Bone picks up a massive double kill here.
Imagine Muffin wins it. Only imagine! And the imagination has ended up being only an imagination. 6-4 as TBI finally puts the round up on the board, but even that round felt only so shaky.
When this is a big, big defensive push on the side of TBI. They've taken center. They are looking just to compound their map position here as grenades going in towards Berserk. But the rest of Red, they're just like, all right, you can take middle, we'll take Hotel. That sounds cool to us.
And even for that defensive push, they do and did end up losing FaZe in the progress. So it's only going to add on to the hurt as Ray Bones already deep in the bomb site. Hello. And that might sell enough of a fake for the rest of his team to rotate in towards B, it seems to be.
Avin gets a big kill on Rolly here as Noxin gets another. It's looking good for TBI. It is 3 against 1. Muffin, last man standing once more. And he's all alone on the B site. But you know what he doesn't have in his pocket? He doesn't have the C4.
Comfortably sitting at 13 kills, the Sky is willing to clutch up for his team once again. Has all the utils to work with. And he does have a bit of time. A little bit of margin of a minute and 13 seconds to work some wonders. But like I said, Simon, the C4 down in no man's land, being watched by the players TBI. So let's see if Muffin can take the kills. Not gonna happen as Noxin quickly sprays him out from the lobby. And TBI is inching closer for a tie. We're 6-5 on the scoreline.
This couldn't be any closer. 6-3, we said, is a very comfortable scoreline for these teams. 7-2 is uncomfortable. 6-3, everyone knows you can come back from that, and it is now 6-5. And what do we have? We have a very aggressive push here by TBI, and Avin gets boned down. But look how deep they're pushing TBI. It's almost as if they think they're in a free-for-all lobby.
Bit of a quiet before the storm, they say. And this seems to be the downtime for us, for REH to strike right back at it. Walking and creeping in towards the hotel, it seems. But look at the position of Booker and the rest of TBI. It's so darn deep posted. The Hunt almost went down to the shot of Muffin. And Hunt's not falling back. He's going out a bit more aggressive this time once again. And that's going to work wonders. Berserk goes down and Booker adds on to the kill as well. All of a sudden, REH mightily struggling to hold on to the rounds here.
Yeah, and FaZe gets Muffin off the board. Rolly, last man standing. He had a wonderful time in the last map, but switches weapons, decides to try and wrap around, and just gets caught by Booker. And that is a win for TBI. It is now 6-6, all tied up on Eagle Eye.
Bone will start us off nicely with a frag down towards Hunt to open things up. Booker gets completely deleted there after taking a single frag. Mid is completely taken. Bomb site A completely compromised. The ends of Noxin and FaZe not being able to connect the shot there is going to cost him his life. As Noxin on the 1v4 is going to make a full rotation. Sees Bone, but Bone also sees him. There's the round.
Super quick. Super
That
quick.
was like 30 seconds, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, this is not a TDM lobby. Like, that was just rapid quick. But we see very quick take of center by REH, making sure that TBI do not get settled in. But Muffin took FaZe off the board, and Noxin goes hunting in the hotel.
And to make things worse, FaZe is knocked out to begin us off, and Bone just continues with the hurt on the side of TBI. Booker, who has been having a pretty good day today, is also taken out. Waiting was Laz, but Avin somehow was able to swing and take the head off of Laz. Sun is now going out with the pistol. Maybe shouldn't have done that as Berserk was waiting there on the other side of the corner. And all of a sudden, REH looking to just take the bomb sites on a 4v2.
Yeah,
or
and
4v1 now.
Rolly got a big kill here. It looks like it's REH. Noxin actually gets a nice headshot there, and he's going to rotate around. We're on board as he's looking at A. I think he knows someone's coming. Berserk is right there. Rolly's looking out from the top. He's looking out from the satellite dish. Rolly drops down. Berserk peeks, gets taken out, knocks in. He knows where Rolly is. You can see it.
I mean, he's won the first coin toss of the 3. Couldn't find the second. And eventually, REH, yet again, finds another round as here comes the timeout.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going to call it, you call it when your back is against the wall. Like, TBI, they're fighting for their survival here. It is, I think, 8-6. So it's getting close. Can they do basically what Anubis did with this timeout? Settle the nerves, get everyone ready, and make sure you can come back and win this.
Let's see what this pause is going to bring forward for these strategic changes we get to see. At least for Array, they're doing just fine. Whatever they're doing is working out. For the side of TBI though, things are a little bit different. Say they play default, they play holding onto the bomb sites, they aren't able to hold it down, so they switch things up. They were going out aggressive on the defensive angle, and they weren't able to capitalize on top of the kills they made while pushing out towards middle. So whatever is not working out has to be identified, because even for myself or you who are casting these games, we can't exactly tell the issues being put out on the board. Is it because they can't aim better? Is that because they aren't finding the right positions to stay in? I don't know. We don't know. You don't know. So whatever this pause, how long ever this pause is, they are going to be able to figure out the real issue being brewing in the pot, because even when you're going out aggressive, we've seen TBI being able to find the opening frag, but they just aren't able to capitalize on top of it.
Yep, it's unfortunate. I mean, it kind of does feel like TBI are just second to every shot, right? Like, they seem to be playing a little bit off tempo. Can they solve their issues before it's too late? I mean, they're getting close to the end. Ray can see it. Will they get a bit bloodthirsty? Will Ray be a bit too aggressive now, thinking they can close this out and then make mistakes against TBI? That could be their downfall. We are just loading into the lobby soon, so hopefully things are going okay. It looked a little bit like FaZe was having a couple of issues there, but seems okay now as we're getting into this one, and we're on board with the Rare guys as they push mid, and it is all out warfare.
Oh my god!
Berserk with the triple grenade kill, followed up against Avin. What an opening by Ray. TBI just did not settle their nerves. They decided to go all in mid, and it cost them dearly. But FaZe cannot do it alone, and that is REH Gaming. They're looking at match point.
Look at the expression of Berserk. This guy keeping his composure after a huge round. I think that's a first in my casting career for CrossFire with the triple nade. I mean, I've seen double nades more often than not, but the triple nade is the first.
Yeah, it absolutely doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it tastes absolutely delicious.
Sweet.
Yeah. It is like ambrosia itself as TBI's collapse seems to continue now. They just need to hold still. Rolly is a little bit low. He does take a little bit of damage. Bone is also low. So we'll see what can happen here as Noxin gets deleted off the board. Muffin is in full control here.
Oh, then FaZe has it all to do. The C4 is going to go down as Rolly plants it down. Muffin takes on Oven down to the veteran. FaZe versus the world. Legs one. Velaz is going to be able to swing out with the pistol and take the kill there to wrap the round up, wrap the map up, and let's say wrap the series up.
That is another quick 2-0. REH Gaming, they weren't phased. I mean, that was a massive push through center by TBI, and it just didn't pay off. They just crumbled. That timeout didn't settle the nerves. It just seemed to like forced it kind of like pumped them up a little bit too much, and they thought, let's go, 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 middle, 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 and it just got them killed. Oh, what a game.
What a game, what a roller coaster of rounds and emotions. Absolutely bonkers, I would say. But nonetheless, yeah, Eagle Eye, definitely one of the wonky maps when it comes down to how snipers can really act out and scream. And we saw that Muffin was able to put full control of the map by himself, and just FaZe wasn't able to match up to that of Muffin.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, like, it was never a one-sided, like, basically you have a full team still standing and you completely wipe the floor. Rounds were close. The map wasn't. It usually got down to a 1v2. There was the occasional, like, FaZe against 3 or something like that, but I mean, it was a close match between very, very close teams. And I for one would like to see another match between these two teams because I think they are very, very evenly matched.
I think, of all, I feel like Berserk definitely deserves the MVP, not because of the triple nades. Of course, that is what I'm pushing for, but even besides the triple nades, he has been the key anchor players in different positions, not only on Eagle Eye, but also on New Mexico.
Well, we will wait and see with bated breath who the MVP is
I'm
here.
just waiting for the nade round.
I know, right?
To be honest.
Show me the triple nade. I think, did we already miss it?
No,
Was it this one?
not too sure. This might be it.
Bang, bang, bang.
Oh my god. That was cooking up, and it cooked.
I remember a long, long time ago where everyone was like, oh, nades, frag grenades, they're useless. They don't do any damage unless it hits your toe. Like, dude, that was like 4 frag grenades and it just wiped out 3/5 of the team. Like,
Well.
instant Muffin 2.0, Bone 2.0.
Well, that nade cooked up for Berserk, and that completely cooked TBI. 10-6 on Eagle Eye. Ray is going to be able to close out the series in their favor, and not a single overtime this time. So Ray definitely proving their point, and Broly himself proving his point.
Yeah, and that is the end of Group B, match 1. 10-6. It was back and forth. It looked as though TBI at the first half had it down, but unfortunately they do go down. It is 10-6, 10-6 in the way of REH Gaming. I mean, great match between two pretty evenly matched teams, but today REH were just a little bit better, and Muffin is your MVP. 1.5 KD overall on the day between both maps, and he's played fantastically.
He was definitely a very reliable player on the roster of REH. Sorry to Rolly, but Muffin did better.
Yeah. I mean, here we go. We're going to get a couple of clips. I mean, he was just on point so many times, and a sniper always feels dangerous, but with Muffin, it just felt lethal. If he even had a whiff of your scent on the wind, like that one right there, he just nailed it.
And this guy, even with just a sliver of health, this guy's just able to take down players after players. That's the perks of holding on to sniper. You don't have to. I mean, if you land your shot not on the leg but on the torso, then that's a one-hit kill. Yeah. So very reliable, and was able to provide for his team. So we're just waiting to interview our MVP, and looks like we are just about ready to kick things right into it. So let's welcome Muffin on the board.
Hey Muffin, how's
Hello.
it going? That was a great
I'm
match. Yeah, I was gonna say that's a
Thank
great
you.
match. Do you feel that like you're evenly matched with your opponents, or did you feel that you had full control throughout the whole match?
At all, I have the full control because, you know, we are controlling them, we analyzing them, so we got them all, you know.
So, Rolly, your teammate, has made some very exciting statements on the interview reels. Do you think you helped him and your team to prove his point and his statement?
Of course, we all help them, we all help each other. We are a team, so we're supposed to do that.
How do you feel going into the rest of the tournament then? You have 3 more matches in the group stage. Do you think you're going to win them all?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. We are ready for it.
So your next match is going to be against Inner Circle, I believe, tomorrow. Any expectations on the results? You think a 2-1, 2-0?
It depends, like 2-1, I think, because they are good and I like them. I like how they play. It's gonna be 50-50, you know.
Yeah, it's a coin toss.
I was going to say, like, during, especially on Eagle Eye, it seemed as though you knew where everyone would be at exactly the right time. There was one shot that was like between a pillar and a window. I don't know, like for the cable car thing. I mean, you nailed that shot perfectly. How did you know where everyone was at all times?
Because I know that Hunt is always doing this, spamming this, crouching. Like, I was just pre-firing it and they got this. He was lucky.
The luck shot hits every single time. But yeah, Muffin, Congratulations on your MVP and your win. Thanks for a
Thank
great
you.
interview. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Well, there you have it. That was the interview from Muffins, and like he said, he knew where Hunt was going to be and was able to hit the shot. But it looks like we have just able to wrap up the second series. It was Ray versus TBI, closed out 10-6, 10-6, 2-0. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break and come back with the third series of the day. It's going to be Entropy versus RSC, so don't go anywhere, as we're going to be right back in 10 minutes. Welcome back to CrossFire Stars 2025 Regional Finals. We're in the midst of the Eumena region. We were able to finish the first two series in 2-0-2-0 and looking to go into the third of the day. It's going to be Entropy versus ROC. And Simon, what's your expectations coming into this matchup?
ROC are probably your favorites because, you know, this is a team that have been together for a very, very long time. Like, they've been around the block. They know what they're doing. They're former champions themselves. They've dominated the scene for a very long time. But Entropy, I think they might just be able to pull something out and make Group A a very, very interesting group. This is the second match of Group A. The other teams are 3P, PingPongPals, and Anubis. So I think the winner of this might just win the group. I think they will be able to beat the other two teams, but don't quote me on that. And I'm not going to be, you know...
Just waiting for the fans to, you know,
yeah,
start going on your Twitter.
Someone comes out is like, oh my God, like, ROC, they're terrible. Blah, blah. You could, no, like, honestly, I think the winner of this will win the group. But yeah, it's going to be a very, very close
Mark
match.
his words, but looks like we are just about ready to go into the video set by Entropy, I believe. And let's see what they have prepped for us. Let's listen to them.
Hello guys, my name is Madison and I'm the team captain of Entropy Gaming. So our journey leading up to the CrossFire Regional Finals has been pretty hard, to be honest, but we've managed to overcome all of the challenges that have been put in our way, and now we're here. In order to prepare for the regional finals, we've put in a lot of work. Basically, we've been practicing on a daily, on our individual skill, on our teamwork. We've been perfecting our strategies, and we've been trying to play against the best teams in our region in order to see what our weaknesses are and to see what we can do to fix them. The biggest challenge that we faced during our preparations has definitely been the fact that Rain was in the middle of moving house, so he had to play the qualifiers from his parents' house on a mobile hotspot, mobile data, and then at the same time, a couple of days before the regional qualifiers, I had to go on a work trip, so we couldn't really practice, and yeah, it was all a bit sketchy right before the qualifiers, but we managed to get through them and qualify to the regional finals. This year had a lot of ups and downs for us, but the biggest unexpected turn was definitely the fact that we lost against Legends OP in the CFL playoffs. We didn't have any other issues in the league. We thought that we're just gonna walk through it and be able to play CFWL next year, but they were on the A game, they were better that day, and they won against us. And because of that, it's been really hard mentally to be excited to play the game. It's been hard to grind. It's been hard to stay motivated because you just know that there's nothing waiting for you in the beginning of the next year and you need to do it all again. But then after a couple of weeks, we realized, like, guys, we still have the regional qualifiers. We can qualify to the finals. We can be the underdogs. We can make history. We can qualify to CFS as technically not even an open team anymore. So that gave us energy again and we started grinding, and we're just hoping for the best. We're gonna give it all we have. The player that talks big before matches, but then in the game he disappears. I'm sorry that I have to do it to him, but that's been my teammate Sata. He's been very confident, very proud of himself before every game that we've played. He's been dropping 30 bombs and prags, but then in the official games lately, he's been struggling a bit. But I believe in him, he's got this time. Honestly, if we qualify to the CFS Grand Finals this year, I'm most excited to play against Team Stallions from the Philippines region, just because they're a young team, they're a new team, they're getting good results, they're fun to watch, and if we qualify, I want to show them, like, hey, we're also new, but we're even better than you, we can get even better results. So I believe it's time that the West also shows other regions again, like, what we can do, that we're a good region, that we can get the top 4.
Oh, some great and wise words from the man, Madison. speaking of that, they're about to just give it all and give what they've got. The roster looking pretty darn strong as well. Madison Pugh, 40, Rain, and Sata, who's apparently a little bit offline lately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to say throughout that whole interview, the only thing I could look at was Madison's dog in the background. It was absolutely adorable. Like, it's just chilling there on the bed. I thought it was like a teddy or something, and then it moved, and I was like, oh my god. It's unbelievable. This team, though, they are veterans of the scene. They've been around, and that is one close monitor for Sata. But yeah, like, they've been around. They've done the business. They've played for so many different teams over the last like 4 or 5 years. It'll be interesting to see how they can come together. And I mean, 40, look at that, 1.21 carrying the rest of his team. But the team itself, again, they're hovering around that 1.0s, that sweet spot, right? Yeah, so they have been very consistent, and you can see they're ready to go.
But speaking of ready, let's go take a look at what ROC Esports has to say about this tournament.
Hello, my name is Mohammed Mahrous, aka Horus. I'm 24 years old and I'm playing for ROC Esports. I'm the entry flag. Our journey in the first season of the CFWL was a little bit tough at the end, and in season 2 we had a little bit pressure to continue to get the 16-0, and we finally get it, but the playoffs was like so easy. When we qualified for the EWC, we gained a lot of experience out there, and now we're about to show them the experience that we had there in the regional finals. We grind more, we see our mistakes and we fix it so fast to stay a little bit more with the coach. We try to analyze our enemies and see how they play, and we try to counter them and see whatever we can do. The most important thing, we try to make our individual skills at the maximum. The biggest challenge that we have faced is that to be consistent in our aim, in our focus, in everything will make us win. So hard, like they say, it's not hard to be the top one, but it's so hard to stay the top one. So we are trying to stay as we can in the same level, even higher if we can. So this is the biggest challenge that we have faced. Only the unexpected thing, it could be like some problems with our families, and someone got the electricity off, and his PC like got a shutdown or something like this. So this is the only unexpected thing that happened to us. Our enemies, bro, our enemies, they are too big before we start, and they shot when we start. So our enemies, yes. I want to face EP, Evolution Power Gaming, to get our revenge from what happened in the EWC. I hope you guys train well and hard, because this is not a ranked match.
There you have it, RC Esports with a strong roster of Snake, Tots, and Snare, Horus, and Slayer. And as they've mentioned in the interview, the only people that talk loud are their opponents, and they just completely shut them up. And justifiable enough that they are one of the teams that does make it to the grand finals almost every year, and also has made it to the Esports World Cup that just happened a couple of months ago. So yeah, a very strong roster, well-deserved roster, and they know they have the caliber.
They definitely do. They're just consistently good. They perform at every level as well. That's one of the things about this team, is that they are just going to dominate this region because they've been here so long. Like, they have been around the block, and their numbers basically tell the whole story of this team. They are the, let's say, premier team in the region. This is the team that everyone wants to beat. And they even said, like, their hardest problem is not being at the top, it's staying at the top. And that's when everyone starts gunning for you. Like, instead of practicing for 3 matches, you literally practice just to play against this team.
And it just comes to show that everyone's KD is hovering above the sweet spot of 1.0. So, yeah, the key players are going to be 40 and Snare, of course. Nobody else but Snare. 1.21 KD and 1.23 KD. So these two players have been farming the lobby that were present in front of them.
Absolutely. Both players basically representing everything that their team stands for. You can see 40's background filled with CFS images back from Lazarus days, and Snare, he's just chilling out, man. He's ready to play. And yeah, I think everyone is going to be looking forward to this match to see how ROC perform. But look at that. Every map but Black Widow that they've actually played above 50%.
Pretty toe-to-toe, I would say, but speaking of looking forward to something, I'm looking forward to Snare's hairline tomorrow.
Wait, what?
No, I know, it's just, you know.
His hairline?
It was a little bit off, I would say. Today.
Oh, come on, man. Yeah. All right, Subbase is banned. Ankara is banned, which takes us to Black
Widow.
Widow first, okay.
And Port first today.
Port, New Mexico banned, Compound banned, which leaves us with Eagle Eye to finish. Does not surprise me that Black Widow and Port would be picked for these two teams. These are the classic maps, and both teams have a lot of history in this game. Everyone has played for a very long time. They're gonna go for these comfort picks in a best of 3. And this is what I was kind of expecting the whole tournament to look like. I wasn't expecting Mexico and Compound to come up, Mexico to come up as much as it has, because Black Widow and Port exist. These are maps that every team has played thousands of times.
At least for coming into this tournament, we were able to see a bunch of sub-base and Eagle Eye in Mexico. But we weren't able to see one of the top maps such as Black Widow or Port, which are going to be the first two maps to be played in the series. So finally, on the first day, we get to see a couple more of the maps that haven't been played out just yet, as we are just getting ready to go into the first map of Black Widow, Entropy versus ROC, and ROC versus Entropy. And yeah, like you've mentioned, the winner of this series it only seems to me the same way, like you've mentioned, that the winner of the series will be the winner of the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, they still have to go against Anubis. I forgot that Anubis was here, but both teams, Anubis and PingPongPals, are really, really strong, but I do think these are the two strongest teams within this group. And we're already off to a bit of a flyer, and it looks like we're going to have a massive push coming through storage now, as Snake looks to be the first through the door. Horus goes in. Oh, Snake jumps over the top, gets the kill. Sada gets one, but gets taken out immediately. And everything is just going to... Oh, wait. Snare got sniped down by 40 from way downtown. So we do see EYG. They are going to push across, and they're going to run into Totson, who's chilling out, trying to just slow things down. Does try to get Madison, does get Rain, does get... Totson comes out of nowhere and gets Madison. All right. Entropy struggling with these initial exchanges. 40 is the last man standing. He's just going to take the smoke, wait it out.
But 1v3 on to be Bombset with 10 seconds left, as the sniper is probably the worst nightmare you're sitting at. Let's find the drop. Not enough time. We'll have to retreat back. And the first round will be taken by the Blacklist side, as ROC is going to start leading out in a pretty clean sweep, I would say, for that round.
Yeah, that was
the quickest aggression down towards B, and eventually it worked out wonders. So Pew had nothing to do about the swing out with the flashes. So there is going to be that. And look at the position of Snare. He's going to be using the smoke to creep out towards Long, but does he realize Pew is in the deep corner of Long? Maybe not, because Snare gets the drop, and Pew had nothing to do about helping out his teammate. And Snare about to find the second kill, whips the first shot, but somehow gets menaced before going down.
This is one-way traffic right now, as ROC are just cleaning house. 2-0 in super quick rounds.
Critical mistake by Pew. He was tucked out towards long, but he wasn't able to scout out for the rest of his team, costing 2 players at the end of the day, and eventually costing a round. 2-0 on the score.
Yeah, and this is pure aggression from ROC. They are just not taking their foot off the gas, as it looks as though Horus might make his way across the crosswalk here, across that catwalk, and maybe push into A. It is pretty well defended. We do have Madison very deep on A long, just making sure that they can get as much information as they can. Salta was dancing around that central door, but I don't know if he saw or heard any movement from ROC as they're looking now to move over towards A. They are all on the right-hand side of the map as the C4 goes deep, and it looks as though A-Long is going to be their preferred path. Madison is so deep here. He pops out, gets one, but is taken out. But that's all the information his team needs. 40 doesn't turn around. Slayer wraps around perfectly. That was a well-timed execution.
And eventually down to the ends of Q, who is already down very low. Slayer swings in, doesn't spot the sliver of angle. The flashbang is going to work wonders as well. As Entropy mightily struggling now to hold onto the bomb site, goes on the retake. Rain does find one, but eventually is traded out. Pew sitting with 7 HP and nothing else more. Swings in, gets pistoled out. As ROC, these guys, finds 3 rounds in a blink of an eye.
This is, I've already said it once, but this is one-way traffic so far. Everything is going ROC's way. They are first to every shot, first to every engagement. And Snake takes down Pew. This looks like men against boys so far as Slayer gets 40. And this is just not working out for EYG. Something's gonna have to happen for Entropy to come back into this.
It's gonna happen now, because deeper down the road, it's not gonna work out for Entropy. But for now, down 2 players is gonna be going out for a 2-1 split. So one of the bomb sites, they will have to play 1v4. And seems to be the case, will be caught down towards the A bomb site, held down by Madison, and the rotation is coming in from Entropy. But the problem is, Totson is still scouting around, so the rotation could come in any moment soon. But doesn't matter. Horus quickly guns down Sada. Madison tries to provide some support as well, and it's gonna be down 1v4. The nade is, oh, it's gonna go nowhere.
And then he just walks into trouble, wrapped around the back. Totson cleans it up, and that is a 4-0 scoreline so far. I thought this would be a lot closer than it has been so far, but ROC, they are just on fire right now.
Yeah, and ROC is continuing to put the pedal fully down to the ground, putting all the gas to work, but Pew got a couple frags before going down. It's going to be down 3 on 4, but eventually rest of ROC is going to be able to wrap things up and make a rotation down towards B. Look at the position of 40. He is going out pretty deep. This might be able to catch a couple nope, not at all. Horus just knows. He knows. He knows! What is going on?
I think that was the first time this match that EYG have actually had an advantage past like the 30-second mark. Like
Not
they
anymore.
were 1 player up, but yeah, it was just like, you know to check that long corridor, right? You know to check
Here's
your
the thing,
spawn.
right? If 40 is down that deep towards the spawn area, Horus, you aren't supposed to look at him. You aren't supposed to. That's almost a promise.
I think you just kind of get the feeling like you know there's one missing, so you know he's probably going to be at your spawn site, but oof.
Oh, God.
Sada goes down, Rain goes down to the pistol of Slayer, and Madison, last man standing, has it all to do, gets 1, all right. Can he make it 2 or 3? The C4 was dropped there, but they're going to try to get it planted. There's 50 seconds left.
All Madison has to do is hear the bomb going down, swing out, find the first frag, and make it down to 1v1. Doesn't matter, a snare continues to find frags through the smoke. Madison goes down, and quicker than ever, 5-0 is going to be the scoreline, and ROC is looking pretty damn strong.
Yeah, everything is just going the way of ROC. What can Entropy do here? They're second to every shot. Madison, though, does pick out Slayer. That's a big kill this time, but Tossin does get down Pew. So it is... Okay, Snare's down as well. So it's 3 against 3. Is this the beginning of the comeback? As Madison tries to peek out the window, does get taken out by Horus. 40 taking the long way around, but doesn't look the right way. Does get collapsed in on by 2. And now Rain has it all to do. He gets 1. Can he make it 2? Horus doesn't care at all. Sticks his head on the line. Gets the kill. And that is 6 in a row.
And he just waves it off.
He almost
with a
looked
shrug
annoyed.
of his shoulder.
He almost looked annoyed that he had to use the ammo.
What do you mean?
Why didn't you just fall to the floor and give up immediately? That's what it looked like there for Horus. Like, this is just insane. 11 and 2 so far.
It's elegant that how ROC is able to just manhandle Entropy at this point. Of course, Black Widow is one of the more lopsided matches, but 6-0 is a score that you don't see quite often.
Yeah, 6-0. Usually it's usually 5-1, maybe 4-2, but that's a nice peak there by Sata. It does take down Horus quite low, giving a bit of an advantage here to Entropy, who just bucket out of there. They're like, no way. And Snare is waiting on the other side. He does, unfortunately, pre-shoot just a little bit too early. Doesn't catch anyone. Gives away his position. And that just allows Sata to reset himself. They are stuck under catwalk, though, as the rest of ROC are looking to bounce on the top. Grenade was pretty good. That's a good flash covering center. And here we go. The catwalk is all there. Sata doesn't see it coming. Horus peeks out over the top. He does go down first. He is the first man. Thompson and Snake, they do pick out 2. And 40 actually gets a big kill here. It's 2 against 3. 1 against 3. Can Madison do it?
Sure, the rest of the players on ROC is down very low, but a click of the head is all ROC needs, and they are master of clicking heads. So, Madison on the opening frag takes down Snare, needs to find 2 more. The clock is ticking. The positions of ROC, they're holding on window, they're holding on long. I think Madison has seen Slayer there, so that's why he's pre-firing this angle. But the rest of ROC, Snake can swing out any moment soon. And there you have it, the trade kill is there. And we are looking at nothing but a 7-0 scoreboard.
Yeah, and
least expected coming into this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, Entropy, like, they know that they're going to have to reset at the change of halves, like the change of sides. And Slayer, super deep, picks up a great double kill as Pew gets his own, but Slayer continues. That's a triple kill for him. As Madison picks up the sniper, he does get down Thompson, and there goes Slayer. Is this what they needed? Madison on the sniper. Finally, Entropy have a bit of an advantage as they come in. Oh no, Snare has something to say about this. He does get the kill, and now it's 1v1. It's Snare against Madison. Madison's gonna... Oh, he doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. They're back to back. Oh, he missed the shot. He took the shot. Oh, but still gets it. Madison, finally, something goes Entropy's way, and he is 9-7 right now.
Entropy is increasing.
It definitely is. It's always increasing. That's why it's Entropy. But here we go. Flashbang out. Madison is kind of disabled for now. But look at this. ROC, they fake the grenades over on A, and this is a very aggressive push. Horus gets one, but Pew picks up a double kill before going down to Snake. Snares takes out 40, and now it's 2 against 3. Madison once again.
What? Madison, you weren't... Oh, there we go, finally.
Yeah.
But it didn't buy enough of a room for the rest of ROC to get the bomb planted. And what are you doing, Snake? Through the smoke, finds the tip of the head of Sata. What are you doing?
Dominating, that's what he's doing as Madison is going to have to swing out and is instantly deleted by Snake. And that is one-way traffic. That is 8-1.
Scoreline that we least expected. As now we do see the switch of sides, but I don't know, mate. It feels all ROC's way, at least for this map. And here comes a quick, long aggression, but is going to be greeted by 3 players of ROC holding it down. Horse takes a bunch through the smoke. Then Sata able to click a couple heads. Looking for a third. Hodson could be spotted out, and there you have it. Rain's going to find the kill. And all of a sudden, Entropy trying whatever and anything to be able to pick up some kills and pick up some rounds.
Oh, and we have some more kills going out. Snare gets Madison. It's 1 against 4. Entropy, they know what they're doing on this side. Blacklist is the favorite, but 8-1 is a mountain to climb. Psychologically, just how they've been losing these matches, it doesn't seem to matter. They are ready and willing as they get another win on the board. It is 8-2.
8-2 is going to be the scoreline. As we do get to see the beautiful faces of the players. For ROC, they're completely relieved. You know, no pressure whatsoever. And just waiting to see if we get to see the players from Entropy as well. But nonetheless, yeah, whatever Horus said on their interview, I know, I feel it is very justifiable.
Yeah, absolutely. It is insane how strong they started, but now the shoe is on the other foot. Can EYG, can Entropy finally get a footing in this map? It has been one-way traffic so far. Will it turn around? As we are on board with Snare looking down. Oh, he dropped the shot. He saw it. He got the information. And Horus swings around the corner, gets one, but is instantly deleted. Madison gets another kill here. He gets a double. That's Totson off the board as well. But he is very, very low. As Snare gets a wicked shot off there. And it's all going wrong. It's 2 for 2. Snake and Slayer against 40 and Pew. 40 lining up those shots. Pew on the bomb site. Do they know where each other are? That's the question.
40 spotted out. Slayer is waiting. And the wall bang is good for a bunch of damage that allows enough room for Snake to start creeping in towards Catwalk. Pew has to post a plan. And gets it. He does get it. Indeed. Slayer swings out with the pistol, gets the job done. And now, all down to the ends of 40. Not anymore, as he has fallen. And ROC is going to be able to pick up the map point cleanly.
This is a intense match between two good teams, but ROC are just so on top of things right now. They're playing at a tempo that we generally don't see. This is super high tempo for ROC.
Definitely high tempo, and EYG is also picking up the pace here. They're going to send it down towards long, but is halted completely. Totson Slayer Horse picks up a piece each. Slayer looking for the second, does find the quick scope, and then add another quick scope to the kill point, and ROC single-handedly closes out Black Widow with their favorite 10-2-2. First in this tournament.
Yeah, that was absolute domination. I was hoping, praying for Entropy that they could maybe stem it at the switch. It was looking good for them. They got 2 in a row.
Until the first half.
Yeah.
Happened.
The first half just happened. But you know what I mean? Like, Entropy, they looked as though they were coming back into it. The side swap, maybe would have been enough to kickstart it, but unfortunately, they're just second to it. ROC are just too good. They made that look all too easy.
And this highlight reel, it's mostly comprised of frags from ROC because the rounds went mostly towards ROC side. So, man, it hurts to see that Entropy falls like this. They have to pick the pace back up. They have to fight back. And Port is definitely one of the maps that Entropy picking up more rounds and picking up the pace to take us into map 3.
Yeah, this is also psychological damage, let's say, because like
Mental damage.
I mean, why not both? This is gonna just destroy everything that you've had planned. Imagine spending weeks planning for this match. You know you're going against the strongest team. You've prepared, you've planned everything. No matter what you plan, everyone has a plan until you get shot in the face. And then it's just chaos, carnage. ROC made that look like men against boys.
But the question is, can ROC continue on this trend of homeschooling Entropy in map number 2?
You know, it's going to be hard to come back. Like, the mental game is cracked, right? Your mentality is broken. You're going to be second guessing everything because you were just second to every shot. It was almost as if you were playing with 180,000 ping. Like, it looks as though the other team are just playing on a different time zone to you. You know what I mean? Like, ROC, they're playing from the future, man. Like, they're so good. And I mean, if you look at that, 2.5 for Snake, 2.0 for Slayer, 2.0 for Horus, only Manison managed to put up a positive KD on the side of Entropy, and everyone else it just didn't work out for them on that map.
Yeah, the first map was definitely in the favor of ROC. Entropy tried their best to climb and crawl back in, but the rounds were 10-2, and ROC was able to secure map number 1 in a single-handedly sided manner and favor it towards them. Just waiting to get into map number 2, which is going to be Port, but extending on what we were just talking about, sure, the mental has been cracked, but Port is one of those maps where if you're able to just drag it out long enough, then you can turn things around.
Definitely. It's one of those maps where we've seen the underdogs beat the Titans. We've seen the Davids beat the Goliaths on this map. It is a map that definitely throws a spanner in most people's works. So let's hope that maybe that was just a one-off. Maybe Entropy knew they were going to struggle on that map and they picked this map because this is what they're expecting to win on. This is their map. So hopefully we can see the Entropy the Entropy Gaming team, come back into this one and show us that these teams are evenly matched. And Black Widow was a one-off.
Thank you, Bill Nye. Gonna be a quick A push cooking up by ROC, having 3 players to climb on connector. But look at this counter boost by Sata. It's just working wonders. And Snake will fall quickly. But ROC hasn't given up the interest. And Snare is up. And Horse is up as well. Look at Sata's position. Will ROC double swing this? Not anymore. Snare is going to find the kill, but at the cost of losing Horse. Down 3 on 4. With Snare down very low, ROC, yet to pick the C4 up, is waiting to find a couple more frags before really guiding themselves into any of the bump sites. And seems to be A is going to be the case where they're poking, prodding in towards. I think 40 has been spotted, but 40 is going to quickly clap Slayer. And Snare.
Nicely done there by Entropy. That is the response needed after Black Widow. I mean, you kind of knew that 40 would be on A top, right? That's just where your sniper lives on this map. It is a crow's nest. So you knew he was there, but it doesn't matter. Like, if a sniper is good, a sniper is good. And it looks as though we're going to get a bit of a boost again up on sideways. For Sada, I think Sada actually thought better of it. He's going to sit at the bottom. Maybe let them push across this time. You can see the nervousness of Horus here. He knows something's up. He knows someone will be waiting here. Is Slayer going to swing out first? Looks as though he's thinking about it. It looks as though Slayer might swing around the corner, but I mean, 40 is the Overwatch there. He's looking down the barrel of the gun. He sees, that's Snare, sorry. So Snare knows what he's got to do. They're pushing through, and they do make it from underneath. So now we're on board with Snake.
Yeah, Sato was trying to hold down connector, but Slayer was able to swing out and take the kill onto Sato, who was least expecting it from happening. The C4 now is going to be picked up by Totson, as the rotation is now happening from A down towards B, it seems to be. 40 now, relocating himself from on top of A towards middle. Not entirely sure if he's able to find any frags in this particular position, because that bridge, you get swinged by 2 players or more if the angle of attack is on towards bridge. Overflash is happening. Rain is completely blind. Horus is blind as well from the counter flash, but he was able to find a couple pot shots. And here is the fake being sold completely. C4 is on the bomb site, and to make things worse, Horus is going to just continue to farm kills. Why are you letting him do so?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's 1 versus 4 now. Rain has it all to do on his own, and this is going to be hard to break, but he gets 1. Can he make it 2? Slayer is next on the line. No, he's not. Rain decides to duck and dodge. He's going to run into Totson, I think. Turns around. Oh, he doesn't try the wall shots. Oh, and he sees it last minute, but Snake comes from underneath, and that is a nice return of serve for ROC. It is 1 apiece, and we're going to see what happens. But that was such an excellent fake onto B by ROC. They kind of deserved that round, but look at this. They do this time, push into B, and it's absolute carnage. Madison picks up basically a triple kill here. Massive, massive swing of favor for EYG. Rain goes down. Snare is up. He has it all to do on his own. He does switch his weapon, and he's going to run into 40, who snipes him off the map. And it is tit for tat, ping for pong. It is left and right. It is 2-1.
I just like how you're talking about ping pong.
And we have PingPongPals.
PingPongPals. Nonetheless, ROC going tit for tat. Lost a round there after picking up their first round. Another counter boost by Salta. They're absolutely loving it. And ROC, are they expecting the same sort of connector hold by Sata? Because they're gonna try to boost into it, and Sata might just be able to clink a couple heads quickly. Horus is up with the pistol. Sata waiting patiently. Is now double swung, and finally ROC is able to punish Sata for being in a more aggressive position of all things.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that works once, and then you just have to like let that psychology set in, and then they check hundreds of times. But here we go. We're on Snare, trying to get something through the smoke, but just a couple of warning shots, I feel. But yeah, you just do it once, and then let the psychology, like, let it sink in. Let them second guess every time they try to do it. But if you keep doing it, you're just going to get shot every time. As 40 is backing away here, he's just going to move over towards that central line down that street, as Pew does get a couple of tags off there. Madison looking aggressively at it, does take out Snare. The rest of ROC, they're kind of playing very static right now as Horus pokes out. 40 ducks and dodges that, does get taken out eventually. Horus on the charge, swings around the corner, no one there. As Madison was taken down, Rain is around the corner. He's going to have a look. There are 2 left on the side of Entropy. Pew and Rain have it all to do. They're teaming up, and they're going towards A. They're going to run into Snake first. Snake takes down Pew. Rain tries to get it done through the smoke. He does get Snake as Horus awaits around the corner like a hawk. He takes another one here. It is 2-2.
Like Simon once said, once again, tit for tat, ping for pong, left and right, toe to toe.
I'm trying to think of a lot more things that are like A and B.
Nail, no, not tooth and nails. Eye for an eye.
Yeah, that works. All right, let's add that to the list next time round.
We playing that game, aren't we? Nonetheless, speaking of playing games, are going to be ROC and Entropy in a cool game of CrossFire in the middle of court. Tied 2-2. Slayer is going to be able to find Rain whilst being flashed. And the 2 players are going to be rotating out from middle in towards B, as going to be on the side of Entropy. And look at the positioning of ROC. They are just holding the anchors, holding the key positions, and it works wonders. Snare clapped Sata, and 40 was about to go down.
40 gets a kill. 40 gets another kill. Double kill there.
That was Madison.
Oh, sorry, Madison got a double kill. My bad. And ROC, they instantly retaliate here. It looks as though Pew might have his work cut out for him as Totson, Snake, and Horus are still standing. Are they going to get the C4 down? It is swinging over towards A. Horus takes a couple of pot shots, does connect. Pew goes down, and that is the first step ahead for ROC. On port. Worth saying on port because they dominated Black Widow.
It's also saying the rounds are going tit for
tat, toe for toe, A to B. Yeah.
yeah, no.
No, let's drop that. It was funny the first couple of times.
Yeah. I think we're stretching a little too much. But speaking of stretching things a little too much, is going to be ROC sending another player on top of connector once again. I think they've done it almost every single round. And the rest of players are also leaning their body, leaning their position towards closer, now towards A. So, Arby will be able to see another A hit brewing in the pot.
Is it going to be though? Like, could this be a fake? You can see that Entropy, they're thinking maybe B will be the push. They're settled down on the warehouse. They're looking to keep everyone very mobile and flexible towards that B side. And A is being looked at by Sata and 40 as Madison taking a couple pot shots through the middle and does get punished for just revealing his location as Snare takes him off the board. And that could be the go sign for whatever ROC want to do.
And they still have plenty of time to work with. They still have a whole minute on the clock. After taking down Madison, who has been top fragging on the team last map, and ROC has the C4 up on connector. Oh, and Sata will go down. That's gonna open up the gate on towards the A bomb site. 40 struggling to hold the bomb site, and Pew caught with his pants down, all down to the ends of rain in a 1v5. And A-Dream, while the rest of ROC is coming on for the hunt. And the hunt is done. Slayer takes down Rain. And ROC is going to start leading up 4-2.
Yeah, this is just going ROC's way now. They found their footing in the blacklist side on port. So we're going to see what can happen now. Can Entropy like settle themselves, or are they starting to think?
Here's the thing, it's not because their defense is weak. It's just whatever aggression they want to take on the global risk side is fighting them back at the end of the day. So they have to play more default, even this round right now, right? You see Sata was counter boosted, and you see two players are deep in B connector. Why are you investing players in the aggressive positions? Play defense when you're on the defensive side. Why are you playing offense when you're on defense? That's the issue here.
I mean, sometimes you have to take the game to them, but I think...
Not on port. Port is definitely not the map to do so.
I mean, you're right, but it's also a map where, oh, Snare and Horus just
see the two players
showing.
in B connector completely gone. Why?
Well, we'll find out sometime as Rain picks up a double kill. Salter actually gets one. Rain does go down. 40, last man standing on the side of Entropy. And he's looking towards that bomb site, thinking of hanging around the warehouse here. As we see the C4 starting to wrap around. There's a lot of dead bodies in the way. Is there a window of opportunity here for 40 to bring home the win? He's low. Snare sees him. Slayer's going to wrap around the other side. Does take him out. Just perfect overlap there by the side of ROC. And it is 5-2.
And just like that, it's going to be 5 rounds, going to be being picked up by ROC. And this time, keeping the composure, finally Entropy is going to be playing on the more defensive angle. And as I say that, we do see Pew all the way deep in connector and peeking out towards middle. Let's see if that pays off dividends, because I don't believe in it.
Well, it was starting as the traditional 2-1-2 defensive line, but yeah, you're right. Pew did go a little bit off kilter here. 40's going to have his work cut out for him. There are 3 looking towards that A side. They're going to have a little bit of a peek, and they might just catch Sada off guard again. He does seem to be struggling ever so slightly in this one. But here we go. Here is that rotation towards B, and we know what the warehouse push is like. We know how strong this B side can be, and especially once you take it, it is very hard to break. A snare actually goes down. That might just be the information needed, but we don't see 40 rotating over, and Sada is still sitting on A. They're slow to react, but the push, I mean, it's still deciding where it's going. I thought it was looking like a very strong B push, but smartly Entropy didn't take the bait as strong as I did. But now this warehouse push is coming in. Pew is going to be the first to find out about it. Rain is there. Madison is around the corner. But the rest of the team, they have no information. There's nothing coming. And the rotation, it's good, but Rain doesn't care about the rotating players on his side. He's going to do it all on his own. Does take two. Madison then takes two. And Entropy, they do take a very good map there.
Still, they have to find one more round to close the first half to be close to a tie. It's going to be 5-4 if they do so. And for ROC, if they are able to pick up this final round, it's going to be double score 6-3, I believe. And for now, Pew is caught while swinging out a little too wide. Maybe a misstep, maybe a tactical maneuver, but that's going to benefit ROC as a whole.
Yeah, and we got to see how Entropy will react to this. They're still holding their positions, and they're pushed very deep in their own side. As you would expect for the global risk on this map, it's very hard to play very aggressive. And you were right, like the aggression just definitely wasn't working for EYG. They had to sit back, they had to do it, and 40 goes down to Horus. And I mean, it is all unraveling here for Entropy as ROC look. Oh, menacing. Throws the grenade through the window, turns around, does get Horus down. Does reveal his position. How can the rest of the team support him? Snake trying to get the pot shots off. Doesn't manage to connect anything really. And that is Slayer and Sada having a bit of a standoff. Is Sada awake?
Oh, Sada hasn't seen Slayer coming down from connector. But doesn't matter. Sada finds one, looking for the second. Does put out a bunch of damage, but eventually goes down. And Snare with the flank finds one. Oh, the timing on the swap. He's going to be able to fall back without losing his life, though he took a bunch of damage. Rain versus the world. Once again, I think we've seen the round happen a couple of rounds ago, and looks like we are at it once again. Sada has to find Snake and two more players. The bomb timer ticking down. He's good for one, looking for the second. Has to go for the pistol. Sees Totson, taps him, but the damage isn't quite there. 6-3 on the first half as ROC is going to lead out on a double score.
Now, as we've said before, 6-3 isn't a bad score going into the second half. It's a lot better than 7-2. But after you got kind of manhandled on Black Widow, how is that going to affect you? You kind of do want to be within touching distance of your opponent if you are Entropy. But now we swap roles, we swap sides. What can ROC do on the global risk side? And can Entropy get their footing on the blacklist side and finally bring home a string of victories? We will see. This 40 goes a bit deep and does take a bit of fall damage there. Nothing,
yeah, that usually happens in port.
Yeah, nothing to sing home about, but you never know. That could be the difference between someone tapping you in one shot and someone tapping you in two.
Maybe that one bullet makes all the difference. Nonetheless, minute 30 on the clock, and Entropy is thinking about a B hit, which might be the right decision, only being held down by Slayer. Totson could rotate in, but that's two players all in all. Rest of ROC, they're holding closer and deeper in towards A, sending Snake towards middle seems to be, and so far they're going to be pushing it down towards middle. It seems to be Entropy setting out the overnades. Are they going to go for connector push, or are they opting out to go in deep towards middle? But here is the Ghost and Horus while being finds two, finds three huge kills to stop the push. Snake comes in hot as well, and Snare on top of the bomb site took a beating, but eventually he was able to jump up and over with the pistol to take the final kill. And we are looking at a 7-3 scoreline here, Simon.
Yeah, it's looking rough. ROC definitely playing this side well as we do get a wallbang there. Madison is down for the count in this round. And Entropy, they're left reeling. How do they come back from this? They're pulling back. They're going to try to reset, but it just feels like ROC are everywhere all at once. You know what I mean? Like there's someone around every corner. Every trap is set. ROC, they seemingly have 7 players on the team. Like, that's how good they are right now, how spread out they are, how they just know the map so well. It's just unbelievable play. This is me hoping to commentator curse ROC a little bit so that it swings the other way.
Cleans out the rounds. No, yeah, let's not go there, but thus far, I mean, Entropy has been putting up some sort of fight, but it's not a decent fight. To match up to that of ROC is the issue here.
Yeah, and look at this. They're looking towards a B push, right? Look at where ROC are. They were hanging around B. I think they feel it in the water. Slayer is doing the old jump, hop, and peek. And he is going to see this. But look at that. Look at that. Instantly, the rest of the team rotating over to B. It's almost as if it's premonition as EYG actually get the better of that engagement just for a little bit. But now ROC, they're finding their footing as Snare and Horus, last 2 standing. EYG does get the jump shot. Oh, Horus wraps around the back. He gets 40 down. Sada is next to fall. And ROC make it look almost too easy.
I feel like Entropy has a lot of breath taken away in their lungs, and there's not a room left for them to breathe. 8-3. And ROC, even though they had a single player on the bomb site, they were able to rotate the players in time. Maybe Entropy took a little too long in the B hut to make the actual aggression because their rotation came in hot the moment they heard the pot shots through the window. So maybe that was the difference maker for ROC to pick up the last round as well. Nonetheless, Entropy with the pop flash is going to be sending it in. Slayer waiting, Slayer goes down, and now this time they're going to put the pedal to the gas here. And now the rest of ROC is going to start rotating in. Snake and Totson underneath the bond site. Range tries to swing out, gets the kill. It's going to be Sada to find one actually, and somehow Snare's going to find the kill with the nade. Down to 2v2, as Snare and Horus has it all to do, but the bomb site has been taken. As Horus in hut tries to go for the cautious. And Snare swings up with the pistol. How does he do it? He gets one, but couldn't find the second kill. As looks like the fast-paced tempo that Entropy's bringing is working out, although being a little bit rough, I would say.
Yeah, not the cleanest of rounds, but it doesn't matter how clean it is as long as you win it, right?
Round is a round, after all.
Yep. So Pew does take a bit of damage there, but he's going to be the sacrificial lamb towards Horus. He's having a bit of a peek over the boxes and then decides, nah, I don't want it. But look at how they're kind of strangling the space now for ROC. They're pushing everything over towards A. I think they feel this is coming. As Horus is very, very deep. He gets Pew, he gets 2. And my goodness, Madison does take him out, but that is a deadly engagement as Snare gets the quick scope down on Sada. It's 3 against 2. Slayer, Snake, and Snare. All they have to do is hold on. As Madison and 40, they have to try and find a way to break it. And look at how ROC have split up. 1 deep, 1 on A, 1 on B. They are prepared for a lot. And Slayer just has his pointer. Oh! 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 And 40 goes down as well as ROC take another. And they're making it look almost too easy. It's 9-4.
They're making it a little too easy, isn't it, Simon? 9-4 already. And thus far, Entropy mightily struggling to hold on to the rounds here. They have to pick this up and 4 or 5 more up to go into overtime. And Entropy, they're going to be gathered outside of B. Slayer is going to toss it in and will realize a decent amount of value. Totson has to hold this one down. He's completely flash go for the madness. Spray down, not gonna happen as Pew's gonna also find the kill onto Slayer. Down 3v5, but Snake was good on the rotation. Finds some damage before rotating back out. On top of the bomb site is gonna be Madness, but Horus and Snare in a coalition is gonna find a kill each. In a 2v3 is gonna be ROC. C4 has been planted, and Horus himself is down very low. Look at Pew's position. He's waiting for Horus to come in, and there is the round being realized by Entropy, but it may have happened a round a little too late.
Might just be, but one round is better than no rounds, so they continue on just a little bit longer. So EYG have a lot of work to do, as you can see. Trying just to find the angles now, just sitting deep. But look at Slayer, he's holding that B line as deep as he can without kind of pushing too deep and, you know, revealing himself here. And we do have, oh, he's going very deep. There's 4, 5, actually all of Entropy. They're all towards that B road as they are looking to have a push. Grenade comes in, grenade is good. Does that give any information? No, but 40 takes a lot of information right to the body, and he's down very, very low. 21 HP remaining on him.
That pot shot hit for 80. Not good for a kill, but it looks like Entropy is thinking about a possible big push. Yet another pot shot, but the rotation from ROC not happening just yet. And maybe this is going to be the difference maker as ROC. They're expecting that Entropy will be rotating out from B, and maybe that is the case. We do see Pew, who was peeking out towards middle, but now they've gathered themselves back up in towards B. Look at Totson's position. He is deep in B, and Slayer is waiting with a sniper. Sata's going to be able to find the spray down on towards Totson. Slayer, not good for 1, not good for 2. He is about to go down. This is yet another round to be picked up by Entropy if Snare and Horus can't find much kills.
Yeah, Snare wrapping around here. He's gonna find it. He does, but he doesn't get any kills. He just finds a whole world of hurt. There's Horus, last man standing. I think he knows that his time is up, and he's just gonna go for a little bit of a journey. Take a look at a couple of ships.
Tech pause.
Yeah, well, we'll see. He's just,
I mean, it's a tack pause in a sense that you're not.
You're running down the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just making sure everyone is happy. And he might just play some games because, like, yeah, maybe he's just having to look around. I think that's what it is. I think he just wants to, you know, be a tourist for once and take a look at the boats and see how it's going as the bomb.
Nice boat.
Does go off. And there we go. Entropy. They do get another win here. And is this the start of the comeback? It is 9-6.
And I can tell, Simon, you're max jinxing it with the caster curse. As ROC this time is going to be going out aggressive and towards middle and has gained control of the B connector. But none of Entropy Gaming is waiting in the B huts, so it didn't pay off any dividends just yet. As for now, the C4 and the rest of Entropy is actually lingering outside of A. Not even in connector, but like actually just outside of A long here. And Snare, he's been landing some naughty shots on top of the bomb site. Let's see if he is able to find a couple more.
He's still looking at it, he's still thinking. Both teams just kind of toying with each other right now as we have Rain doing the old wall run. Are they gonna go A? That would be kind of risky at this point. Rain is on the connector. So Pew is rotating around, and yeah, they're gonna go B. There's a nice little kill zone here set up with Slayer. And I think that's Totson. Yeah, Totson's gonna wait on the bottom. He's gonna give the first call. He's gonna see something. Slayer's gonna wrap around. There we go, there's 1. There's 2. And there's the wraparound. There's 3. Make it. Nope, I thought it was gonna be 4. Madison does manage to get 1, but Snake goes down. So 40 and Madison, last 2 surviving on Entropy. ROC, they have 2. It's Snare and Horus. So it's 2 against 2, and you can't cover a lot of the map. So they are sticking together.
40 is barely alive with 1 HP, as you can see on the left of the screen here. He is a dead man essentially, but still alive, was able to find the kill with 1 HP. And like you said, Simon, not a lot of map could be covered with only 2 players. Going to be ROC, but Horus waiting by the bridge side can definitely hold on to the bomb site if he's able to see the tip of the heads. And there's 40 going down. And Madison has it ultimate, has the C4, but not a lot of time. Has to cross into the bomb site. Has about 10 seconds, will be jumping up the staircase and post for the bomb plant in a 1v2 and a dream to keep the tournament life alive. Madison has the flash, wall, frags it, swings out, gets a good damage done, but not quite there to find the kills. As ROC is going to be able to close port out in a 10-6. It's going to be 2-0 for the series.
Wow, wow, wow. ROC have come out swinging in this one. And you can see Entropy, I mean, it almost feels as if, you know, they didn't have time to settle in at all. ROC brought their A game immediately and just didn't give Entropy a fair chance to really warm up. So that is a very quick 2-0 for ROC. And I mean, who would be your MVP in this, apart from the whole team? Because they've just done, essentially...
I gotta say Horus. But everyone else did really well too.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to pick out someone who won this. I mean, Sata did pretty well. I mean, for Entropy, Sata did pretty well with the first, you know, counter sideways jump, right? He was in there, he got a kill, whatever, but then he kept trying to do it again and again and again. And then Entropy Effect on this map, they just looked second to every bullet. There was a point where it looked, maybe they were turning the tide and maybe this is the start, but then, I mean, ROC just kind of got set up and it was just one-way traffic.
Absolute one-way traffic. Although Entropy was able to put up a decent fight on the port, the caliber wasn't quite there to actually take the map point back into their hands. So there you have it. 10-2, 10-6, at least for Entropy. This is not the end of the day for end of the tournament for them, so still have the losers bracket to go through.
Well, no, they're in the group.
Oh yeah,
still.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right,
yeah.
man. It's
they still have
Anubis to play tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's Anubis tomorrow. Maybe they can get themselves set up in that one. Maybe that will be their turning point because Anubis are already 1-up. If Entropy win, that'll be 1-1. Then this group gets blown wide open. If Anubis win, then Entropy Effect are effectively fighting for maybe a playoff place.
Maybe a place, but it only comes down to the results of the games that are going to happen tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, as we have 5 days of straight fun Crossfire coming right at you. So gotta wait and see how everything, the results turn out to be.
Yeah, this is definitely a fun match.
Who do you pick as an MVP? I think it's Horus, but
I honestly couldn't tell you. I think Snare maybe was just positionally a little bit better, but if you're just looking at stats, yeah, I think, yeah, Horus. If you're just looking at pure stats, it's Horus. Madison again being the one shining star on Entropy Gaming, but hopefully they can, you know, recover from this and come back stronger tomorrow. We will see them in the last game tomorrow against Anubis. That's going to be another tough matchup.
I mean, Madison has been lifting the weights, but he does need some support from his team to do so. 10-2 and 10-6 as ROC is going to be able to close out the series in a 2-0. And also, going to have to go into Eagle Eye, which could have been the difference maker. I feel like Entropy is, you know, a pretty good team on Eagle Eye as well. And of course, who else but Horus to be picked as MVP? And this guy is sitting comfortably at 1.94 KD. So yeah, absolutely well deserved by the stats, and not only by the stats, also in the place he was playing in the crucial positions. He was playing the key anchor, and he, on the blacklist side, he was the guy to guide his team into the angles, as you can see on the replay.
Yeah, I mean, it almost looked as though he didn't know how to die at times. Like, he'd run into basically an unwinnable situation and come out killing 2 or 3. Like, unstoppable today. And yeah, I mean, all the talk about being the strongest and how, you know, they're just so dominant and everything's been easy, they kind of proved it again today. They are playing at a completely different level to Entropy and maybe to everyone else in the tournament. We're going to have to see how anyone can stand up to this, because that was a very, very dominant performance by ROC. And by Horus in particular. Like, how do you do it?
Well, of course, it's no one else but Horus with the superstar plays and also taking the MVP. But looks like we're just about ready to interview our MVP player, Horus, up on the board.
Hey, Horus, you made that look almost too easy. Like, how are you feeling after that one?
It is too easy. It doesn't look like it.
No pressure at all. But yeah, congrats on your win against Entropy 2-0. But tomorrow, I believe you have a game against 3P PingPongPals. What are your expectations going into that matchup?
2-0. Definitely 2-0.
So
we are not here for this region, you know.
Yeah.
We're already competing the hardest groups ever in the CFS and all this stuff. So we are here for the champion. We are not here for just to compete on the group stage or stuff.
Well said.
yeah, you're looking easily to be one of the strongest teams in the Eumena region. Is there anyone that you think could potentially challenge you in a match?
No, there is no one definitely in our, in our level. You know, as you say, we already have the experience more than anyone, I guess, in this league. So yeah, we will definitely beat anyone.
What a bold statement. But thanks for the interview, Horus, and looking forward to your matches coming up tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Make sure you guys also, cheer for the other teams as well to, at least match up to your passion and your caliber. Thanks for the interview.
You're welcome. See you.
Thank you.
Bye.
The confidence in that team is going to be at an all-time high. You can just see it.
That is very high. I'll tell you that. That's on top of a skyscraper almost.
You could distill that down and sell it off to anyone. But they've proved it today. They are easily one of the strongest teams. They say no one can challenge them in the region, but we're going to have to wait and see what the rest of the tournament has.
Now here's the twist, right? Now that Horus has claimed that they're the best team in the region, now I really want to see of the other teams, maybe Gaimin Gladiators, maybe 3P, maybe, Anubis to, possibly come back and take down ROC, who is seemingly the evil best guy in the region. So yeah, have to wait and see how that unfolds. But we're going to be taking a quick 10-minute break and come back with the final series of the day, which is going to be Gaimin Gladiators versus Inner Circle. expect CFS 2025 Path Eumena. This is going to be the regional finals brought to you by Smallgate, and we are in the midst of all the series about to be wrapped up. 3 games so far, and we're just left with the last set here. It's going to be Gaimin Gladiators versus Inner Circle. And Simon, what are your expectations coming to this matchup?
Honestly, all my expectations have proved wrong, so I'm not going to have anything this time round. I
jinx.
Yeah, I know.
The jinx.
I expect it to be relatively close between these two teams, but the last time I said that, the last map happened. The last match happened where, like, you know, ROC came out all guns blazing. This match, Group B, match 2, anything can happen. I think... I don't want to say it again. I'm not going to say it again. I was going to say, like, the winner of this will be the one to be a very strong contender to win basically everything.
Well, let's see how it turns out to be, but looks like we are ready to see what Gaimin Gladiators has to say to us.
Hello, I'm Lineclaw from Team Gaming Gladiators. There is not much to say about our road until reaching the CFS regional finals. We placed second, just like last year, and we are ready for this tournament. The preparation for the regional finals was normal. We take it as any other event. Of course, this one is very short and is very important, and we are willing to give our best. The biggest challenge doing preparation was obviously understanding how could we improve, trying new stuff, actively trying to learn from other teams, and yes, getting routine and ready for the new matches that we are going to have. No, there was no challenges during our preparation for regional finals. It's just like any other event, and yeah, we are giving our best to get the best result. I don't think there is anyone who talks really big before the matches. I mean, some people like to, you know, provoke each other before the matches, but I think it's all friendly banter. I don't really give any importance to what is said before matches, because in the end, it doesn't matter what you say before. What matters is the result at the end. If I advance to the CFS Grand Finals, obviously I would like to play against Brazil and China. I lost last time. And maybe play again a match against Philippines or North America. I mean, against Philippines I didn't play yet, but it will be nice to have the opportunity to play one. And yeah, that's it.
That was Gaimin Gladiators. Lineclaw has been sharing his thoughts on the interview. The roster, of course, looking pretty damn strong. Flex, Zane, Lineclaw, Spoxy, and Raffin, who has went for the shorter form of RFF, but we all know he's Raffin.
Yep. Not just that, this team is coached by Loons.
Nobody else but him, nah?
No, but I mean, like, you look at Loons as the coach, like, as a player, he's been in everything. Like, he has caused the text on my sheet to go down to like a size 2 font. Like, his experience and how he teaches these players is going to be super interesting to see.
He's technically the grandfather of CrossFire.
Yeah, but he's still younger than we are, man. Like, we need to chill on calling people grandfathers. But yeah. Sure thing, man. But look at this team. This is a team that I think will do incredibly well in this tournament. Former LCK, now Gaimin Gladiators. They are an exceptional team, and it's going to be fun to see how they perform against their opponents in a circle.
But now let's go take a look at what their opponent's Inner Circle has to say about this tournament.
Hello guys, this is Beck, the captain of Inner Circle team. I played this game as a professional almost more than 3 years, and about our journey leading up to RFA Eumena, we have confidence, we prepared well, and we think we're gonna qualify. First of all, we focus on our mistakes, where we were wrong, so we don't do the same mistake that we did before. Also, we are practicing a lot and we are focusing our individual skills to change destiny of the round on our side. To be honest, for me, the biggest challenge I faced during preparation of this tournament was staying mentally consistent and avoiding burnout because of the long practice sessions and workout with the team. I would say no one disappeared from my team. Sure, anyone can have a bad day, perform bad, but they are still present. They give theirs all support. Win or lose, doesn't matter. We show up for each other every round. That's it. If we advance to CFS 2025 Grand Final, I would like to face Team Falcons. I know they are a hard opponent, but they beat us 2 times so far and I want to get our revenge. My words of determination will be, see you in CFS 2025 Grand Finals.
There it is, the roster of Inner Circle comprised of Beck, Lucard, Kiko, Jinzer, and Awesome. And of course, Lucard having a nice beard, better than yours.
I mean, anything's better than mine. Mine's terrible. But, I mean, Alucard is one of those players. I mean, he is exceptional when he plays. He is insane. But talking about, like, the coach Loons and Awesome have a very long and storied relationship together, as well as Ginger as well. Like, they know each other because they've played together. So is that going to come into effect here, where maybe some of the strats they already know because they've played together for so long? But Alucard just throws that spanner in the works because damn, when he plays, it's fun to watch.
Oh yeah, Lucard, one of the younger players in the scene, and also the guy who's been doing the heavy lifting for the team he's been playing in, not only for Inner Circle, but the teams previously as well. Yeah, all in all, Inner Circle, although their head-to-head is just a little bit weaker than that of Gaimin, but, you know, this roster as well also holds the caliber of its own.
They absolutely do, but this is the team that started with Pietro, MKZ, and HDZ. It was formerly known as Unknight, so there is a rivalry there that we're going to have to watch out for if the teams 3P and this team meet. But here we go. These two teams have played each other quite often, and as you can see, Gaimin Gladiators have generally come out on top. Yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting match between two very stacked rosters.
But then again, when it comes down to the more versus of the recent rosters of both of these teams, it's quite even. Season 1, Gaimin Gladiators was on top, but Season 2, Inner Circle was able to take down Gaimin. So yeah, all in all, gonna be a pretty fun match to observe and see and cast. So can't wait to see how everything unfolds. As right now, the key players soon to be revealed. I have a pretty good expectations that Lucard is gonna be up on there.
Right.
There we go.
There you go. Alucard and Spoxy, two great players. Spoxy, 1.44. Dude's playing out of his mind. It's going to be interesting to see how they stack up against each other. But I think the most important thing that we all want to know is what maps we're going to be playing. Because the map selection so far has been absolutely incredible. But we're going to be getting into that soon. And look at the win rate on Ankara for Gaimin.
Oh yeah, it's one of those maps.
Yeah, but I mean, they've only played 4 times, whereas Inner Circle 16, like, they have a bigger sample size, let's say. So
sample bias.
Yeah, the sample bias, but still. I mean, Eagle Eye as well. Look at that.
I feel like I'm back in my stats 101 class. Thank you, Professor Simon. Yeah, nonetheless, when it comes down to the map ban picks, Ankara, justifiable that is picked by any of the 2 teams. That's going to be New Mexico being banned out, followed by Subbase. Okay, are we going to be able to see some Compound come into play?
Well, we're going to go Black Widow first, then Eagle Eye.
No new Compound. Oh.
Ankara.
Oh, there we go, Decider.
New compound.
Finally.
Yeah, I mean, will we get there? Because so far today, it has been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
Sometimes we might have to wait and see if there's going to be a change in trend. Hoping for one, because I want to see some new compound.
I mean, I think we all do, but anyway, I see they picked in Eagle Eye and Gaimin, they picked Black Widow. So keep that in mind. It's going to be a very bloody affair. I think these two teams are going to be very aggressive to start with, and then, you know, slow the pace down to what they're comfortable with. And game control has been the biggest thing between the teams so far, right? We've seen, you know, one team controls the pace better than the other, and then it's just they're playing their own game instead of trying to play someone else's. But we will be getting in to Black Widow very, very soon, as we see I think, are they all playing in the same place? They are, right?
I think they're in the gaming house, but
yeah.
You know, never know if they're all straight or all together. But there you have it, the last series of day number 1 in the group stages. That's gonna be Gaimin Gladiators versus Inner Circle, and opening frag is gonna be taken by Spoxy on towards Zinzer with a quick shot from the sniper, and all of a sudden Inner Circle trying to get into the faces of Gaimin, loses the life of Pico in the process. Down 2 players. Let's see where Inner Circle wants to head towards, because you can see the triple stack down towards middle. The rotation could happen any moment, anywhere, anytime soon.
I mean, it looks as though they might try to push B. That's the side they're on, but, you know, they are capable of rotating across mid, and it's pretty free right now. No one's got eyes down that long central passageway, but you can see that there is hesitation from Alucard. Alucard does have the sniper, so he is going to be trying to line up anything he can find, but there's no real movement on the side of GG, and they don't have to right now. It's 5 against 3. They can just sit back, defend, hold as long as they need to, and they have to let IC have to go into them. It's not, you know, they don't have to go hunting.
Not
GG can
necessarily.
Yeah.
But now the issue is Inner Circle, especially on Black Widow. The map is too big, and a minute is definitely too short of time to work with, and Flex will just bite into that, finding the frag onto Awesome. And Raffin with a pop flash may just swing out once again. Yet another flash being thrown too, so Dead Stuck is going to be Beck and Alucard, all being completely flashed. Beck does find one frag, but the C4 is down in no man's land against 4 against the players of Gaimin. So Beck tries to inch in closer, but the swings are coming in from Gaimin. Down goes Beck, and the round is going to be secured by Gaimin Gladiators.
Yes, an interesting first round there. GG looked a lot better in the opening shots, but we have to see how they start performing when everyone gets warmed up and, you know, gets settled into the match. We've seen these
first couple of rounds is more of, you know, you're testing the water and see if you're getting hot in the lobby. So until the next round, we'll have to wait and see how it turns out to be. A is completely pried open. Flex was watching it from underpass, but he was clapped. Now, Spoxy on catwalk goes down. Zane tries to hold it down by himself in windows, but couldn't stop the bomb from planting. Rapid swinging from an underpass is going to find the drop as well, and Kiko swinging up for a quick double to make things worse. All down to the ends of Rapid. Has to rotate in from middle towards catwalk. Misses the hop jump.
Yeah, that's just going to slow him down. There's 15 seconds remaining of the bomb. He's got it all to do. He's going over Catwalk Gingers there, and it doesn't matter. Shot from below. And that, as they say, is that it's one apiece.
I want to say one of those tit for tat.
No. We're not doing that anymore, man. We decided to stop that, but Flex is going to eat a couple of grenades here. He's going to get smoked out, and he's going to try to rotate around. Does that give them the information they need to know what is happening? But I see they're playing this very smart. They're playing it slow. They're playing to their tempo. as you know, they're not committing to anything just yet. They still have plenty of time to play with.
Yeah, I mean, one of the perks of being on the blacklist side is that you are on the driving seat for the tempo. Although Global Risk could technically go on a very aggressive early counter push to gain some ground, but even then, if you're able to just hold that push down, then you're still in the driving seat. So let's see where and how and when Inner Circle wants to hit onto the bomb sites.
Dzain is deep in enemy territory, is very deep on that the access road here. So he's going to be trying to hold that, but it looks as though nothing is going to go near him, as we do see Beck and his crew maybe having a push up to A, having a bit of a look, seeing if they can find anything. Spoxy does have eyes on the catwalk. So, oh, RFF just saw Awesome, I think. So that does give a little bit of information away, and I don't know if they saw him as the rotation is coming towards B. And look how static Spoxy and Dzain are. They're stuck on that A side, and it looks as though a big B push is brewing. Great grenade coming in, the flash grenades, and all the utility is being spent, and that's go sign as Flex goes down, but RFFE does get Kiko. And now it's just back and forth between the two teams. Lionclaw does pick up a kill as Beck gets Lionclaw down, and it's 3 against 2. And now they're going to try to wrap around. Spoxy is going to start just making an annoyance of himself as he does manage to get one down. Thought he was going to get picked off. Alucard does manage to get that one.
Oh, they're going to make a full rotation towards A, and also has enough time to get the bomb planted, but this may open up enough room for Dzain to come up top of Catwalk and find the equalizer. There it is, 1-1, but down to 11 HP. Alucard goes for the USP. Pistol, probably the right choice here, realizing that Dzain is very low. Just one bullet will do the work. And indeed, he does hit it. 2-1 as Inner Circle is going to start leading out. But if they do tie, I can grant you one time of saying tit for tat.
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it.
I know you want to say it.
But if you
don't lie.
If you have anyone as your last man standing, Alucard is probably the guy you want. He has those moments where he will just absolutely pop off. He has the skill. It's just whether the team is going to be able to perform around him. And it looks as though Beck is definitely performing far above what you could expect, as there's a bit of sight going on here. Does Flex see Beck? I don't think he does. Beck was right there, and they just moved past each other. That could be a sign maybe to push up mid, up through that central passageway, but they are going to go over towards A. Flex is around the area, but there's no one else on A. He's going to sit from underneath. He might get a couple of kills. Oh no, he starts walking away. Does the push come in soon? Flex throws the grenade down into the central passageway, but no one's really there. He's going to set up shop. He's trying to do too much. He's all on his own. He's got a wide area to keep an eye on. And if IC decide to push now, will it be the right move? It's looking though it might be, but they decide actually to maybe go through central passageway.
And here's the fake smoke being sold from Inner Circle, from B down towards middle. And the main push is actually going to be deep in towards middle, and I don't think Gaimin has realized the push is coming to shove this way. But Lionclaw holds it down strong with a quick double kill, and now also Wrath on top of the bomb site with Spoxy in windows. Just being able to take down the frags after frags. And now we're tied. 2-on-2, and you can go for it.
Yeah, it's very good between these two teams. But we do see quite a lot of activity going on at A long. Just a lot of utility spent there for this counter rotation as Spoxy just gets absolutely mowed down by Kiko. And that is starting the rotation around. You can see Flex and Lionclaw. They're rotating all the way through the blacklist spawn, but they're going to be very, very slow to this. The rest of GG, they have a lot of work to do. Dzain starts looking at the floor, trying to just avoid, but Awesome is awesome here. He does get 2 assists as Ginger and Beck clear things up. Alucard gets Lionclaw off the board. Flex has a lot to do, and he cannot do it on his own. I see they pick up another win, and it's always important to, you know, give credit where it's due, there was a lot of damage done by Awesome there on those, defending that early push. And even though he died, he gets the credit.
Yeah, I mean, as an entry fragger, you're supposed to run in hot and bait shots. And speaking of baiting shots, Jinzer tried to do one of his own. Awesome goes down as well. And now Beck is deep out and towards middle, and somehow he's still alive. So bomb site is open, but I don't know how it was opened up.
Yeah, that was a blitz on the side of IC.
Beck has completely stopped the rotation from happening. That's why you see these two players of Gaimin wrapping all the way around. But this is also being overwatched by Lucard. And Kiko, doesn't matter. Kiko will just take both kills and all down to the end of this Boxy with 5 HP and nothing else more.
Well, at least he has bullets in his gun. He hasn't got to go out slapping and fighting, but instantly taken down there. And that, as they say, is that it is 4-2 to IC.
4-2 indeed. And it looks like after the first couple rounds, it's going to be Inner Circle to pick up the pace. They are fully armed up, it seems to be. And Gaimin wants to spice things up. It's going to be sending 2 players out towards B, deep down towards water. Zane does find one, but gets instantly traded out. Lineclaw, his position. He's hanging out there in the empty spot, gets one with the support of his teammates. So it does hold positions down as Beck will eventually go down 4-3 as Gaimin will put out one more round.
Yeah, this is a very entertaining match between two very well-matched teams. And we can see, again, great utility usage. Just poking things out, but yeah, we're going to be
taking a quick technical break.
Quick technical break. Things happen.
Yeah. So we just got the news that some of the equipment is malfunctioning on one of the players. So we're going to be just waiting to get it solved out. Won't be too much of a trouble.
Yeah.
But yeah, the progression of the rounds on the first half here for Black Widow. I mean, I don't think anyone is necessarily dominating on top of each another, but rather it seems to be a more even matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, there's definite ebbs and flows. Like you'll see, you know, I'm not going to say it. Inner Circle. It's look. All I'm going to say is Inner Circle generally seem to be able to string together more than one win, because right now it's 1-2, 1-2, 1. Is in term like, you know, the flows and stuff, but Gaimin are doing really well. It's just, you know, Beck and Alucard have been doing really, really well together, and like the rest of the team have just been solid. It's been a super solid showing so far from Inner Circle. Gaimin Gladiators, they're almost back in it. It's 4-3. They're in touching distance. They might be able to take, if they take the next one, it's all tied up, and this is one of the closest matches we've had so far today.
So far today, indeed. And I feel like because of our current settings in the map ban picks, Black Widow as the first map, Eagle Eye as the second map, and New Compound as map 3. Black Widow and Eagle Eye do share a very common factor that it's a wide map, it's a big map, and the snipers will usually come in hot and handy to be utilized for the teams. So if the results of Black Widow turns out to be one team just obliterates another by the sniper duels, then we are pretty safe to say that Eagle Eye may also be in that lopsided angle. But otherwise, if it turns out to be a more, you know, rifle core versus rifle core type of game, then sure, Eagle Eye may just write a different story. So just have to wait and see how things unfolds. But yeah, all in all, seems to be definitely, like I said, one of the more even matchups in the total of the 4 series that happened today.
Yeah, and both teams have really strong snipers. Like Alucard and Spoxy are phenomenal snipers, and they've picked sniper-heavy maps. Black Widow and then Eagle Eye being probably the biggest sniper-dominated map I think we have.
And if you think about it, Compound is also, it's not the most sniper-heavy map, so it is also very sniper-handy type of maps out there. So, yeah, just can't wait to see how everything unfolds.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we do have tomorrow's matches as well. And so for tomorrow, I believe we have TBI versus Gaimin Gladiators, ROC versus 3P. I think Inner Circle versus REH Gaming is definitely one of the more interesting games to watch as well.
Yeah, and then Anubis and Entropy finishing it off. It's going to be a very interesting day tomorrow because that's the day where teams usually put up the strongest fight. That's the day where every shot matters, every decision matters, because if you go down 2-0, you're basically cooked.
Yeah, but we'll have more time to yap about the playoffs sooner or later, so I guess we can wait and see if you're able to just bounce back right into the lobby. The technical issue seems to have been sorted out, so let's see if you're able to connect right back at it.
It looks as though we're almost into the game.
Almost. But so far has been a pretty solid and smooth tournament, as haven't had much of a technical issues with the networks or the servers.
Yeah, it's been a good day so far.
Gotta thank Smoggy for all these.
Yeah, touch wood. Nothing goes wrong. It's been a very smooth day.
Smooth sailing, we say.
Yeah. Right. Make a prediction.
Okay.
How is this one going to end?
Okay, first half is going to be 5-4.
Okay.
Inner Circle. And then ROC is going to... or not ROC, but Gaimin Gladiators is going to put out 9th round first. Inner Circle is going to somehow claw back to the overtime and take map number 1.
That is a much more detailed prediction than I thought you were going to give.
I think it's going to happen because... historically speaking as well, Inner Circle's blacklist is better, just because of the playstyles of the players like Beck and Kiko. And Alucard, I don't know what happened to Alucard. He's still good. He's gotten better, but he's gotten more aggressive as well.
I mean, it happens as you get older. Like, you just start giving in to the primal urges of wanting to shoot things and be a pain in the butt for everyone else. But, I mean...
Well,
I say that as an old man, like...
Yeah, oldie.
As you get older, sometimes you just want to be more aggressive. But even then, like, I think it's more just a case of the level of the region itself has raised pretty high.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So, like, because of that, the old shining stars, the guys who used to dominate, now just look really good instead of looking generational talent levels of skill.
So, just to continue on with my predictions, map 1 was that. Map 2, Eagle Eye. I've seen much of Alucard today, as our observers, who are, of course, working hard, was able to, take down, give us some visions of how Alucard shot, but we weren't able to see much of Spoxy doing much, so have to wait and see more of Spoxy. But, yeah, until then, it's going to be, have to wait for the players to resolve the issue. And speaking of which, we're going to be taking a quick 3-minute break to give the players a little bit more time. So stay right here. We'll be right back in 3 minutes. And we are back after a short break that was trying to give their players a bit more time to resolve the issue. And we are in the middle of map number 1 of the last series of the day, Gaimin Gladiators versus Inner Circle, which is happening on Black Widow. The scoreline right now, of course, is 4-3 with Inner Circle in the lead.
Yes, it is. So we just got to wait for the teams to rejoin the lobby. Let's hope everything is resolved. Any issues are fixed. And
what are your expectations for the rundown of the first map?
All right, I think the first map is going to be 10-8. And I think it's going to go to Inner Circle. I think the next map is going to go towards Gaimin Gladiators.
But as
and
a caster, you're supposed to give the reasons behind the rounds, right?
I mean, my reasoning is I just feel like Gaimin Gladiators were slowly getting back into it.
Okay.
I think they might be able to pull things off. Honestly, I just really like Flex. I think he's really good.
I think it could be justifiable in this way as well. Gaimin was able to put out 3 rounds, even with Spoxy being somewhat offline. So, all in all, if he starts coming online, then you never know if Gaimin Gladiators can make a comeback or even just turn the board around as a whole.
Yeah, and also it's a break. Like, even though there's technical issues and someone is panicking, like, oh my god, my internet's not working, or oh my god, my mouse has died. Like,
sounds
it's still
like
a
one of the reasons.
Yeah, we don't know the reason, but if it is one of those, like, honestly, you still have time to talk to your team. You have time to settle down. This is basically a free timeout for both teams.
True.
And we've seen that these timeouts
work wonders.
Yeah, they do generally work. It does give you time to reset, gives you time to maybe look at your strategies again and how you're planning to approach the match. And hopefully, we're getting into this one very soon.
Because there is definitely a lot on the stake for this tournament. The top place of the playoffs will be granted a seat in the grand finals automatically. The second and the third seeding will be granted a seat in the group stages of the grand finals. So a lot of things on the stake. Not only that, for the regional finals itself, there is $100,000 on the line. So yeah, you have to compete to win to rise above, we say.
Yeah, we've talked about this, I think, quite a bit in the past. Is that, like, is getting straight to the playoffs a benefit, or could it sometimes be a negative? Because the other teams are coming in hot. But if you get to CFS group stage, like, you got that warm-up stage, and
that is true, but you're also putting yourself at the risk of, you know, being knocked out from the group stages
and
in the round robins.
exposing your strategies and stuff like that. So
it's more of like a 70-30, 60-40 type of question where sure, you do get the benefit of getting the hot, you know, feeling hot and, you know, being all fully warmed up. But at the same time, like you said, you're revealing your tactics. You're also putting yourself at the risk of course, anything could happen in CrossFire. So, like, you're putting yourself at the risk of getting knocked out from the tournament. So, yeah, the 60 will definitely go towards just going straight into the playoffs. So, you know, and on top of that, the first place prize of the regional finals as well. We're talking about some real money here. So, that's the difference maker, I would say.
20 grand for the first place.
20 grand.
20 G's.
20 bands.
Yeah, I would say the other ones.
What do you say in the British region?
20 grand.
Oh God.
Why?
Yeah, boring.
What else would I say? Like, that's just what it is. It's 20 grand.
Pounds.
Well, it's not in British pounds, is it? It's
in dollars, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So I can't say pounds when it's in dollars.
Fair enough. But yeah, just a quick reminder, this is the first day to kick off the regional finals. We do have 4 more days. To be exact, there's going to be 2 more days of the group stages after tonight, and 2 more days of the actual playoffs of the regional finals. So just come back at the same time, because every stream is happening every day, every night, the same place, same time.
4 and a quarter days, because we're 3/4 of the way through this. Just to give you a quick recap of the day, Group A, match 1 was between Anubis and PingPongPals. Anubis.
I love the name.
I know, right? It does get hard to say if you're trying to say it fast, which is why we switched to 3P. But Anubis won that one. Then game 2, which was Group B, match 1 was REH Gaming versus TBI eSports. That finished towards REH Gaming. Then Group A match 2 was between Entropy Gaming and ROC eSports, and that finished ROC eSports very, very quickly. And then we are in Group B match 2, which is currently 4-3 towards Inner Circle.
So now that we've seen the first 3 games and is in the middle of watching the final series, I think that's, and you and I both agree on this, that we are pretty safe to say ROC looks the strongest competitor in coming into this tournament.
Yeah.
And coming next is going to be either Gaimin or Inner Circle, it seems to be. And right below them is going to be REH. Is what I feel like.
Oof. I think second and third I'd put Anubis second.
Oh, I completely forgot about Anubis.
Yeah,
So-
I was going to say, I think I put Anubis second and then probably REH or one of these 2 teams. But PingPongPals are really good too.
True.
And even Entropy, Entropy Gaming just unfortunately run into an unstoppable force. Like,
wasn't one of their best days.
I mean,
Let's-
if you
let's put it
play,
that way.
like, it's like, you know, if a 10-year-old decided to go boxing and then their first match was against Mike Tyson. Like, it's going to be clearly one-way traffic, but it doesn't mean the 10-year-old is bad at boxing. It just means that maybe they were outshone on that one particular day. Maybe in another 20 years, the 10-year-old could take out Mike Tyson.
There's a possibility, but nonetheless, we got the news that the issue has been completely resolved, as we are just waiting to bring you guys the game any moment soon here. 4-on-3 on the scoreline, of course, Black Widow. But just to add on to the trend that I was talking about, Black Widow, Eagle Eye, both more of a sniper-heavy map. Spoxy not online just yet. If he comes online and provides food for his team, then we might be able to see Gaimin Gladiators close this one out 2-0. But if it comes a little too late, Inner Circle might just be able to close this out in a 2-1 or 2-0. So really, it just really comes down to whether Spoxy can come online.
I mean, that's putting a lot of pressure on one player. I mean,
But that is the truth.
but I mean, everyone else is there. Like, you can't just say it's a one-player team, right?
I mean, everyone else is providing. Right?
I'm not gonna. I honestly, I think Spoxy was
He
doing.
told me to say this.
I did not. I think Spoxy was doing relatively okay. He just wasn't on fire. But sometimes it takes, you know, it takes
takes
a little
time.
yeah.
It takes time.
Especially as a sniper, sometimes it just takes that little bit longer to get the clicking down to get your pre-shots. But sometimes it is just the run of the green, right? Like sometimes you're on it and you're pre-firing and hitting everything, and then sometimes you're pre-firing, giving your position away and getting.
Yeah, I
collapsed
mean,
on.
we've seen that happen with Madison in
Yeah.
Port. He was shotting basically all five shots in the magazine down towards the middle, and he essentially gave his position away, not only the sound, but also the bullet chasing. So he got, I think there was at least 2 of the rounds that he was doing it. He got gunned down through the smoke and through the wall. So sometimes
it just happens.
It happens 90% of the time, 100% of the time.
You keep saying that, man. It hurts hurts my soul.
The agony, I can feel it, but yeah, nonetheless, looks like we are getting ready to just hop into the lobby in just about a couple minutes, so...
Yeah, I mean, we don't have other information to give you at this point in time, just that there are some issues that are being still worked out. We thought they were solved, and then it turned out they weren't resolved, so teams are still trying to set up and trying to get into the lobbies, and we need to just make sure that everything is solved, making sure that, you know, competitive integrity is kept. We don't want someone playing with no W key or something like that. They can only crab walk.
Has there ever been a situation where a tournament happens online and a player doesn't have a substitute equipment that they have to play without a key?
I mean,
like, in the entirety of esports.
I think at one point there was a StarCraft tournament where the one player couldn't do it because his keyboard broke and then didn't have a suitable replacement. But that was a long time ago. That's like 20. Oh God, I was gonna say 25 years ago.
And that actually might be 25 years ago.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, yeah,
my bleeding heart.
nonetheless, it looks like we are ready to hop into the game once again. Or rather not, because we just got the news that the player has the issue continuing on. So, yeah. All in all, though, so for Gaimin Gladiators, their performance at the eSports World Cup that I was able to cast was a little bit underwhelming, I would say.
Okay.
Maybe because they had to compete with the top teams from different regions, but all in all, it felt to me in a way that their performance was a little bit underwhelming. Hopefully, they were able to go back to the drawing board and fix the issues up that I was able to see. If that is the case, they might be able to become the top contender in the in this particular region. So,
above ROC?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, they had the caliber. Only felt to me in the way that certain things, maybe the positioning, maybe the team coordinate, like individual mechanics were kind of going toe to toe with like top Chinese teams. But you know, when it comes down to the micro factors of the team, were kind of like itching away. It's inching away. Whereas if you do see how the Chinese teams play, how the top Vietnamese teams play, everything kind of clicks together, right?
They play basically
by the seconds.
There's 5 of them, but they're essentially one person playing. It feels like it's one person playing 5 games instead of 5 people playing.
Like, here's the thing, mechanically, there may be a difference in terms of who's better or who's weaker, but there isn't a whole lot of a difference. Even if you're weaker than a certain player, it's not. It doesn't mean that you can't click the head of the other player. It's just that a better player than you has higher chance of clicking your head off. But it doesn't mean that you can't retaliate.
Yeah.
There's not too big of a gap.
I mean, there has always been a pretty big gap, I would say, between China, Brazil, and then the rest of the regions. But the rest of the regions are definitely improving, and that's the one thing that is taking a lot of time, but the talent's coming through.
Yeah, and to add on to that, now let's say the mechanic levels are somewhat being equalized, somewhat calibrating together. Then what makes the difference in the tournaments? My answer to that question is going to be, of course, the team dynamics and how the team moves as a whole. Of course, 5 players, essentially one team, right? So
it's the synchronization, basically.
Yeah.
It feels like the best teams in this game almost have like a telepathic link to each other, where they know exactly when to go. Like, if this person sneaks out one way, someone instantly is wrapping around the back to make the most of like the kill zone and the CrossFire.
But yeah, we can yap about the synchronization just a little bit later, as we are going to be taking a quick 5-minute break to resolve the issue. But we promise you, we'll be right back with the game, 4-3 on Black Widow. Gaimin Gladiators versus Inner Circle. We're going to be back after 5 minutes. And we are back with the final series happening underway. It's going to be Gaimin Gladiators versus Inner Circle in the tournament CFS 2025 Eumena Regional Finals. This is Bench joined by Simon once again. So yeah, 4-3 was the scoreline happening on Black Widow, to be followed by Eagle Eye and then into New Compound, which we weren't able to see the whole of this tournament. We were able to see some of Port and the rest of the maps in the first 3 series, but other than that, haven't had the chance to see the New Compound come into action.
Yeah, we haven't.
We got Mexico though.
I was going to say we've had Mexico more than I think I've ever seen Mexico in a tournament myself. So it is nice to see that the map variety is much wider than it used to be.
Yeah.
But we are underway on Black Widow, a map that literally everyone knows inside out, back to front. I think we've all played it inverted. I think we've played it in black and white. We've played it like it probably was on an Atari 2600 some point. Like this map is older than time itself.
You can play it on a graphing calculator, is what I'm going to say. But nonetheless, the stream is delivered to you at a Small Gate campus studio. We got beautiful people here. The PDs are working hard. The observers are, of course, delivering you the top-notch observing moments to bring you every single moment happening live in game. But nonetheless, the issues right now were identified to be closer towards the internet issues, which I think are being sorted out here. But yeah, just waiting to deliver. Just can't wait to deliver you guys some more top-notch CrossFire of Eumena to you guys' ears.
It's always kind of weird when you do get these technical issues when, like, you know, you're hyped up, you're getting going, and then you have to stop, and then you have to stop again, and things just don't go the way they planned.
Sometimes that's what happens when on online tournaments, right?
Exactly. Everything is online, everything is the internet, so everyone knows that issues can happen, and we can just run out of juice, I guess, would be the internet. I don't know how the internet works.
Oh, no, it's more like it really depends on your internet service provider, and of course the players use whatever they want to use, sometimes of which causes an issue, sometimes it works out flawlessly. I mean, even so right now our studio is in South Korea, a country known to have one of the top tier internets. And when there's like a heavy rain or, you know, like some issues, then the internet does go into some brain fart mode as well. But speaking of which, looks like we are just about getting ready to go into the game as well. That was the test game you were able to see. So that ensures us that we are about safe to go back into the game. But yeah, sometimes even top tier internets in top tier internet countries go just so.
Yeah, I was telling you about the CFS, I think it was the grand finals.
With Brendan?
With Brendan.
Oh, I heard the story. I know the news.
I think it was South America or the Americas.
Was it the rainstorm story?
It was the rainstorm story.
It was the rainstorm story.
So basically, the Brazilian teams were playing, and I can't remember who it was.
And the monsoon season in that specific region.
Yeah, it was one storm that was covering like half the city. It took out one of the team houses. They get everything back up and running, and then by the time they get everything back up and running, the storm had moved over to the other side of the city and killed the other team out. And then we were sat there waiting for like 3.5 hours while like everything got sorted and repaired. And yeah, I mean, issues can happen out of anything. It could be
when it comes to online tournaments.
When it comes to online tournaments.
So please bear with us.
Yeah, as we're trying to get this this map underway. Hopefully,
should happen soon. TM.
Soon TM, I mean.
But so like besides internet, when it comes to online tournaments, in a different game of course, but I had this one problem where we are in game and we're, you know, yapping and casting very live, and one team disconnects all of a sudden. So what happened was a truck had hit the power pole outside the gaming house, so it took out the entirety of the electricity of the building.
Damn.
So what had to happen was the team, they had to move to the indoor stadium to use the equipments there because the power outage wasn't going to be fixed in the next like couple hours. But then again, the traffic was an issue because it was about time when companies start to wrap up the businesses. So Yeah, was fun yapping for 3 hours, but
Yeah.
So a lot of things happen in esports when it comes to online tournaments, of course.
Do wonder what the weirdest thing to happen would be. Like, I'm sure someone out there who's done esports has a story that would like completely blow
Oh,
our
I'm
minds.
sure
Like,
there's weirder ones after another when it comes to if you want to yap about like whatever happened.
because I remember watching like outside esports as well. Like, I can
Okay.
only imagine what kind of technical issue you could have on like Busan Beach. Oh, the tide came in, and like unfortunately we had to pack everything away or something like that. That would be
Actually, that's
absolutely
a
nuts.
possibility on an offline stage if you host it like near certain weather type zones. And I've seen people trying to wrap up the stage because they weren't the stage wasn't waterproofed.
Yeah. Off topic, but I went to a gig in Korea one time, and it basically the heavens opened up and it threw down so much rain that a band who had been cancelled previously when they came to Korea because of rain almost got cancelled again because it was so heavy, and it was at a festival both times. Like, it rained so hard they couldn't
Outdoors.
play. Second time round, same thing again. But once again, we are just waiting for the players to rejoin. Hopefully we'll be back into this soon. We'll get some news to you when we find out. So just to refresh everyone's memories, it is currently 4-3 to Inner Circle. We are on Black Widow. This is Group B, Match 2. Match 1 ended with REH Gaming taking out TBI eSports in a very
Broly
close...
with some bold statement in his interview comes to prove that he was telling the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the teams that know they can smack talk the others because they know they're good are usually the teams that are good. Just like ROC Esports, when Horus was just like, yeah, nothing's a challenge anymore. Like, we are this region kind of thing, you know? Like,
speaking of which, good to nice that you mentioned it. Going back to what I was saying, so mechanically, individual players' mechanics, it's now kind of on par with like different regions. Even the top regions sometimes get outgunned by more so underdog type of region. But the real difference maker I want to stretch on is if the mechanics are about the same, just about tit for tat. I know you hate it, but if it's about the same, then what does it make? What makes the difference between the teams? It really just comes down to the team mechanics as a whole. Like you mentioned, these Chinese teams, they practice, they grind in the hours to know exactly the timing of when the enemies are coming in and know exact timing what you should be doing when your teammate's doing a certain thing. If your teammate's pop flashing this angle, then are you going to be flanking on that side? Or are you going to be... So everything is organized and everything is, put to a specific timetable by the seconds. Of course, for the rather newer regions, it's not there yet.
Yeah.
But it's an experience issue kind of thing. I don't even want to say it's an issue. It's just a lack of experience. So once the time factor really builds into those regions, let's say Philippines, let's say Eumena, then you're going to be able to see on the grand finals of Eumena versus Brazil or Philippines versus Vietnam.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to happen.
I mean, absolutely true. One of the other things is, like, the players will talk about watching replays and studying their opponents. What that entails is learning how each player will react to certain things that are happening on the map. Like, if you drop a stun grenade, do you know the other team are going to try to wrap around there and instantly bite the bait, or do you know they're going to sit still so then you can exploit that?
That is absolutely true, but we're going to be back in 10 minutes to yap a bit more about the team dynamics as we just got the news that we're going to be taking a quick 10-minute break. So please stay here. We're going to be right back. We promise you the issue will be reserved very, very soon. story time. So once Simon and I were casting CrossFire a couple of years ago, or last year rather, we also had a similar issue that's resembling right now. Which region was it that we were casting?
I think it was it Americas?
I think it was Americas.
Which story are we going with here? Because I'm lost of what story you're going. Because all you've said is we were casting.
And there was one of the technical pauses that happened in the region, I believe.
It was Eumena. I think it was Eumena. And yeah, I mean, it happens. Issues can happen at any time. And yeah, we're just waiting for this one to be resolved. So we're back on camera for that.
Yeah. Nonetheless, was a pretty swift day. I believe should swiftly move into the final game as well. Yeah. So we got a question from one of the viewers, and what is happening with the players right now. So to answer that question, what really happened was the internet was breaking down. So the players in a specific region, don't want to name who or where, were getting ping spikes to 900 almost.
Yeah.
It's been settled down to about the level of 100, but for an FPS game like CrossFire, you need a better ping than that. So we are trying to figure out, and we have been figuring out the ways to lower his ping back down to in about 1030 area.
Yep.
So yeah, just have to wait and see how everything else unfolds, as we are now just waiting to resolve the internet connection issues of certain players. Like we said many times before the break, anything and everything happens in online tournaments, and internet issues of the players are the least of the problems, I would say, which usually gets solved within, let's say, in about 20-30 minutes maximum.
Yeah. I mean, he could always run to the nearest coffee shop and start playing on their Wi-Fi and see how that plays. Can you imagine carrying the monitor in the tower down the road to try and get a new Wi-Fi signal?
I don't know, mate. You're stretching it a little too far. So, actually, I've seen a guy. So, this is in Korea, of course.
Yeah.
And
I know this story.
I was at a local coffee shop by my university, and I was there to get some caffeine in myself, study for the exams and all that. And the next thing I know, this guy is coming in with 2 pretty big bags, and this guy's setting up his PC. It was a full-blown PC with RGB, and I don't know how he got through. I don't know how the owner let him do it. Maybe he's a accomplice or something. But he was playing and watching all sorts of stuff on his PC for the next 4 hours. I was there at the cafe.
Hey man, sometimes the Wi-Fi down at the local coffee shop is better than the Wi-Fi at home. I'm not gonna lie, it does happen. Depends, because one of the things as well, obviously inside baseball in Korea, but Korea is a very apartment-heavy country, which means there's a lot of conflicting Wi-Fi signals. So sometimes you go to a coffee shop and there's nothing around. They have way better Wi-Fi than you do at home. My Wi-Fi is...
True.
The internet is great. The Wi-Fi, kind of garbage.
Yeah, usually the LAN is better than the Wi-Fi, even for myself as well. Although perks of living in Korea, fast internet speed. Let's say you want to download about let's say 100 gigabytes of a game, then only takes you about 2-3 minutes.
Depends on where you're downloading it from, but yeah, you're not
in
far
general
wrong.
It's very fast.
Yeah.
On Wi-Fi though, I think if you're on a hotspot tethering, it may take up to 20 minutes, but it's still pretty fast. Wi-Fi may be very iffy, could go up to 2-3 hours because you only get maybe 20 megabits per second for the download speed, but other than that, yeah, generally it's pretty fast in Korea.
Yeah, I spent some time in the UK recently, and let's just say it's difficult.
Not the best.
Yeah, it's
well,
difficult.
I'm from Canada, Vancouver, and the same thing applies.
They have internet there? No way.
You think I'm from where? New Brunswick, my mate? Jesus Christ. But Canada, it's a nice place, nice weather, and nice people too. I'm sorry.
People like to go outside there, right? So they don't need good internet.
I don't know if that's the right analogy. My fellow Canadians, get this guy, Simon, on all socials.
I'm just saying, the outside is nice there. It's not.
Are you saying it's not outside in Britain?
No, it's horrible outside in Britain. But we
as
have no
expected.
excuses. Yeah.
Well, the third industrial revolution and the smokes outside of London has been.
Oh no, that doesn't exist anymore. There's no real industry there anymore. But I will say that it's always raining. Actually, they've actually started to have droughts. They've had droughts for the last 2 years, which is unheard of in the UK.
Really?
Yeah. It just hasn't been raining. So like all my friends are like, "Yo, the weather is dope here. It's amazing. You should come back." And I'm like, "That's not fair. It's supposed to be rainy. I'm not supposed to feel like jealous of people living in the UK because of the weather." Like, yeah, it was like 25 degrees and no humidity, whereas Korea it's like 30 degrees and then 80% humidity.
So here's the thing, right? Britain, the weather, it's kind of shared between the cities because it's an island. Come on. But Canada's pretty big, so it really the weather really differentiates per city. Vancouver, where I'm from, it rains a lot. When during the summer, it does get hotter now these days, but like back when I used to live long enough, it wouldn't get too hot, and during the winter, it wouldn't get too cold. That it doesn't snow all that much, but it rains instead. So tons of rain in Vancouver, and then now you switch things over to the Toronto area. What happens is during the summer it gets very hot. During the winter it goes down to like negative 20 degrees Celsius. So one of the tougher cities to live in, but as a lot of people too.
So if you can't tell, we're buying time because there are technical issues.
You didn't have to say that. All in all though, yeah, Vancouver, pretty nice place. Also a home to a lot of eSports tournaments as well. Definitely want to bring some CrossFire back in Canada once we have a chance to do so, but I think there's only a couple like North American teams. I believe I saw one that competed in the last year's grand finals. Hoping to see them back again. There were some cool guys. So
they definitely do play, and it does have a scene. It's just nowhere near as strong as some of the other regions, like the North
I mean they put out a good fight. They put out a pretty good fight.
They generally go against the South Americas as well, which is Brazil. Basically, is one of the
top regions. Yeah, no, it's a tough fight, but sometimes it's a hard fight, but you have to fight.
Yeah, you have no other options. You have to go against.
And they're doing it. They're doing it with tooth and nails, and that's valiant effort. That's the bravery of a man. And speaking of being brave, is us as well to yap about any and every story coming to our mind. So yeah. Smallgate campus. Let's talk about that. So, CrossFire brought to you by Smallgate. We are at an off-site studio, which is actually located inside the headquarters of Smallgate in Korea. They have a really nice coffee machine, and I've been just leeching off of the money that Smallgate is making. I think I've drank at least 200 cups thus far.
Yeah, like body weight in caffeine. Yeah, I mean, it's something that happens because right now it is about 3 a.m. here, so
everyone is just drinking coffee, and so were we. And you were drinking like 2 cans of the energy drinks as well, right? Like I can see it over there.
These are water. This is seltzer water.
Caffeinated. Oh, okay, seltzers. All right.
It's just sparkling water, man. Like it I don't know. It keeps me alive sometimes when I'm super tired.
So for me, I have a very high caffeine tolerance, so I've been just drinking cups after cups every break we take. And I have about like 5 used cups over here on the side. You guys can't see. We have a small desk next to us to put our belongings, like our cell phones, our wallets, and the cups and all that. So I got about 5 cups that I've drank. Might need one more, depending on how everything goes over there outside. Nonetheless, the campus is great. It's in a good location called Pangyo, which is just about, let's say, 25-minute drive down from Gangnam. You're not gonna be stuck in the traffic because there's a highway that is directly connected to here.
Yeah, but it's
and
still
also
pretty
there's
heavy in the mornings.
In the morning, yeah, true, but like about let's say like 6 p.m., 5 p.m., it's usually the traffic's pretty good. And also there's a subway that's connected directly to here. So yeah, they also have some free food outside that we can, you know, munch on. Had a bunch of sugar as well to keep ourselves alive. The coffee, of course, working wonders. And yeah.
Okay, right. Let's get back to CrossFire.
CrossFire.
Player of the day so far.
Player of the day, Horus. 100%. Hands down.
Not even Gainer from the first match. 20 kills in the first round of
It's an impact,
sub-base.
but it's not a game changer, you know?
Okay.
I mean, Gainer, like, all rights reserved to him. Like, he has put out a huge impression, but can we really safe to say that did those frags really matter in his team really winning out the tournament, you know? So, you never know what's going to happen, but got a quick news that we are going to be taking a 20-minute break. Hopefully we get back without the issues. Hopefully it gets resolved during the downtime, but yeah, going to be back after 20 minutes. Welcome back to the stream. This is Bench, joined by here today with me is Simon, and we are in the middle of CFS 2025 regional finals of Eumena. We are in the middle of the final series of the day. Gaimin Gladiators versus Inner Circle had some quick technical issues coming through, but looks like the issues has finally been resolved. Sorry for gotta apologize to you viewers for lying to Simon lied to you guys that it's gonna be solved pretty quick, but
I didn't lie, but I do want to say thank you for sticking with us.
Definitely a big thank you for sticking around with us.
Yeah, it's something, but we're
it's
waiting
something.
to see what's happening. They're just having the test matches going on right now, so hopefully we get to go into the
game any moment soon.
Yeah, it is currently 4-3 to Inner Circle.
Black Widow.
On Black Widow.
Followed by Eagle Eye, then New Compound as the decider.
If we need it.
If we need it.
If we need it.
I want to see it.
I mean, I think we all want to see it.
Because I haven't seen Compound being played in all the compounds. This is a new compound, so can't wait to see how these two top teams are going to be strategizing themselves in the new updated map. Have seen New Mexico come into play. Really loved the new addition of the revolving doors. Gotta open it up, gives the sound cues of your opponent team as well. So, yeah, a lot of neat stuff, neat system being added up to spice up the game a tad bit more for you players as well. Nonetheless, yeah, we got 5 days of solid CrossFire brought to you guys in the course of 5 days.
Yep.
Of course.
Today is day 1, which means we've had match 1 and match 2 for Group A and Group B to, bring it back up so that everyone still remembers, because it feels like it was forever ago. It was 2-0 to Anubis Gaming over PingPongPals. It was 2-0 to REH Gaming over TBI eSports. That is Group B. Anubis and Ping-Pong are Group A. Then Group A match 2, Entropy Gaming versus ROC eSports. ROC eSports rocked Entropy Gaming in that one. That was another 2-0.
The entropy decreased.
And we are in Group B match 2 for Gaimin Gladiators versus Inner Circle. Two teams who have a lot of history between the players, and especially the coach of, I think it's Gaimin, is Loons. For those who've been tuning in to CFS for a very long time, you probably know who Loons is. Loons has played on Penta, played Lazarus, GV, and now he is the coach of this team.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of history, I feel like the head-to-head statistics of the match history between these two teams, sure, Gaimin is somewhat on top, but like that's not incorporating the new rosters. So I think it's pretty even, and it also is proven by the fact that these round scores 4-3 on the first half. Very even rounds, but I do believe there just might be a substitution of the players. Maybe can't quite confirm just yet, but that was what we saw, what happened during the test game. So I have to wait and see if that is going to be the case.
But it does look as though that's not going to be the case. We're still waiting to see what is happening.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get back into this one real soon. It seems...
You seem desperate.
The universe is against us. That's what I'm going to say. And I don't like the universe winning anything. Like, I should be winning. The universe is mine. And therefore, it needs to do what I say. It needs to make this game happen. And it needs to make it happen now.
Thank you, Thanos.
Yeah.
But yeah, all in all, I feel like you've mentioned, the winner of the series, I think outright deserves to be the winner of the group stage. These two teams are, of course, the top seeds in the region, and somehow they are going to have to face off against each other in the very first day of the group stage. Is somewhat ironic to me.
These I don't know if they're the strongest teams in the region as much as they are
one of the top seeds.
Yeah,
know.
I mean, it's hard to say because REH Gaming looked really good, and TBI eSports went toe-to-toe with them. So Group B, I think, is essentially completely wide open. Whereas Group A, I do feel like Rock and Anubis might just be too strong. PingPongPals, I think, are in and around there, but I do think it's a bit too strong. Group A feels very heavy. Like, I feel like it feels like it's set. Whereas Group B could be anyone's game.
Possibly.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's solid. Group A, ROC, definitely one of the top seeds. Anubis as well. Off to a slow start. They almost dropped the first map, but they were able to claw right back in and take the map point back away. So that's what happened in Group A. But for Group B, we still have one more game to go. Ray looked pretty good.
Yeah, but the matches were close, right? It was 10-6, 10-6.
But then again, we were able to also see some iffy moments and some weaknesses here and there. So definitely gotta go back to the drawing board and fix it up and see where that takes them towards.
Well, it is the first day, and usually that's when the nerves kick in a little bit. Like, when you first get onto the tournament stage, you're sitting down, you're picking up the mouse for the first time on a competitive scene in your first tournament, like the first match of the tournament. That's when nerves can kick in, and sometimes all the practice goes out the window. It's usually game 2 and game 3 when we see probably the best fights between teams, because they're fighting for survival, and everyone knows, like, you back someone up into a corner and that's when they're going to fight hardest. So the teams that lose today could still make it out of the group because they'll win tomorrow and the day after. Like, it's definitely something that can happen. We just need to wait to see if it does happen.
And if you win by luck, win by chance, you don't get the chance to fix up your mistakes. But if you do end up losing, then you are more than definitely going to be going back to watching the replays, figure out what was wrong, what was right, what could have been done better. And those factors will eventually come into play the day after today. You know, it could be tomorrow, it could be on the 3rd day of the group stages, and maybe that just might be enough of a kick for you to drive your whole team out, claw out into the playoffs.
The one thing you can't do, though, is go 0-2. Like, if you go 0-2,
that's a done deal.
you're
That's
cooked.
a done deal.
Yeah, you're cooked. 1-0, 1-1, perfectly fine score lines.
0-2 is
0-2. You're out.
0-2 is done.
Yeah,
0-2 is done.
Yeah, we do see some teams throw a spanner in the works on the last day. Like, they're 0-2, and then they go toe-to-toe with, like, the top of the group, and then they just whoop them. But yeah, it seems we are back in this one. Finally, after a long wait, we are back. So it is going to be IC in Inner Circle against Gaimin Gladiators. And as we can already see, Flex has been taken out. We need to remember where we are. Where are we, Bench?
Where are we? We are right outside A Long. Flex was taken out. Inner Circle looking to drive themselves right in and was able to take down Design in the process. Down 2 players. Gaimin looking for a rotation. Desperate to hold on to the bomb site. Spuxy gets in there, but Inner Circle is going to be rotating all the way around, which is actually going to be back to look down towards B. So good reset coming in from Inner Circle. They want to burn into the clock and really get into the nerves of the remainder of Gaimin Gladiators.
Well, the thing is, like, the counter rotation by Gaimin is in. So they've now got 2 on B, 1 on A. So they're looking to just try and eke out any information that they can get. But nothing really is being given by Inner Circle here. Like, they're very well split. They're not really pushing towards a bomb site at the moment. One flash goes out. You can see the call comes in. Everyone get to A. But Inner Circle, they're static. They're just waiting it out, biding their time, trying to find the right window where they can surgically strike against Gaimin Gladiators.
Just about 40 seconds left onto the clock here. And Inner Circle really just burning the clock down to the wire. Finally moving the C4 out from middle in towards B connector, it seems to be. And that may just be the right bet. Unless the C4 comes in this way, Spoxy quickly alms down Pika, who was bringing the C4, make that a double. Looking for a third here, not enough time, and maybe Inner Circle has cooked themselves of a round that could have been won easily into something else.
Yeah, they just waited too long, and GG, they get the win. And we were saying, like, they were playing very statically, I see there, and they got punished for it. They were just too slow, and they didn't manage to get anywhere near. They were forced into panic play, and GG capitalized. It was 5 versus 4 versus 3.
I mean, it was supposed to be a round that was rather very favorable, and then all of a sudden you have Spoxy dropping 3 players with the C4. And because Inner Circle has burnt the clock down, they can't rotate out. That was the name of the story there. And this time, after a tragic loss, we were tied, I believe, at 4-4. Inner Circle is going to be planning out for a B hit. So after a long pause, Gaimin is making it back up on the board.
Yeah, it looks as though Inner Circle are maybe going to be sniffing towards B, but they've dropped the C4, which does sometimes mean that they're going to maybe throw in a fake. As RFF, he does see the grenades go off. He does know there is at least 1 or 2 people near B. They're in the waterways right now, but they could easily just push and break through. Flex is on the middle section. He's going to go against Beck anytime soon. Are they going to see each other? Do they know where each other are? Beck taking a look. There he is. He sees it. And oh, Beck takes down Flex. And now it's 5 against 4. And that seems to be the go sign for IC as they push through onto this B site. Guns are blazing as Ginger takes 1. Awesome gets another. It's 4 against 2. The C4 goes down. They're not making the same mistake twice, as the time is now on their side. They have 30 seconds to hold this bomb site.
Mightily struggling to hold into the bomb site. The C4 now is planted. The Zane was able to find the frag before going down. Spoxy went down, leaving Zane all alone in a 1v3. Nice wallbang does connect on Ginger, but the timer is down to about 14 seconds. Not a lot of room there as the double peek comes through. And IC instantly puts up a round of their own up on the board once again.
And there we go. It is 5-4 at the end of the first half. Now they're going to switch sides. Was that what we were expecting when we were coming back into this? What do you think?
What was the expectations you made?
Well, I mean, was that something we expected to be, you know, looking at a 5-4? I think we were looking 6-3.
I think we were looking at a 5-4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. It's been so long, I can't remember what our predictions were.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Feels like a week ago.
Almost feels like the next day.
Yeah. Well, it is basically the next day.
It got me there. Well, nonetheless, we are going to be switching sides, as it's going to be Gaimin Gladiators to be playing on the Blacklist side if we finalize the switching of the sides, and it's going to be Inner Circle to be playing on the Global Risk, I believe.
Yep, it is indeed. We're just waiting for the players to rejoin the lobby. We have to remake because of the disconnect.
Side switch.
Yeah, so we have to remake the lobby so that they can switch sides. So we're just waiting for this one to start, and it is actually starting real soon.
Real soon. And looks like we are just about to get into the lobby right now, as because of that half being finalized as a 5-4 scoreline. Now, because we saw that one moment of Spoxy finally dropping the 3K, now we start to question who is really providing for the team as a sniper.
Well, if Spoxy starts popping off, then
that's
you know,
the scary part,
the
right?
whole team is going to start going in. But we have a massive push here as Ginger goes down to Flex. And it does look as though they're going to threaten A and then counter-rotate. And it does look like Beck might just about get some knowledge of this. I'm not sure if he saw everyone rotating down the back, he might have had some vision or some sound cues, but he has decided to move back up to the catwalk and is back in A. So 1 kill, everyone retreats, resets, and then it's time to find a new avenue to push up.
Classic Gaimin Gladiators flex going on for a sniper of his own. Gonna be a double sniper setup coming in. And the reset does bait out a rotation from one of the players. And that's going to be 3 players holding down towards A, while Kiko is going to be the one kind of roaming around mid, roaming around towards B. In the process, rest of Gaimin Gladiators, while leaving Spuxy in the middle, they're going to be heading down towards B. And you can see on the minimap right now, Inner Circle is going out very aggressive deep in Catwalk. But unfortunately for them, the rest of Gaimin, they're going for a B hit. It's only being held down by Kiko. He has to find the opening frag. There is Awesome on the rotation as well, so this might go all guns blazing for a CrossFire setup by Inner Circle. The go sign not given just yet, and Kiko, his position has been compromised. Lucard and Window as well is going to provide the support as well. 1 player down. Kiko gets gunned down by Rathin. 2nd kill connected by a Lucard. Completely takes the wind out of the sail for Gaimin, and can plant the C4, but at the cost of more players going down. Now going to post plant.
Yeah, that was the thing. It was just a little bit too slow. They gave enough time for IC to wrap back around and support each other, but Awesome goes down to an excellent shot. Spoxy gets another. It's all looking Pete Tong for IC here. Alucard, last man standing, just a snipe. Misses Spoxy there. He's going to have to play aggressive. There's 10 seconds left, and he gets taken out by Lion Claw. And GG, they take another one.
And what is the scoreline, Simon?
It is 5-5, unless I can't count, which is very likely.
It is, yet again, tit for tat, eye for an eye, A to B. Just tied back up once again to 5-on-5.
It is. It is indeed. And now we're just having a brief pause. We'll find out what is going on very soon. But yeah, it is 5-5. It is very close between these two teams. They're very evenly matched. It doesn't feel like one team is stronger than the other at this point in time. It feels like both teams could take any map at any time.
Yeah, surely does feel in that sense. Wouldn't be surprised to see any of these two teams really win the first map and the second map even. Probably one of the more closest series to be played out on the first day. First 3 series closing out very short into O's. Maybe this is the series that we get to see the third map.
Maybe. I hope so. I want to see Compound more than anything. I think definitely both teams could take us that far, but we're going to have to wait and see what is going on. Right now, we just have a brief pause. We'll find out very soon what's happening and if we're going to be getting back into this game real quick.
Yeah?
If.
But things are looking pretty good right now. You guys don't get to see this, but we do get to see the players reconnecting back into the lobby, or rejoining rather. So should be going underway any moment soon. Yeah, all in all, very even games being played out here. But because Black Widow is one of those type of maps where you can't really pick up the momentum and build up the rounds kind of map if the snipers are really heated up, because even for any of the bomb sites, A or B, like if your sniper is hot, then that guy is going to clap 4 players.
Yeah,
in 4 shots. So usually when you see teams really build up the rounds is when the snipers are pretty quiet on a single team.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those wonky maps where your rifling core, of course, I don't want to say it doesn't matter. Like, everyone matters, but like your sniper matters more on this map.
Yeah, your riflers, they have a muted role, let's say.
Yeah.
Like, they're not going to single-handedly... I mean, they can, but they're not usually going to single-handedly take down everything. They're not going to break through or hold the lines. It's the snipers. And getting a couple of pickoffs really early is so important on Black Widow.
Oh, yeah. There's too much value to early frags as opposed to other maps like Subbase on Black Widow.
Subbase is one of those where 3 versus 5 you can still definitely come back from, whereas Black Widow, it feels like if you go down 1,
the reason is
you're
that
struggling.
the reason is that the rotations, right, on Subbase, there's essentially a single route through spawn, and that can be easily cut off by 2 smokes. But on Black Widow, the rotations could be made a lot faster, and there are more gateways to rotate. So those early frags really drive the, take the wind out of sails. So yeah, that seems to be the difference being made here for the maps that we have been seeing tonight. Nonetheless, Black Widow, we are tied on 5-on-5. Just waiting to see if the players are able to reconnect back into the lobby. Quick reminder, we do have Eagle Eye coming up next and New Compound possibly as map number 3 as decider. Last series of the day. We are going to be back here same time tomorrow, of course, to deliver you 4 more best out of 3s tomorrow, of course, which is going to be TBI versus Gaimin Gladiators, ROC versus 3P, who has lost tragically today, Inner Circle versus Ray, and to wrap day number 2 up, it's going to be Anubis versus
Entropy Gaming.
Yeah, Entropy Gaming, yeah. Thank you. You got me there.
It's been a long day. We are currently sitting at, well, I think it's 3:30. I haven't looked. It's very early in the morning.
I'm not too sure.
So.
It's about time for breakfast. Let's say that. Yeah.
But we're doing great. The CrossFire has been good.
And the coffee here is great too.
Yep.
Tastes amazing.
It's keeping us awake.
Yeah.
But anyway, hopefully we'll be getting back into this one, and we'll see these teams again tomorrow. Regardless of what happens today, whether you win or lose, you do come back on day 2.
And day 3.
And day 3.
And day 3.
But not day 4.
So
day 4
we're gonna say our farewell to some of the teams.
To half the teams.
Some of the teams.
Half the teams.
Some of the teams.
Half the teams.
You win. You win that.
50% of the teams. It's first and second.
So
in day 4.
50% of the teams are gone 100% of the time.
Oh, maybe we should talk about that in the playoffs. Day 1, Group A, first seed. So whoever finishes top of Group A will play Group B's second place. And then Group B's first place will play against Group A's second place. And then there will be a finals match where it's going to be the semi-final match, winners against each other and the losers against each other. The winner. I
think the losers bracket gets played first, and then the winners bracket is like the final for the regional finals.
Maybe. It makes sense.
Yeah.
But there's something to play for in both of those scenarios because the winners match, the 2 winners, they're looking to get that automatic seed into the playoffs for the grand finals. The loser obviously goes to the group stage. And then between the 2 loser matches, one of them is going home, one of them is going to the global finals. So there's a lot to play for on that final day. But we can't get to that final day without today, tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. So you got to make sure that you tune in for each of those days.
But then again, everyone gets a piece at the cake, even though they do end up getting knocked out and is sent back home. Of course, $100,000 in total prize. First place will take $20,000. Second place is going to be 17. Third is going to be 15, and so on and so forth. But the last 2 teams, 7th and 8th, they still get $8,000. So they still get something for their participation.
Oh, I mean, it's not as if it's not nothing, right? It's quite a bit of money, but they've worked hard for it, right?
The difference is huge. It's more than 2.
Yeah, they've worked hard to get here, let alone like to get to CFS.
The open qualifiers and all that. So.
All the qualifiers, the practice sessions, the training, the scrims, your strategy sessions, your coaching sessions. Working out is important as well. Staying healthy is obviously great for these teams because
gotta get the gyms in.
Exactly, you gotta get the benches in. You gotta get your bench in.
I'm washed up now. I'm too old for lifting heavyweights.
I'm older than you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When was the last time we were at the gym?
Oh, so I had a really bad shoulder injury, but before that was about 2 months ago.
All right.
And that was every day for 2 years. You're never too old to go to the gym.
But were you doing any,
I was doing
weightlifting?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
What do you think? I'm so old that I'm so brittle that I can't
You're just on the
lift
treadmill.
weight? I just stand there on like the shaking machines that they have in the Korean
treadmill,
gyms.
just walk in for like 2
yeah.
hours straight and go on the bicycle with your phone.
Oh, dude, it's 140 deadlift, I think.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
That's solid.
Not bad for someone who has a terrible back.
Some of the players in the pro CrossFire scene, they also have a built body as well.
Yeah.
Can't quite recall the names, but I've seen people lift some heavy weights at the hotel gyms.
It wouldn't surprise me if during like CFS and whenever they have like an international tournament where they're all gathered together, they're like trying to out bench, trying to out deadlift.
Oh, I'm sure there is a rivalry,
And then
especially in the gym.
Yeah, and especially when you know the other person, but you don't know them well enough to talk to them, but you know who they are. You see them,
And you've
you're
seen
like,
how much they lift.
yeah.
This guy's benching 180?
You walk past them and you're like, sup. And then you just start trying to outdo each other. Yeah, that's definitely going to happen.
And somebody will injure their backs, and the doctors will have to come in. Smallgate gets not so happy, and haven't happened yet. But now that we talk about it, I think there's a pretty solid chance that somebody gets an injury. But can we call it an esports injury?
No, that's a gym bro
It doesn't classify as an esports injury.
No, that's a gym bro injury. An esports injury is like RSI. Obviously, you got to take care of yourself. You got to hydrate. It all matters.
Or wrist tunnels.
That's repetitive strain injury, RSI. Yeah. Carpal tunnel syndrome. It's all part of the same thing.
Thank you, Doc.
You could kick your toe on the desk. That's a definite injury.
What else is
Electrocution. I mean, nobody talks about how we deal with death every day when we're playing games. Anything could happen.
Casting too. Like we
Yeah.
are surrounded by voltage. And
I didn't think about that until now. Now I'm scared.
So you think you want to get some extra, for the risk?
Fine. I have my rubber socks on. I'll be fine.
Well, that's our life as a caster. We are surrounded by a bunch of voltage. We got a bunch of lights around us.
Mm-hmm. All right. Just to remind everyone, it is 5-5.
Nice reminder.
Yep. Just to
I
let
think
you know,
we've said it like 14
we just played.
Can we just yap about
one
something
round.
else? I think we yapped enough about CrossFire. We're just waiting for the
No
lobby to
way,
be
man.
made.
No way. There's no such thing as yapping too much. But it is round 10. Well,
Yeah.
round 11 when we get back.
11.
It will be the second round.
But a good news is that we can see right on our screen that the test game is going on. So that's a good hint to us that the game should proceed any moment soon, with no further delays, I believe.
I hope so, but I don't think. I think they're still just testing things out. So, yep, we will get news to you, and we have the news. So hopefully soon.
Yeah, fair enough indeed.
Tell me about EWC.
It was a great experience. The flight, of course, had a direct flight, so didn't have to. It wasn't a direct flight. Never mind. Had one layover, but it was pretty short, so it was not too bad. Hotel was really nice. The food was great. The venue itself was also an absolute banger. Right at the heart of Boulevard, so really good. It was a great opportunity for me to be there.
How
Thanks
were
to
the
Smallgate.
games?
The games were also great. I was casting the V stream alongside with Valdez, Paladin, Scriv. So we were a small squad of 4 guys just yapping at the game. All in all, the games were great. We were also able to cast one of the top games as well, Baisha versus Evolution Power, I believe, all gamers game as well. So yeah, had a bunch of show, and it was a great show as well. Nonetheless, I'm still a little bit jet lagged, but it's helping me out.
When did you get back?
Like a month ago.
Still jet lagged a month. Come on, man.
I'm still jet lagged. Come on, help me out here.
I think
it's helping me out right now.
Is it though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty awake.
During the break, he was not awake. He was.
What do you mean?
I mean, you sat on the sofa and.
You're snitching now.
I am, yeah. You sat on the sofa and your eyes started to droop. I saw it.
What do you mean? What? Well, that's a blatant lie. Can't really.
No, I mean, I'm starting to fade myself. Don't worry about it. Like, all right.
Yeah. Well, enough of EWC. More of CFS 2025 Eumena Regional Finals. Yeah. I feel like. What are your top three?
Top three players, top three teams, top
Teams,
three countries,
right now.
top three teams. Obviously ROC, Anubis would be my top two.
What top three are you smoking on, Simon?
What do you mean?
No, it's just a meme.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know who the third would be though.
PingPongPals is a.
PingPongPals look good, Ray look good, TBI look good, even though they lost.
And even Entropy, Madison was putting up a good fight, so can't really leave them out from the talk as well.
Exactly. So it could be anyone.
Honestly speaking, ROC, Anubis, and either of Gaimin and Inner Circle.
I can see that, but I honestly think Ray look really strong. It'll be better to talk about this tomorrow when we get
But then
a
again,
bit more data.
If we have Ray in the talks as well, that means we have to pick 3 teams out of 5, which also means only 3 teams will go into having the chances of going into the grand finals of the 5. So this tournament, to me, feels like a bloodbath.
Yep, it's stacked.
It is absolutely stacked. And looks like we're just about ready to hop into another test game, it seems to be. Not entirely sure. Just waiting on the news here. Yeah. 2 groups, single round robin, so you lose twice, you are knocked out. And when you go into the playoffs, it's going to be a best out of 5. You lose, you're gone.
Yep.
You lose, you are absolutely gone. But there's a lot on the line. Not only the money, but also the seedings as well. And the seedings as well, too. Like, even if you do qualify, let's say you're a top 3 seed, then what happens when you go into the playoffs, when you go into the group stages actually for the grand finals, then I think if you go in as top 3, that means you're number 2 in the region. Then you have to play against number 1 of a different region. So even for the seedings, like if you can't go directly into the playoffs, you have to shoot for that number 2 spot.
I think it's a draw, isn't it? It's a group draw on the final day of the regional finals in China.
I think the regions are drawn, but like it's
and you'll be
2 and 1, 2 and 1,
yeah.
right?
You'll be
I
separated.
don't think 2 and 2 plays. I'm not sure.
It depends, because if they did that, then there'd be no need for a draw, because then you have your seconds and firsts. I don't know.
Fair enough.
But we just have a test game running right now. It is currently ongoing. I would say that Gaimin Gladiators have the better of this one, but we can't show you because it is a test game. But yeah, I was going to say something and I completely forgot.
I mean, you can talk about your seltzers.
My what? I finished them all, man.
Oh,
I'm all out of.
I thought you brought like 4 cans of it.
I have like 2 monsters left, and that's one of those has got to get me the drive home. So
you're conserving on it.
Yep.
Oh,
saving the precious resources.
Gotta get the gas in the tank, which is going to be caffeine in your body.
Yep.
Yippee ki yay! And looks like we are ready to have the actual lobby to be made here. So should be pretty solid, and should be going into the game any moment soon. 5-5, of course.
Yep.
Side has been switched. Now that Gaimin is on the other angle of attack, what do you think is going to happen realistically based on our short observation of the past couple of rounds? Because to me, it feels to me in a sense that it's working, but it's like you're looking at a square wheel rolling around.
For GG?
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
They won the rounds, but it's not as
I mean, none
smooth as it feels to me.
You're right, but
Yeah.
I think both of these teams are very evenly matched. I don't think we're going to get those super clean sweeps.
I mean,
think
if
it's gonna be
the
back
card
and
is
forth.
rolling, the card is rolling, but I think there's a square wheel on the card, and it's still rolling.
When both teams are equal, everyone has square wheels. Like we're all just kind of like you'll be moving, and then the other team will take like one, and then you just go back and forth.
Well, that is true.
I remember what my question for you was going to be. So now that Mexico isn't the old Mexico, it's the new Mexico.
Okay.
In a best of 5, what 2 maps do you think are going to be banned?
Depends on the team and depends on the region. If we are talking about Eumena,
because now Mexico is back in the pool. It's doing relatively well. It's a relatively balanced map now.
I think Eagle Eye is a pretty solid ban.
Which Eagle Eye?
Eagle Eye.
Okay, all right. Eagle Eye banned. What else would you ban?
Eagle Eye banned out. New Compound.
Okay.
A prominent ban. I think the teams are going to be opting out to play more in Mexico. But we just got the news that a round was played off stream, so the score is going to be 6-5, I believe, which it's going to be Gaimin Gladiators on the lead. Just getting ready to bounce into round number 12. So quick reminder, 6-5 on the score, and we are moving right in to the very next round.
Yes, so it is now round 12. Gaimin Gladiators do have that victory. Unfortunately, it was played off stream, but here we go. Ginger takes a little bit of damage there from, I think, an errant grenade. No one has sights on him, and there's some more grenades going out. He does eat another one to the face, as we do see GG holding their lines. Beck has that sight. There is smoke to hide the movement.
Yeah, to hide the movement, and as you can see, there is an update in the player here. Well, it's going to be Dane in the lobby, which he wasn't able to do much on this round. Last week he did great effort, but Kiko trying to hold on to the bomb site. Will find one before going down. Gonna be a 2-on-3 with the C4 being planted. Awesome is in window, with Jinzer now going for the flank here. Will with the jump there. Has to go for the underpass this time. All in all though, 29 seconds and ticking. A doable retake. Not impossible, but a tough one. Spoxy will find a bunch of damage to himself, but still holds onto his life. Awesome has to find this frag for the retake to proceed, but I don't know, Simon. This one seems very tough. 10 seconds remaining. Not going to happen as Flex and Wrath will find the piece each. But yeah, Dane is now subbed in.
Yeah, Dane is in, and it is now it's looking like it's going to be running away from IC as GG take 3 on the bounce. Just checking.
Yeah, who did he sub out for?
Dzane.
Dzane. Yeah, Dzane may have some... Yeah, no, never mind. Dzane had some connection issues, I believe. I think that's why he subbed out.
Yeah, it is a sub, by the way. It's not just a random player who magically found his way into our lobby. It's a sub for the team. So let's see how they perform with their slightly weaker roster, but
like
still amazing.
It's like a double-edged sword, isn't it? When you put a sub in, it brings fresh air, but at the same time, you do have to scrap up a lot of vibes that you built. Remember,
Kiko.
Flex gets completely knocked out from the lobby. Clean headshot too from Kiko. It was a 2-tap too. And after dropping Flex, rest of Gaimin looking to gain control of middle, but Lionclaw about to be contested by Jinzer, who is thinking about pushing out through the smoke. And that nade as well may hint to us that a B push is brewing in the pot.
Ooh. Who was that? Kiko goes down to...
That was a quick drive-by.
Yeah. It's just a random pop and down you go. So it is 4 against 4. Oh, Ginger getting a couple of pot shots off there. Now
he's about to be traded out. He's spotted out. Not even traded.
No. Ginger goes down. And now it is 4 against 3, and the push is coming in, and Awesome's going to find himself in a world of pain in a second. Or is he? Gets 1. Can he make it 2? He cannot, but Beck cleans up Spoxy. It's 2 against 2.
now the issue is there's not a lot of time on the clock, like how Inner Circle did, and they have to get the bomb planted. The issue is once the C4 is being planted, the player could step out from windows just like that. Alucard's gonna find Raffin down to the ends of Lion Claw. Luckily for him, Beck down pretty low. Alucard is a sniper, so it's gonna be a headshot battle coming in for Lion Claw. Here comes the swing and a good shot, and a good shot indeed for a double kill to secure it around. And now Gaimin is absolutely leading out.
Yeah, I mean, jumping through the window there to get that final kill was smooth as, and that makes it 4 in a row for GG.
So the scoreline is going to be?
The scoreline is going to be 8-5, unless I'm wrong. But we are getting a timeout on the side of IC.
This is not technical, this is tactical.
Exactly. This isn't because there's an issue. This is because they just need to reset, because they were doing relatively well and now they are down 4 in a row. And 4 in a row, if you're ever going to call a timeout, that is when you call it, because it's slipping away from them. They're just a couple of points away from losing this first map, which would really hurt. They were especially on it to start with, and then the breaks started to happen, the technical issues, and maybe they're just feeling a little bit cold. Maybe they're, you know, a little bit tired now. They've been waiting for so long. It does happen where you just lose a little bit of focus.
About the right time to call attack, like you said. About the right time to really take the momentum away from your opponents and, you know, go back to your drawing board and, you know, call better strats. Not better, but a better strat for the current scenario that is getting played.
So GG now is Flex, Dane, Lionclaw, Spoxy, and RFF. Whereas the Inner Circle team is Kiko, Beck, Awesome, Ginger, and Alucard. And the time is up, and we'll be getting
as
into
you can
this
see
one
on the screen,
real soon.
Gaimin Gladiators invite Dane to your clan.
Yeah, I mean,
he's missing out.
Yeah, but I don't think he needs to be part of the clan, right? He's a sub. Does he deserve a seat at the table? Right, so we'll be getting into this one real soon. Beck, Alucard, Kiko, and clan for IC are on the screen, and then GG, they are gearing up, and we are back into this one right away. Here we go.
8th round was picked up by Gaimin Gladiators. Needs to pick up one more for the map point, and already in their circle going out aggressive out towards middle and having a player posting out towards the B hut as well. Maybe. Oh, awesome. He has slid out through the smoke. I don't think Gaimin realized this, but the aggression was actually down towards Cal. It was going to be Flex taking down Jinzer in the progress. Lion Claw to take down Awesome as well, so the damage is done.
Yeah, Kiko and Beck combined to get Lion Claw down, but it is now 4 against 2. Make it 3 against 2. Dane, Spoxy, and RFF are still standing. And Beck, oh, nice peek there on Spoxy. Battle of the Snipers. Nice work. So 2 against 2. Bomb is in no man's land. We're down at spawn for that. And where are they going to go now? It looks like A might be the push, but Kiko, he doesn't there's no sniper on the side of IC. So they are going to have to push pretty hard here.
Now, Raffin is going to be clearing out the corridors, and Dane is going to be swinging out for a quick peek out towards the bomb site. Kiko hiding deep, tucked up inside windows as well. So, if Gaimin doesn't check all the corners in time, too, of course, this round might just become a bit more tough, as the clock always runs against Blacklist until you get the C4 planted. They were able to get onto the bomb site without losing a player, but the sound cues should be given, and the rotation will happen any moment soon. Raffin's going to post for the plant.
Yeah, smartly hides from the window.
100% the rotation is now in. now the problem with Gaimin is they have to reach it back out towards long and see if they can find a trade angle. Beck is on the bomb site, will drop Rapid. Dane tries everything and anything, but not gonna happen. They weren't able to fall back in time or find the positions. It feels to me that they were in shambles because they wanted to do both at the same time, either retreat or find a position to hold. They were caught out wide in the open.
Yeah, stuck between two different thoughts, I think. Like,
Yeah,
they were like,
sometimes it happens, right?
yeah, you're stuck between thinking one way, thinking another. And we do see a lot of utility get spent down on A long, as we do see a rather rapid push towards water as Flex takes out Ginger here. What is... How are Icy going to respond to this? They've lost another early player. It happened in the last round as well. They did manage to win that. But Icy are reeling here. They took the tactical pause, and they're still not looking super strong. Yes, they win, but early losses again and again and again will eventually get punished.
Here's the pop flash and the nades out towards B, held down by Beck. Swings in, can't quite connect to a frag. Flex quickly takes him out, and the site is compromised. Rotation is in there for Lucor, but Gaimin's gonna burn the sweet time, see if they can bait more peaks. The C4 gets into the bomb site. Lucor, here's the bomb getting planted. Top of the boxes, whiffs the shot, but he is gonna be able to fall back. And now, with the timer going against Inner Circle, they are looking to go in, pushing into the bomb site, but they have 5 players of Gaimin waiting with open arms. Sure, they're able to find 2 more kills, but there's Dane with a frag back onto Awesome. Pistol is good to take down Kiko. So the sub is put to a good use. 2 kills for him and a round being picked up by Gaimin, which is a map point.
Yep. He now deserves that clan spot. Get him in the clan. Get him as the prime seat at the table for that round.
After all those rounds, weren't they?
Oh, but he goes down here early. Kiko picks up a double kill here. That's insane. And suddenly it's 5 against 3. Inner Circle much stronger at the beginning of this round than the last 2 rounds. Can they bring it home?
Can they bring it home is going to be the real question. Even though down 2 players, Gaimin looking to find some equalizers is going to have Flex hanging out towards B and Spoxy in towards Catwalk. Well, Flex will go down and a 2v5 starts cooking up in the pot.
Yeah, and I just realized it's 9-6 as RFF gets down Kiko. So if GG win this, they do win the map. They are on map point as Spoxy picks up Ginger with an excellent snipe through the smoke there. And now it is 2 against 3. Spoxy and RFF against Beck, Awesome, and Alucard.
You know what? 2v3 is better than 2v5, and they just did it rightfully so. Took down 2 players of Inner Circle.
This is going to be hard. They push in. Oh, he whiffs the shot.
Look at Awesome's position. He is waiting patiently. They think Alucard's a solo player holding it down.
Yeah. But they might actually get rewarded for this. We do see Beck making the rotation, but we do also see RFF. He seems to be wise to it. I think he knows something like this is definitely on the cards, but maybe he'll get a bit complacent here. Maybe he'll start pushing. And they're going to... Alucard has the line of sight, misses there. Oh, but nails that one. RFF and Spoxy go down. And there is still life in Inner Circle yet. So here we go. It is 9-6. 7? I think there we go. A scorecard. I looked quickly at the scorecard. It hadn't updated yet. It happens.
It happens. There's a bit of delays here and there, so...
Okay, so we do have a nice fan spread out by Inner Circle here, as they're just trying to get any information they can. Whereas Gaimin, they are beginning to maybe push up the stairs of Waterway here and maybe just collapse into B, but they're still pretty open. There are 4 over towards B as grenades start coming out from Awesome. Doesn't connect with anyone, I think. If it did next to no damage. So we see Flex Having a little peek around the doors here. Will he see Ginger, who is eagerly anticipating this? Holding the door. Are they going to maybe go for this? Ginger peeks out. Oh, Awesome gets one. Flex is down. Spoxy does get Ginger. That's 1 for 1.
1 for 1, but that was a miraculous hit by Spoxy of Ginger like, jumping away with the boxes. And also, through the smoke's going to take down Lion Claw in the process. Raffin can't do much in his position. And Spoxy dead stuck. Just find the quick scope on towards Awesome for 1v3, but sitting at about 10 HP. I'm not sure if he has it in him. But if it's anyone else on his squad, it's going to be him to pull the undoubtable clutch here.
Yep, and he cannot do it. He tried to jump out the window, and Beck was waiting. So I see the comeback has begun. It is 9-8.
One more round for Inner Circle to get us into overtime. And for Gaimin, they have to close this one out here, unless they want to be struggling themselves in overtime by giving away more rounds. Nonetheless, a slow-paced round here by Gaimin. They have planted Flex deep in towards A long and is rotating the rest of the players out towards B. Haven't really peeked out towards middle at all. Maybe Spoxy did through the small gap by the spawn area. Otherwise, mid is left unwashed. I think they're going for the trade kills out towards B and see where it takes them from. Nade from Inner Circle, realizing a bit of value on towards Lion Claw. The second nade won't be connecting at all.
Yeah, and there's no rotation at the moment from Inner Circle. They're just biding their time. The pressure is on for Gaimin Gladiators here because they have so much to do. If they win this, they take map 1 after however long they were waiting for this. With a sub, can they get it done? That's 1 down. Beck is out for the count. Now they're going across the catwalk, but Dane goes down. Alucard takes him out through flash. Lionclaw looking for Alucard, gets him there with the pistol. The utility is going to be used to just provide a little bit of cover, but the C4 is in no man's land. It is dropped underneath, and if Inner Circle know about this, it's going to be very hard for GG to go around and pick it up. Awesome trading off here as they do get Lionclaw. Lionclaw is down. It's a 3 versus 3.
It was a tough recovery, but at the end of the day, GG was able to take the C4 back into their hands and got the C4 planted. In the process, Ginger was able to find a quick headshot through the wall on towards Flex, leaving Spoxy and Raffin on the clutch. Here comes the retake. Spoxy on catwalk, good for 1, but gets jumped by Ginger. Raffin and bomb site gets 1 now in a duel against Awesome, who is down low. Good is going to be Raffin taking the round and closing out map number 1 of Black Widow in favor of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yes, that was incredibly close. 10-8, the closest match I think of today, except for the one that went into overtime. But regardless, a great match between two very evenly matched teams. They are toe to toe right now.
And toe-to-toe end?
No. We're not gonna continue that for now. But a good win for Gaimin on their map. So Gaimin Gladiators, they do take a win on Black Widow, which was their selection. We need to see how it goes on Eagle Eye 2.0, as it is going to be set 2, and that will be Inner Circle's pick. What do we know about Eagle Eye? Apart from the fact that it's a very
sniper-heavy map.
Sniper-heavy map.
So I think the right point core, besides the loot card on Inner Circle, is not at their full condition, I would say. Well, full condition maybe. Just think of a better term to speak of, but yeah, the right click core is not
on it right now.
Yeah, it's they're not dialed in.
Yeah,
completely. They're not fully dialed in. There we go. Eagle Eye, of course, even though it being sniper heavy, like you need the rifling core to get on board, to take control of hotel, to take control of it, to take control of Deep A. So if Inner Circle can't, you know, make up for the differences that was made in Black Widow, then Eagle Eye, I think it's safe to say it's gonna go towards the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yep. Well, we're gonna have to see what happens because Eagle Eye is one of those maps that can devolve into a rifle-heavy kind of thing when you have most of your fights around, let's say, hotel. That's where your rifling core is super important because there's not many super great lines of sight into that area. But obviously, you know, you can climb up and around some of the fences and get some decent angles, but they're very, very tight. And yeah, this map is done. Black Widow is over. It might feel like the longest map that we have done in a very, very long time.
It was a marathon.
It was a marathon, definitely not a sprint. But we'll see how both teams sprint out of the gates on map 2.
And there you have it, 10-8, like you said, Simon, a scoreline to be remembered by Gaimin Gladiators versus Inner Circle on map number 1 of Black Widow, and KD is just hovering around everywhere.
Yeah, very consistent scores. Spoxy, obviously the highlight in that 1.91, but I mean 1.36 for Beck, 1.17, 1.14. Kiko, Beck, and Alucard definitely pulling their weight. Will everyone else join in? Obviously, your first through the door is gonna not have the greatest of KD spreads, but you know, it's definitely important to do a lot of damage if you are first through the door, since, you know, every inch of damage helps for the rest of your team to clean up.
Yeah, and now that we're going to Eagle Eye, those numbers hopefully do support their team in picking up some more rounds, because Eagle Eye is one of those wonky maps where you lose like 3-round differential or something, then it becomes really hard to retake.
Yeah, it's definitely one as well where like getting the bomb planted is really, really hard. Retaking the spot feels nigh on impossible. Like, it is so difficult to break, like, either of the zones. I mean, the cable car side is a little bit easier, but again, it's a very difficult map for a retake. You don't
often see a 4v4 retake because everyone is down and dusted most of the time.
Yeah.
It's usually it comes down to like 3v2, 3v3, 2v1, 2v2s. So yeah, haven't seen a 4v4 happen just yet on Eagle Eye.
And we've seen some really interesting like defensive maneuvers on the Global Risk side where I can't remember who it was so long ago, but they choked out 90% of the map and basically forced everyone up hotel. Definitely something you can do on this map. It is risky, but you are the Global Risk, so you may as well, you know, play to your namesake.
I've also seen some teams throw punches out towards B, out towards A, and go aggressive as Global Risk. Even for the Eagle Eye that was played tonight here at the first day of the original finals, we saw the Global Risk side going aggressive out towards middle, gaining control of the ground and taking the fight to the face of the Blacklist side. And it worked out wonders. They were able to pick up the round, but right after that, just everything fell apart. So,
I mean, it's one of those maps where anything can happen because there's so many different avenues for attack. Obviously, on the Blacklist side, you want to try and hold the watchtower in the middle, but it's not a necessity. We've seen teams win this map time and time again just by 5-manning down hotel or 4-manning hotel and having one person who's looking towards the opposite site just to make sure you don't get wrapped on. I mean, like, anything is possible on this map.
Essentially, Eagle Eye, every round seems to be a map of its own because how diverse you can pick your strategy from. The progression of the rounds as well, like the results can't be like anticipated, even though the progression may be somewhat equal up until the middle point of the round. But let's say we are ready to go right back into it. Map number 2 of the final series of the day, Gaimin Gladiators versus Inner Circle. And we're ready. Down goes Raffin to the M14 of Beck. Looking for the second kill. Beck swings out, good for the frag there, and Awesome as well is going to find yet another frag. So Gaimin already mightily struggling to hold onto their dear lives. He's going to be losing 3 players.
Spoxy gets down Awesome. That's a nice pickup here. But we can see why Inner Circle chose this map. They've come out incredibly strong. And Beck gets one, gets a double, and that brings home the win this time round for Inner Circle, who take an early lead.
Early lead indeed, but even on Black Widow as well, I believe lead actually was taken by Gaimin, so never mind. Yeah, Inner Circle, first in time to take lead against Gaimin. Let's see if they're able to keep up with the pace. As Gaimin that last round, it was a bit more frustrating progression of the round, of course, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this time, haven't dropped the first opening frag, so let's see if they're able to find a frag of their own.
Bit of a trade there between Beck and Lionclaw, it looks like. Both of them going down a decent amount. Kiko and Dane going at it as well. And we can see that there's a bit of a spread, a bit of a push coming out from the side of Inner Circle. We do have Kiko pushing down the hotel, pushing down under the bridge, now on top of the bridge, trying to get eyes. Flex is there. Flex is actually going to run into Beck here, and Beck guns him down in cold blood, and that seems to be the go sign for Gaimin. But no, they lose one. Alucard, excellent snipe there, but Raph does manage to get a kill on Awesome. We do see him try to jump and gun, but Kiko gets the kill on Lionclaw, and everything is going wrong for GG at this point in time. But look how low Inner Circle are. There's one, there's two, and Inner Circle, they close it out again here.
Kiko doesn't miss those, able to lead out 2-0. Inner Circle bouncing right back in this matchup after dropping map number 1 after a marathon. Is looking to secure Eagle Eye to themselves for a chance of going into new compound Jinzer as well, finding the opening frag, followed up by Beck dropping onto his Flex. So Flex having some tough day to even see if he can find a kill to himself, not die early on.
Yeah, sometimes you just find a map that you just don't feel comfortable on, and maybe that's this one against this team. Maybe it's just a bad day at the office, maybe it's just because he doesn't like Eagle Eye. But here we go, Spoxy peeks around the corner, gets Kiko down, and it's 2 for 1, 2 for 2 now, as both teams equal, but Ginger takes a ton of damage there.
Well, it was a great pop flash as well, so he couldn't peek. Nonetheless, Gaimin is able to gain some ground out towards B, but at the cost of what? There is a bit of ground, but the bomb site is still being overwatched by Jinzer, and there's support from Lucard, so the double off is going to be put to a good use. Spoxy taking a bunch. The rifling floor is going to get onto the bomb site. However, Jinzer responds quickly. Lionclaw goes down, the wall bang is there, and that will be Spoxy going down in the round. Third round, rather, is going to be picked up by the side of Inner Circle.
And there is a timeout now by GG. Gaimin Gladiators definitely needs a bit of a reset here. They looked second best to pretty much every engagement there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they absolutely did. So we're going to be giving them just a bit of timeout, maybe bathroom breaks, maybe to get some more water, maybe just to have that little bit of a pep talk, be like, guys, come on, you can do this. We've got this.
Gotta take the cheeky strats out from your notebooks and see where that takes you guys from. Right now, Gaimin down 3 rounds, Inner Circle up 3 rounds. Still not too late. It's only the first 3 rounds being played, but if Gaimin does drop this round after a pause especially, then things are getting pretty dicey for Gaimin.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But you can see Inner Circle, they're just chatting to each other. This is one of the benefits of being in the same house, in the same room, is that you can just look at each other. You can just be like, dude, come on, man. Like,
we're brothers.
Pick it up.
We're
better than this. We've got this. Don't worry. Alucard, you're doing fine. Like, just keep doing what you're doing. Beck, keep doing what you're doing. Awesome. Everyone else, a little bit more, please.
The pause will be over any moment soon. Let's see the pep talks by these two teams work wonders and, you know, come back as an actual round score being picked up. Nonetheless, the pause is now officially over and the players are rejoining back into the lobby after this tech. So, yeah, 3-0, Inner Circle in the lead. And for Gaimin to win a round, Simon, what do you think is the biggest requirement here? Because
patience?
Yeah.
I think they're just trying to play a bit too high tempo for the map.
I think, yeah, yeah, they're trying to brute force into the bomb site without, like, an opening frag, essentially. So it becomes a tad bit more tough to pick up the frags and the round even. So have to wait and see. We are alive. Round number 4.
We see a middle hold here by Flex. He's just going to do that, like stay there, but there's no one near him. We do see a 3-2 split. No one really keeping an eye on mid. They just know that the watchtower is taken. Like, we know they're there. They're not going to do much from that position. But the grenades coming in over towards A site does push everyone back just a little bit. Awesome chilling out here. Alucard down by the stairs, just making himself known. And yeah, they're kind of just peeking at each other. They're having a couple of pickoffs, back and forths here, but nothing really getting done. Lionclaw and Alucard, though, have taken quite a bit of damage, I assume, from grenades. And the utility situation is about even as well, so there's still plenty of toys for both teams to play with. We do now see Flex maybe eyeing up Kiko here. So he comes in, and there we go. Flex gets Kiko. Where are they going next? This might just be what GG need. They get that early frag. They're one player up. Now it's time for them to pick a side and push. And it looks as though they have, as we do see a big push coming in B. But we also see Beck chilling in the back. Will he get the drop? Is he going for the knife? He's got to be, right? You don't go this close without going for the knife.
Oh, no.
That was...
Could have done it.
That was someone playing with their food. Anything could have happened there, but he waited and waited and waited.
But then again, it baited the rotation out, right?
Yeah.
So Gaimin gets a free bomb plant going to the post plant as opposed to what I mentioned in a 4v4. So I guess there was one chance in the line there. Raffin quickly sprays down too, so does Awesome. Seeing Lionclaw to hold it down. Pistol play, good work being put out by Spoxy. Lionclaw wraps it up. Gaimin Gladiators is going to be able to put a round up on the board.
Yes, they are. It is 3-1, and that's exactly what Gaimin needed after their timeout. As we are on board, Spoxy just taking a quick look up that long, long road. But again, middle taken by GG, giving them the options, giving them a little bit of information, not too much though. Nothing really happens in mid. Oh, Spoxy with the quick scope on Ginger there, just seemingly had all the time in the world if he wanted it to line that shot up. Wide out in the open was Ginger, and now Awesome and crew have a lot to do.
Definitely have a lot of work to be done by Inner Circle. Although they're still in the lead 3-1 by 2 rounds, Gaimin has the man advantage. They have the clock to work with, and like I mentioned, Eagle Eye is one of those maps every round acts as a series of its own because of how diverse you can play around with the map. And this time around, Gaimin just gonna be playing pretty default, is just basically watching for any counter pushes and trying to catch any aggression and any misstep being provided by Inner Circle. Gaimin's gonna be waiting patiently with open arms, but they have to wrap that plan up and head down towards a singular bomb site to actually get the C4 delivered onto it, which I believe it seems to be case A, unless the Lucard continues to do Lucard things like that. Looking for the second.
Oh, he gets it.
He gets the second. Looking for the third. He gets the third. For the fourth. The pistol almost did it. Very, very close, but the damage is already done to the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yes, indeed. And the bomb is going to get planted. They have control over the site. There's no one nearby, and it looks as though Spoxy's looking for a cheeky pickup. As they pop around here, he might get Kiko first. Oh, he peeked a little bit too soon. Got caught out. Gave all the information away, and now Flex has it all to do on his own. He is flashed out. He's going to start getting picked up by Beck, and Beck closes it out. Will they find the bomb? Yes, they will. Plenty of time left in the circle. Once again, take another round. It is 4-1.
4-1 is going to be the scoreline. As we are ready to bounce into round number 6. Some early lead stacks down towards middle. And it does find a decent amount of value. Kiko back also completely blinded, but somehow in Coalition is going to be able to find 3 frags total. And we are now tied 2-on-2, and as we say that, a quick drop by Spoxy into Lucard. The sniper duel won by Gaimin at 2v1. Jinzer as well now spotted out. The C4. Oh, if Flex goes down, this could tell a different story. Flex holding on to dear life. The nade might just do the work here, but there is not room for him to run away.
Tactical retreat there by Flex, but
very.
They have the advantage. They press the advantage, and Gaimin Gladiators take another one. And I mean, that is what we were talking about. That big, big push into center can heavily backfire. And that's exactly what happened that round. Inner Circle just got completely wiped out, and they lost the round for it.
Surely indeed costed them the round. Now, Gaimin this time is going to be guiding themselves in towards Hotel. On the Overwatch, I believe it was Kiko. And he's been having a solid day today. He's fragging left and right, alongside with Beck, alongside with Alucard. Of the 3, Alucard was probably the more quiet player. At least for the lobby mate here tonight. Nonetheless, Gaimin opting out for a slower paced approach. The C4 held by Dane at the underside of the staircase inside of Hotel. Minute 30 left onto the clock. Where do they want to take this fight in towards? Seems to be B, but Jinzer says no, take it away. Takes away the life of Flex quickly.
So now it is an early pickup on the side of Inner Circle, and we've seen how important those early pickups have been on this map. You get that early kill, and more often than not, it is enough to just propel you forward in the rest of the map. So you see Spoxy making a bit of a retreat, trying to maybe line up with everyone else. He does, I think, see Alucard, or knows roughly where at least one other person is, as Spoxy does go down to Alucard. Alucard gets the better of that sniper exchange. As Beck is hiding around the corner. There's 1-for-1.
And now they're going to start forcing in the bump set. It's not going to work out. Nightclaw down by himself. The C4 was right next to him. Not going to happen as Kiko swings out wide quickly enough with the pistol. Will be able to secure the frag. And so is the round.
It is 5-2 right now. Icy proving that they chose this map because they're bloody good at it. As we do see a lot of grenades coming in, and GG going for a very quick push over towards that bomb site, but massacres going on. Beck gets a double kill as Flex does take him out. Alucard throws that grenade, is going to get spotted by Lionclaw. Lionclaw knows where he is. Flex runs into his face, tries to get him, and does, but Alucard did get Lionclaw first. Spoxy takes out Ginger. It's 2 against 1. Kiko trying to make his way around here as quickly as possible as the bomb does go down.
Best shot for Kiko is to equalize it back down to 1-on-1, see if he can find the tip of the head of the player on top of the bomb site, or, you know, pick one of the corners and expect one of the players to be there. But not going to be the case here, as we do see the rotations from Flex and Spoxy to set up for a double peek setup. Doesn't really matter anyways, because Lionclaw, Kiko ran into the crosshair. of Spoxy, who was playing on the underside of Heaven. Yeah, it's going to be Gaimin to pick up on another round.
Yeah, it's 5-3. And we're going to see how this is going to play out. This is the last one before they swap sides. So Kiko just looking maybe to get another win on the board, just to give them that advantage. It would be 6-3 if they win this. And that would be nice to take into the second half.
Oh, sure indeed is going to be a nice half if they're able to find this last round here as well. Nonetheless, Gaimin forcing it towards Hotel. It's going to work out as Dane's going to find a double kill to probably open up the bomb site. Beck responding, goes for the spray now and gets one, but not good for two. Nade up and over Lucart. Quick shot, quick scope onto one. Does connect, but needs to find 2-3 more players. Down to a 2v3. The C4 is now being planted. Lucart's going to go inside into the deep center office, but Spoxy was waiting with the pistol of his own. Quick headshot comes through, connects, and down goes Awesome. Lucart versus the world. Essentially 3/4 of the world, but it's good for one. Find 2 more. Raffin at risk. But Lucart waiting patiently. Not quite there to connect the shots, as Spoxy will connect the shot of his own. And that, there you have it, 5-4
Yeah, again, 5-4, and it was 5-4 last time round. Inner Circle did control the first half of Black Widow. They control the first half of Eagle Eye. And we are going to swap sides. So we do have Gaimin Gladiators. They are on the Global Risk side. And on the Blacklist side, it will be Inner Circle.
Switching sides now. Gaimin Gladiators on the Global Risk side, I believe. It's going to be Inner Circle on the Blacklist side, as we are going to be swapping the sides out. All in all, I think based on how Inner Circle played on the last map, justifiable that they just pick up 5 more rounds in a row. But let's see if all the pauses has granted enough time for Gaimin to, you know, be more internalized in terms of team dynamics and be able to provide a solid defense, because the Global Risk rotation is very short on this map.
Yes, very short. And they do get to hold a lot of space now. They've given, like, Inner Circle, they have a lot of space to hold in that central part, but it looks as though Gaimin Gladiators are just happy to give away the middle. They're looking to hold A. This might just be reconnaissance at work, knowing that on this map, IC do like to push A first if they are the Blacklist. Because normally you wouldn't put 4 members of your team on the A bomb site and leave just 1 on B, right? Grenades coming in, a trade of utility as Awesome and Beck combined, but it's a 1-for-2 trade so far, and here we go. It's all falling apart for GG Flex. Last man standing as IC. They do have a man on the site. They are going to start planting the bomb. What can Flex do? He has a sniper and a dream. And it's 3 in front of him. And Alucard is just a little bit quicker on the trigger. And that is a good win here for Inner Circle.
Put 4 players, but doesn't matter for Inner Circle. They just brute force in on towards the bomb site. The flashes up and over, the pop flashes popping to the side. All worked wonders. The players of Gaimin couldn't do much about it. And that was that. That was brought down to a 1v3, but can't do much if Flex is stuck between a rock and a hard place. So moving on to round number 11. 6-4 on the scoreboard here.
Raffin is going on a bit of an adventure
He's on a mission of his own.
Yeah, it does retreat. A very smart retreat for him.
Man of the mission.
And again, we have just Flex looking down that alleyway, looking across the bridge, all on his own. And last time he couldn't rotate quick enough. They just didn't get the information enough for the rest of the team to combine. And here we go. Grenades are going out there looking to see if they can get any kind of connection, any kind of indication that the team are there. You know, I think Inner Circle might try maybe to rotate over to B. It would be the smart play, but last time they did this, it worked. Why change what worked the first time in here? They go. Grenades are flying out as Arthur takes a ton of damage, but also goes down without reply. Dane, he also picks up a kill. Now it's a 3-4-5 GG. They take this. It is 6-5.
6-5 is going to be the scoreline. Gaimin finally puts out a round coming into the second half, and after finding the success on towards A, he's going to be sending 3 players out towards B as a default setup. So if Gaimin picks up this round and ties it back up, then they are really playing into the minds of Inner Circle. If not, if Inner Circle somehow get themselves onto the bomb site and win the round, then things are going to be spicy and dicey for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Until then, this round is going to be the most crucial round of the entire series to me. This is going to be the decider to me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the run back for IC, like trying to play the same strat again and again, just isn't going to work out. They have to maybe try some new things here, but we can already see that Gaimin Gladiators are expecting a pretty heavy A push. They did have 3 there. They've sent Dane out to scout and try to get some information. He might run into Alucard, who has a very tight angle here. And he might be able to get a punish on. Grenades coming out from Awesome. He's cooking it long and hard.
The overnades being lined up. A minute onto the clock. That was the go sign. But is that an actual push or a fake? Have to wait and see. And it's an actual push out towards A. Dane completely flashed. But the wild man goes out swinging, gets a quick double kill. And some way, somehow, the push has been put to a halt. The C4 down in no man's land as well. Down to Alucard and Jinzer.
Yeah, the run back definitely didn't work. This is the 3rd time in a row IC have tried that kind of strategy going up the left-hand side towards A. And Gaimin Gladiators, they know the playbook now. They know what's happening. They know that barrage of utility is just showing what they're going to do, and they're prepared for it. They take another win here, and GG push themselves ahead. Is it ahead? Or are they equal now?
I think they're equal now.
It's equal. 6-6. All right. Well, it looks like they're going to try something else. Everyone now running towards the hotel side, running up the B-long corridor as Kiko and Awesome go down to Lionclaw, who was just sitting in wait. He was lying there waiting for the moment to pounce on his opponents, and pounce he did. 2 down, nothing in return for Inner Circle.
Well, it's going to be a long and a hard round for Inner Circle. After dropping 2 players. I mean, that setup out towards A at the minute mark sure failed, but doesn't justify themselves bum rushing in towards Hotel at the beginning of the round. It could have been executed more cleanly or in a more smartful manner if they were able to pop flash a player in or something. Wasn't there, and this may just cost Inner Circle in the round.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see what Gaimin are going to do now is they're just going to chill out.
Like that?
Yep, they're going to hold the lines.
Like that.
And just clean house. They don't have to push themselves out. They don't need to go on a mini adventure. They don't need to overextend. They can just chill, wait for Beck to come to them. They know where the C4 is. They can maybe sit and wait. Beck has a lot to do. And we do have eyes on the C4. They're going to sit on it like an egg because they know that Beck needs to push and push relatively soon. But if they're all grouped up together, then it could spell disaster for GG. Obviously, it would be a miracle for Beck to be able to get more than 1 kill here. He does take a face full of lead and does get taken down. GG finally get another kill. And now they're in the lead by just the 1 point. And we do get a timeout called for Inner Circle. So they're going to have a bit of a reset here. See if they can reset their mental state, get themselves lined up, get themselves ready to make a comeback.
Yeah, comeback could be possibly brewing in the pot, but all in all, after the side switch, I think the strategic callouts are being it's falling apart by piece, you know, small corners by corners as a whole. I really like the setups that was put out towards A, but the execution wasn't clean. And now, right after that, a B bum rush, just like that, just put into shambles, right? So this pause definitely needed before it's too late. 7-6 is not a score you can't come back from or turn the board around. So better safe than sorry, and better late than never. So this is the pause being called out like right now, like that. For Gaimin though, they're renowned to be one of the teams to be stronger on the defensive angle, even on a blacklist map. They aren't one of the teams that would prosper in early aggressive settings. And right now, it comes to show the characteristics of the team is paying off dividends, as they're able to hold onto the bomb sites, like how just Lionclaw did it. Like, he didn't push out towards hotel, he was just chilling by the staircase right at the backside and was able to quickly click 2 players out from the lobby. And just like that, whatever Gaimin is doing is working out. So it adds on to the weight that Inner Circle has to lift, right?
Yeah, it does. And it's starting to look as though Inner Circle may be fading a little bit here. They look a little bit tired. They're chugging the energy drinks. They're trying to get themselves pumped back up. But Alucard, head in hands, is maybe struggling a little bit here with just how long this has gone on for. We do have bombs away, and we have a big push up that B corridor, up that B alleyway. Bombs are coming out the opposite way. Flex lobbing those grenades, just trying to push push IC back down that alleyway.
The players may feel a little tired from all the pauses, but you and I here, Simon, we aren't tired at all. All these games you gotta deliver to you guys with full energy, with full force. Let's get right back into it. After attack pause, and the nade is gonna find so much value. Beck almost went out there.
Yeah, if Beck sneezes now, he might die.
Nades.
Yeah, he might die if he sneezes too hard. Obviously, depending on his age, if he's a little bit older, that's definitely critical damage if he sneezes. But damn, Alucard gets Flex with a nice snipe. And they take, I'd say they take the numbers lead, but they definitely do not take the health lead. Even with 1 death on their side. Beck and Kiko are very, very low as Beck goes down. And it's 4 against 4. Spoxy's kind of low too, so now probably a bit more even. Alucard's kind of hurt though.
Raffin, he's anchored outside of long. He gets 1. He gets treated out here. Could be an issue. Doesn't matter. Raffin picks up 3 huge kills. Down to the hands of Kiko, who is down very low. 22 HP and a dream. C4 yet to be recovered, which is going to happen just now. But Raffin, I was about to say his position a little too risky, but when we say risk, it comes with rewards.
Yeah, high risk, high reward. You get nothing if you play it too safe. But now is the time to play safe if you are GG, because it's 3 against 1. And Spoxy is honestly on it, gets a nice kill there, and that extends the lead just a little bit more.
A little bit more, but definitely closer to the series point, the map point. I believe the rounds are going to be 8. 6. That replay from Raffin and the final kill. But moving on to round number 15. Let's see where Inner Circle wants to take the fight towards. Hasn't been working out past couple rounds. Maybe just running it down towards middle might be the key.
Maybe.
They don't
but
work
again,
out towards A, they don't work out towards B. Might as well run it middle, right?
Yeah, but eventually they have to swing towards one of the bomb sites. They can't just stay in middle and hope for the best.
Take it from there, right?
Yeah, just throw the bomb. Just throw the C4, like, set it up as Beck goes down to Spoxy. Spoxy from downtown cleaning house here. The C4's dropped. He has eyes on it, I think. He's going to know when someone picks it up. Oh,
Does
actually,
he?
Didn't.
I don't think so.
No, I think he didn't know it was there, but he still has eyes on that angle. Awesome with the grenade. And they're going to push up through the middle here, but Dane is waiting. He gets one, makes it two, I think. Yep, but it's two in return for Ginger, and now it's 2 against 3. Flex, Spoxy, and Raffen against Ginger and Alucard. And they have it all to do once more. The remaining 2 members of Inner Circle just have so much pressure on their shoulders to try and keep themselves in this. Remember, it is 8-6. If they lose, it will be match point to Gaming.
Yeah. Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gamers. Well, nonetheless, 30 seconds onto the clock, and Inner Circle was poking their nose down towards the A bomb site. They're going to rotate out instantly, but I don't think there's enough time. If they book it right now, I think it is possible that they can get the bomb planted at least, but the rotation coming out from Gaimin can easily be winnable unless the position of Jinzer pays off dividends. The Lucard's going to go down. Flex on the hunt. Jinzer has to get the bomb planted, but he is getting caught out. And speaking of getting caught out is the C4 as well. The defuse will come through. And the 9th round will be picked up by Gaimin, and Inner Circle at risk of dropping this series.
Yeah, and it's almost a shame. They've started strong in both maps, but they just lacked the stamina really to carry on going. And we do see a big push coming in from IC. They have nothing to lose. They pick up 2 early kills, and that just might be what they need to stay in this. But no, GG come back. It's a 1v1. It's Flex against Kiko. How is this gonna play out? It is a bit of a standoff here. They're looking towards each other. Flex walking around. He's gonna try to get the wrap, but I think Kiko is aware. Nice pick off there. And there we go. Kiko, he picks up the kill to keep Inner Circle in this one.
Inner Circle is keeping the dream alive. They're still having their backs against the wall. 9-7 being the scoreline here. Let's wait and see how this one unfolds. Kiko takes a bunch. Jinzer takes a bunch from Flex. The sniper is put to a good use. Flex and Dane goes down. Gonna be 2v4. Spoxy and RFF has to do it all. Down to the ends of Spoxy in a 1v4. C4 will be planted.
Inner Circle have just turned the aggression up to 12 right now. They are playing
at max.
Yeah, they're just, they have nothing to lose. They've gone completely aggressive. And Gaimin Gladiators, they just haven't reacted well enough to this tempo switch.
I don't know, mate. The volatility on this team is insane. It's max speed being put into, max amount of gas being put into the engine of Inner Circle. Does grant them one more round, 9-8, I believe. With full dedication, they want to go into the overtime. Gaimin wants to close it out here. Going for the double sniper setup once again. Flex thinking about pushing out, but looks like he might just be playing by hotel and see where that takes him towards. And whilst all that, 4-player stack from Gaimin Gladiators on towards the A bomb site, but Inner Circle not really showing interest in going down towards A just yet. But every single round that Inner Circle went to A, it progressed out like this.
Yeah.
They had the C4 lingering out towards middle. They had the players poking, prodding, and gaining information, and they're gonna line up the smokes and send it down towards A. And this might be yet another round that Inner Circle runs into the open arms, open waiting arms with a big bear hug that Gaimin is about to provide. Unless they take it down towards middle and wrap around towards B.
That's exactly what they're doing, but they might get closed in on by GG, who know this is coming now. Kiko gets flex. So it's 1-0.
1-0 indeed. C4 soon to be planted. But look at this flank that Gaimin is doing with the Lion Clan on Raffin. If Alucard is spotted out, this is a dual retake. Speaking of dual retake, Raffin finds the frag onto Beck. He's on the hunt to find Alucard. Spoxy goes down by Awesome in a 2v3 and a Dream. Alucard, oh, the timing is so off by Raffin, unfortunately for him. Down to the ends of day, can't do it. It's gonna be an overtime. You're tied 9-9.
It is indeed 9-9, so we're gonna have
and we
overtime.
love this music.
We do.
I think this is a new addition to
our music library.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just vibing with it for a second.
I'm vibing right now.
You gotta
we
vibe.
are vibing together.
So it is 9-9. Gaimin Gladiators and Inner Circle. Gaimin Gladiators won 5 in a row. They were on match point for 3 rounds.
And then everything came into shambles.
Inner Circle, they threw caution to the wind. They went guns a-blazing. They get 7 and 8. And then that last one there, they played it very normal. And I think it just caught Gaimin Gladiators off guard, who were prepared for another run and gun kind of situation.
Speaking of run and gun, didn't expect to have a funk enjoyer in our production here, but I love it.
Is that who this is?
Oh, the genre. Yeah. Well, nonetheless, we are about to go live back into the first half of the overtime. It's going to be Gaimin Gladiators on the Blacklist side. And it's going to be Inner Circle on the Global Risk. Lion Claw leading the charge. Alucard on the response. Good for one that was meant to take him out, actually. All of a sudden, Gaimin brute forcing in towards A. To rotate the C4 in towards the bomb site as well.
Dane gets another kill down for the side of GG. Flex gets another one. Ginger, last man standing, in this over-aggression has worked out yet again.
Whoa. And all right, Ginger, I see where you're taking this one in towards. All right. Unfortunate mistake is going to happen to the side of Inner Circle. If you don't play Eagle Eye all that often, it does happen, but it's going to be Gaimin Gladiators to pick up the first round of the overtime here, yeah?
If you haven't done that, have you even played this game? As we do have a one-to-one trade as Kiko takes out Raffin. Lionclaw takes out Kiko. That's the trade there. Lionclaw taking a bit of damage here. Doesn't deal much in return. He's going to peek up, but does now get Ginger. Beck goes down as well. That's a double kill for Lionclaw, who is then taken down by Awesome. So Awesome and Alucard against Flex, Spoxy, and Dane. Here we go, we're in the hotel and they're gonna have a wraparound now back over towards A. They have all the time in the world. They have 1:35. They can probably stop along the way for an ice cream if they really feel like it.
Where's the truck?
I don't know. There's got to be an ice cream shop somewhere. I mean, there's a hotel. Alucard looking at it, not seeing much. They're not getting any information. And now they just about have enough time. There's 1:10 left as Gaimin Gladiators are now moving back over towards B.
Ooh. This could be caught off guard. Do have Awesome on the watch, on the overwatch.
Well, this is the commit. They have to commit now. There's only 50 seconds left.
I mean, theoretically speaking, they still have enough slot of time to pull off another rotation, but it becomes too darn risky, right? Because you don't know where the position of the other second player of Inner Circle is going to be at. The C4 posted, planted, going to the post plant.
Yeah, not only that, the rotation would have to be lightning quick, and you can't take your time and, clear every corner, which is what Alucard's trying to do now. He's trying to clear his corners, as we do have a wraparound coming from Flex. leaving Spoxy and Dane to hold it, but it doesn't matter. Spoxy and Dane hold it. They do, as GG take a 2-round lead here.
That's a commanding lead in overtime, especially with a single round left on the first half. Early aggression coming out from Inner Circle from Desperation, but the Potato is doing all the work. Ginger goes down, down goes Beck, down to a 2v1. Alucard with a dream and a half is gonna go for a repeak. Raffin, Flex has it all to the C4, is recovered. Alucard, can he keep the dream alive? Because if he drops this round, things are looking pretty tough for Inner Circle to bounce back in this lobby.
Yeah, but they might just be able to do it on the swap. But Alucard, I think he has a dream here. Oh, if he'd have got that, it would have been a dream indeed, as GG take round 21 here. And they now have match point once more.
Match point once more indeed, and Inner Circle now at risk of dropping this series without having a chance to go into map number 3 of New Compound. What a run of show here.
Yeah, it's a back and forth. We knew these teams were close, but did we know they were this close? I don't think we did. We were expecting it to be maybe someone sneaks ahead on their own map. We weren't expecting 10-8 on Black Widow, and we definitely weren't expecting 9-9.
Not at all, no, not at all.
So we're going to be getting into this one. They have swapped sides, so Gaimin, Gladiators, they are going to be on the global risk, as we do have Inner Circle on that blacklist side. We can see everyone just getting ready for this one. GG within touching distance of giving themselves that all-important first victory in the group stage.
Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to be going out a little bit aggressive out towards A, and Inner Circle is going to go for that mid setup once again. Wonders last time, but is it going to continue this time? Dane swings and a miss. That might be a key critical moment for Gaimin Gladiators, but still has 4 people alive. And Spoxy and Raffin quickly guns down a player each, down to a 3v4. Look at Raffin's position. It's going to be Lango taking him down. Down to Alucard. Alucard goes down. Gaimin Gladiators is going to be able to close out Eagle Eye in their favor after a bloodbath fight, tooth and nails in overtime. That's going to be a 2-0 on the series.
What a series that was between two very evenly matched teams. That could have literally gone any way. We had no idea who was going to take that until the very end. So congratulations to Gaimin Gladiators for closing that one out. What a match to finish us off on for the day. And we will be back tomorrow for more. And so will they. I can't wait for it. It's going to be a great day of CrossFire tomorrow as well.
That is a great day for CrossFire indeed. And there's a bunch of highlight reels you have to show.
Yeah, I mean, there is so much. It was so back and forth. Who do you even give the MVP to in this match? Could literally be anyone. Everyone had their hot moments. Everyone had their cold moments.
Spoxy, Dane, Legs.
Yeah, we were talking
really,
before that Spoxy was really important to this team, and when he wasn't firing on all cylinders, he definitely wasn't firing on all cylinders. He gets himself back into the game and definitely has a statement for that MVP award, because he was so integral to his team winning this.
What are your thoughts on Eagle Eye in general, not the last one, but for this map?
It's a really fun map. Let's put it that way. It doesn't give you, I don't know, it just seems to be a well-balanced map. It seems to be good for both sides, depending on how you want to play it. Yeah, I love this map. I want to see more of it.
I really do love Eagle Eye as well.
Yeah.
So, here's the fun thing, right? Like, as much as I love Eagle Eye, other casters don't seem to like it all that much. I don't know why. It's like my love to Mexico as well. Some casters just absolutely hate it, but I love it. So.
It's one of those things where, like, you know it's not going to be a standard game.
Yeah.
A non-standard games are always harder to cast because you have no idea what is going to happen.
Sometimes you gotta throw your dice at it and see where it takes you. So
let's have a best of 5 only playing Mexico.
That is
or only playing Eagle
maybe
Eye.
a little too stretched. And speaking of a little too stretched, is this matchup as 13-9 had to go into the overtime, but Gaimin Gladiators is gonna be the one coming out alive in this battle.
Yes, Spoxy had a very slow start, it felt like, but finishes with a massive 2.4. Kiko on the opposite side for Inner Circle, very strong performance, but it was a very strong performance from the whole team, really. Both teams come out of this bloody and bruised, but only one of them comes out with the victory, and that is Gaimin Gladiators.
10-8 and 13-9 would have been justifiable to see map 3, would have been justifiable to see a golden round as well. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Gaimin Gladiators that comes out alive, crawling up the cliff, leaving the dead body of Inner Circle at the bottom part of the whole scene. Of course, the MVP is going to be Spoxy with a nice 2.14 KD. Off to a slow start, like you mentioned, Simon, but at the end of the day, he was able to pick up the pace required for the team, and provided the needed kills in the right time, and the round scores eventually granting them the series win.
Yeah, once he got that momentum going, it was a non-stop roller coaster. And you can just see, no matter what he was doing, he got a massive kill here. And I mean, yeah, the guy was just on fire. There was nothing else we could really say. Started slow. Once he got in, he was in.
Oh, those shots, mate. So good.
Yes.
So accurate.
Sometimes you just have to sit down and watch it, you know, like you can't really talk much over the top of it because it is so good just to watch someone click heads over and over and over again.
Speaking of over and over and over again, was just Spoxy being able to click heads after heads, and not only for Spoxy as well. Dane had some huge moments in him. Flex as well had some huge moments in him. And looks like we are ready to interview Flex, the IGL of the squad. Welcome, Flex, to the interview, and congrats on your win. It feels like it was a best out of 5 almost. How do you feel about coming out alive against Inner Circle?
Hello guys. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was very stressful. We had to play with our sub, which we were not ready to play with our sub. Like, our sub was, he doesn't know the utility, of course, that the Zen is throwing, so it was hard to even play our strategies. It was just, we were just trying to play together as a unit, and I think in the end, you know, it worked out.
So, how do you feel about his performance? Because he did come in last minute, he wasn't expecting probably to play today. How would you rate his performance in the team? Because for us, he looked pretty great, but how was it for you?
10 out of 10. I wouldn't replace this guy for anything in the world.
So tomorrow you are going to be playing against TBI eSports. How do you feel about going to that matchup? Are you guys, you know, feeling more confident and more comfortable going in that matchup rather than having to play against Inner Circle like you have done today?
Yeah, we feel good going against them. I think it's a good matchup for us, especially with Dane being ready. No matter what happens, I think we will always be ready.
Yeah, I just do want to ask one more thing. How do you feel about the rest of the tournament? Are you feeling that this is your tournament to take? Are you scared of anyone? How are you feeling?
No, we're not scared of anyone. We value the tournament very highly, so it's our goal to win, of course.
Well, I guess I gotta ask one more question too. So you probably saw how Horus was, what Horus said in his interview. He is basically talking down on everyone, including you guys as well. Any response to Horus?
No, they love to talk. It's normal, you know, normal stuff.
Normal stuff indeed. Well, thanks for the interview, Flex. Hope to see you guys again tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Best of luck for the future of the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. That does it for us, I think. What a day it has been. And we just heard from Flex, he wouldn't change the sub for anything. And that is what you need from your sub, to come in at the last minute, to do what needed to be done. And it did start a bit rocky, but the whole team came together around him, and they
As
did
a
really,
unit,
really well. Yeah.
said Flex, a very important thing to mention. If you play as a team, even if your player may not know the utils, may not know the lineups, it comes out miraculously. So that wraps it up for us for day number 1. It was Anubis versus 3P ending in 2-0. REH Gaming versus TBI eSports wrapping up in 2-0. So was the 3rd series of the day, as ROC came out as the winner as a 2-0. And that was the final series of the day, Gaimin Gladiators versus Inner Circle, which Gaimin Gladiators, after a long, hard-fought battle, came out alive 2-0. But that doesn't wrap the tournament up. We have 2 more days of the group stage to be covered with me and Simon, and 2 more days of the playoffs to come through. And let's go take a look at the standings.
Yeah, ROC eSports easily looking at the top of their table. Anubis in 2nd, both obviously with 1 win. No losses because they've only played 1 game. PingPongPals sitting in 3rd place. Entropy Gaming, bottom of the table. They got a bit rocked, but maybe they can come back tomorrow and show that it was a one-off against the strongest team in the tournament.
Gotta go back to the drawing board, lick the wounds, and heal up and come back with full force. Strike right back at it.
Yeah, in Group B, we have REH Gaming sitting pretty at the top. Gaming Gladiators just behind them. Inner Circle sitting in 3rd with 1 loss, and TBI eSports bottom of the table, but not by much. This group is all about tight margins. Look at that, 62-60 on their AP, 39-38 for Inner Circle and TBI eSports. Starting tomorrow then will be TBI eSports against Gaming Gladiators, then it's ROC against 3P, then it's going to be Inner Circle against REH Gaming, and then to finish it off, it is going to be Anubis versus Entropy.
And yeah, that's going to be it for us today here at the CFS 2025 Regional Finals of Eumena. Looks like we're just about ready to wrap things up. So 4 more BO3s to come through tomorrow, 4 more BO3s for day after that, and then we will have the BO5s happen in the playoffs. So how do you feel about today, Simon? Because today it seemed to be a steamroll type of day, but the game, the actual content wasn't so much of a steamroll.
Yeah, if you look at the scores 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, you're going to be like, well, that was an easy day for everyone. But some of these matches are really close. Obviously, one of them was a bit of a blowout. But these teams can take games off of each other. We know they can do it. And tomorrow will be the day where everyone is fighting for their tournament life.
Tomorrow is going to be the big day for all of these teams, so please come back at the same time tomorrow, 14 p.m. CEST, because a lot of things are on the line and you don't want to miss a single bit of it. This was Bench, joined by me today was Simon, and we're going to be back tomorrow at the same time. Take care, guys. See you later.